Boom. Happy Monday. How's everyone doing? Let me get the charts up here on the screen. Boom, 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 boom. What a bounce overnight. A little de-escalation, possibly something like that. Welcome in, Wolf Trading. I'm Ryan. I got a little special guest with us, back alive. What's up, Rizzo?
Hello.
There he is. Oh. Glad to see you survive. Chat was worried about you.
Yeah,
but we're back. We made it. Well, you missed just a lot of selling, honestly. Just nobody wanted to buy. And of course, the day you come back, we're up almost 1% already.
Yeah, hoping it sticks. But I feel like it's been the pattern the last, 4 Mondays?
Yeah. Monday push, Tuesday stall, Wednesday sell, Thursday sell, Friday sell. That's been the last, 3-4 weeks? All right, let's see what the day brings here. We have a gap fill to the downside of all things.
Yeah. My main focus is just going to be Friday's main distribution. Just trade outside of it. Rotate within it. Till it doesn't.
What does that even look like?
Like 450, 560.
Yeah.
And I was like borderline about to press the long button when we got over 450 last night. Right before that freaking candle. And then I saw it happen.
I was long right before this candle. And then I got stopped out on runners just for it to run all night. So that's always fun. All right. I mean, we're smack in the middle of Friday. We were very extended on multiple metrics to the downside on the daily. So just the question is, how much of a bounce do you get? How long is the bounce? We have Powell speaking today.
Oh, he speaks in an hour, doesn't he?
Find out. (10:30 a.m.) moderated discussion at the Harvard University Principles of Economics class.
I wonder if 450s holds here if it has to trade back down to 300.
Crude hanging out over 100 is not the greatest signal.
Is it still running, crude?
It's just consolidating up here at the highs.
Mm. See, I'm gonna try to get in at 450s. I think I'm not on the bid, but try to react to it here.
Because if it loses that, it's probably what, back to 360. Let's take a look around. Nvidia selling off here at the open. Microsoft, Apple is the one that's really selling off right now. Amazon, decent relative strength. No. I don't have any clarity here on a Monday morning. There we go. We got somebody in check on 460 long.
Yes, this week.
Good morning.
What's up, Frankie?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I gotta watch for a half hour.
It's kind of where I'm at. I'm just watching this. Hey, there's a big old volume gap underneath here.
Ooh, does it fail to go lower here?
But from a fib perspective, this is right back down to 160. Chat, how we doing? Everybody have a good weekend. I am burnt to a crisp. You can't tell on my face, but if I show you guys this red neck I'm covering up, boy.
Might have to slide down to like 370.
What's up, Newton? McGuire in that Zen mode. Back to the gulag, says Candles Chaos. Yeah, I know some people swung calls this weekend just for this bounce this morning. And if anybody did, it's probably who's taking profit right now. Yeah, we got Rizzo back from the grave. Market makers tried to take him down, but modern science saved his life. I didn't even really know what to tell people, Rizzo. They kept asking. I was like, just some kind of reaction, something. I don't know how much.
Even I don't know what happened.
Yeah, one of those.
Almost needed someone else's kidney.
Well, there you go. I hear those go for like 20K these days.
Yeah, do they sell them?
If anybody in the chat's got extra kidney, we can just have on standby just in case. We just put that in reserves.
Water rusts your bones. Come on.
I feel like there's a medium between rusted bones and a liver / kidney.
I want to try long here.
I think I'd have to wait for this like 350s.
I'm gonna try it. Just filled 2 at 22, 422. I didn't want to see that, but
Yeah.
chuck a stop at 90.
IWM's just straight into the gap.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. Oil's pushing back to the highs.
It's 405.
It's going to be really tough to want to be long if oil doesn't come in back under 100. We do have a gap fill 309-ish on NQ.
Okay. I got taken out there.
Oh, my mama. Oh, my food. In my other ear, I just hear Reese going, big shoot up like a Baltimore local. Any of you guys having trouble with the YouTube this morning? I think it's just a back end issue that YouTube's having. Oh, Candles Chaos, Colin. Investor stock, yeah, NVIDIA is now red. That's not going to help.
I might try. I'm gonna try 2 more here. Another attempt. I'll make it 4. Fuck it. Risk like 30 points on it. Done at 350.
Yeah, it tells me that there's 2 people watching right now, and there's multiple of you in the chat. What's up, Blasto? Good morning. Happy Monday. Who else is in here? Grambo? Who else? I didn't even see who all was hanging out this morning. Jared's in here, of course. Bullish Bear, Colin, Honor. Oh, I saw Craig earlier. Hard for me to tell. I can see all the comments at least, so that's good. I think KB was in here, one of the first ones this morning. Is it Arshia? Frosty Dog? Let's go. Let's go. Crew's here, ready to go. Rizzo's here. Frankie's here. Let's try to make some money. This double distribution, right, Rizzo? This, what, 370, 350s? The bottom one?
Yeah, I'm trying it here. It's my average 385, risking 350.
350, basically value area low. I wouldn't mind it right here, but I don't know. I like to add up like multiple pieces of confluence. I just don't have that right here.
It's selling more at 400.
50, almost almost 60 lots just filled right here, 400. Newton on the markets. Jay Newt, one of the two here. Oh yeah, Jared. Something's way off. When I tried to pull up like the studio side of things, it just says something went wrong. He's got like a little dog with a plug in his mouth, and
Pop it up to 4.
That's all right. We're here either way. Welcome back, Rizzo, Kels. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we may need to get Frankie out of Florida. This market just keeps selling the longer he stays down there.
I'm coming back Wednesday morning early.
All right, bottoms in on Wednesday. Was that April Fool's Day? Well, that may be the bull trap of all bull traps. Trump's deadline is what, the 6th? It's next Monday.
We can't even tick over this 400, 405.
VWAP. VWAP's at 350. So VWAP and that lower distribution point of control and value area low, all at 350. If we can just get there right away, I would take a shot there. When I say I would, I will. Where's yes? I don't really have anything significant here on yes, though. Apple new lows.
I just need to go lower. I should have gotten out when it told me 5 times we didn't want to get over 400.
4 hour for value gap right here on yes. I agree, that Exxon chart. And it's a chart I've been watching for years. It broke out of like a 4 or 5 year base. I'm gonna get long right here at 352. Little wick down here. I have to just chase in right here for a starter. All right, I'll take a little starter there. And I'll keep my order at 352.
Oh, we may have to see 300 flat, 310. That's like the last place I'm kind of willing to try it. Otherwise, it's like, I don't know what else I'd want to see.
I can tell you I don't want to see oil pushing over 103. That's not what I want to see right now. Wow, really? 352.75? Come on, wick down and take my order and then bounce. All right. All right, I'm in right here.
All right, there goes my stop. I just have bids at 312s, and that's it.
Come on, market. I was patient. My average is 356. I don't really want to risk to the gap fill, but see if we can get a reaction right here.
I hope this doesn't pop up. Sorry,
That's fine. That was the biggest spike down here. And its value area low from Friday morning through today. Plus, we just drilled what? Almost 200 points. A little 50-point bounce would be nice. Oh, what's up, Tommy? I just saw your message. Good morning. Craig, this should be everyone. Bullish Bear's asking Frank if you've got any just any insights here, any thoughts on the market. If we get any relief to what's the market need? Is it too broken? It's gonna take some time. Well, I don't know if you had any insights about what's going on here.
I think it needs factual information. I think the market doesn't know what to do. And I think that we're not getting the true stories, or we need movement in some direction positive. And I don't really see anything. By the time we get it, it's going to already reflect in the market. But it's hard to just buy the market blind here for me. Everything's a fade.
I like what you said there. Factual information. Nobody's really, because of all the misinformation, whether directed, whether intentional or not. When it comes to the market, they're like, okay, we just can't handle this. Nobody knows what's going to happen here. Timelines keep changing. Last night was one of the first, somewhat sign of de-escalation, but there's been so many kind of fake outs or, half truths in the news, to Frank's point there. Every pop's been faded. That's what we know for sure.
And you have to keep an eye on oil for sure. Oil's coming in a little bit, so maybe we get a little pop here. But oil was kind of, coming in during the nighttime, and futures were rallying, and now oil rallied, futures are coming off. That's a loose relationship, but it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say RSI's, you can say, oh, relative strength is at 10, all these things are over, the market's oversold, but that's a condition. It's not a signal.
I like
you
that.
have to wait for the signal, which is a higher low. Like even today, we haven't gotten a higher low since the opening.
All right. I'm trying to decide here if we go much lower, if I had to pop out or not.
Yeah.
What's up, Evan?
Who's the R?
Rizzo.
What's up, Rizzo?
Back from the grave. Yeah.
Back from the grave without the camera. I guess it's West Coast. He's in the dark abyss.
Well, the guy was in the hospital for 5 days. We'll give him a break on the camera.
No, I'm sorry, sir.
Some kind of headline on Target and VRA or something just came out. A little bit different. Oh, here comes your gap fill.
I got my fills at 12 1/4.
Interesting. What's happening to the YouTube right now?
Where do I gotta throw this?
Bro, it says you have 18 people live, but 20 likes.
Yeah. So it's all messed up. Amit only had like 500 or something.
Weird. You guys, 826. Fair enough. All right, I'm going to comment in this chat.
I'm going to take a small little ad here into the gap fill and try to get out of this thing. Problem is, this looks like it's going to go straight through right here.
Oh, we'll see if it holds here. Otherwise, like, you're gonna probably take out last night's lows, no?
Yeah, if it doesn't bounce right here, it's. Just gonna go to at least to yesterday's or RTH low on Friday.
When you have a second, can you put a poll in the chat? Like anything? I'm curious how many people are actually here.
Yeah, I can try. Yeah, SMH is getting wrecked. What's getting crushed in SMH so bad? Oh, Taiwan Semi's down big, MU's down. Is AMD red? Where's he?
Nvidia's flushed like
ARM.
$3.
Yeah, but for SMH to be down almost 2%.
Av goes down. Broadcom's down 2.
Yeah. Oh, look, I mean, ARM's down 3%. MU's down 4. Taiwan Semi's down 2.5. Dang it, that's the one I wanted to short.
I had myself a 310s cost basis to stop at 270.
We did get our gap fill. This already went beyond what I wanted it to, so let's see if we can get back out break even. Evan, we could just have everybody number off like elementary school in the chat.
Yeah, one. Also, when you have a chance, check the Wolf Trading YouTube X page. Clean up the sound a little. Oh, this guy. Yeah, sorry.
Which one?
That and I'm not even gonna say it, but yeah, this one should go too. Yeah.
All right.
I got 13 votes on the poll, 11 watching. That's not bad.
You know, at least 5 people are going to be contrarian and say no. Come
Oh,
on.
I'm good for them to vote no.
And then we just need total responses.
YouTube not trying to pay y'all for your views. Well, they don't, you know. Live streaming is actually not the best to make money.
We don't even turn on monetization.
We do have monetization on.
For the live streams, they don't even really turn it on anymore.
I mean, you should. That's fair. All right, there we go. We are going to be doing a giveaway. I just posted it onto the X page. We're going to give away a Lucid Flex eval account. 50K. The only thing you got to be doing is subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Bounce. Where was the top end of this, Rizzo? 370?
Top end what?
Oh, starting to get long all ago. 370?
Yeah, 370. VWAP's 350. They're sort of already stepping into the offer again, 330s.
I'm pulling in the second share my screen.
Yeah, 1 second here.
Let's go. Mural's also got the notifications on W. You don't have to share my screen. But basically, all it is that I'm not even looking at this. But basically, we're going to do a giveaway, 50K Lucid Flex eval account. We'll do it in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, a little Monday morning giveaway.
Morning giveaway.
I can hit the air horn while I'm in this trade. Not for the trade. Vincer says he's here. Come on, pump us up, Chad. Get some energy on this Monday morning.
Oh, come on.
My kids are off school for the next 2 weeks.
70 at least. Gonna greed it a little bit. Try to flip back green on the day, but not really liking the look of this.
I'm just trying to get this trim and view up to get out of most everything. Oils on the 9. Come on, something else get a bounce. Oh, a nice bounce on IWM here. Straight back down. Yep, this is probably SPX gap fill coming. And yeah, oil bounced right off that 9. No good. Costco's doing okay. So like I'm watching the stream and it just looks okay. It just says there's only like 3 people watching. 16 now. It's 16. Miran is making comments on CNBC right now. Oh, pump us up. Market's closed Friday, right? I can already see what's happening here. They're going to go.
Ooh.
SPX is going to fill this gap. There's a decent amount of size that just came in.
I'll be back. I'm not buying this yet. I gotta make a couple calls.
Yeah, I'm just hoping I can get out of this without too much of a cut here.
Kind of degen myself into some 0DTs down here too. I'm just praying at this moment.
Come on, get a bigger bounce.
I think I used up all my prayers last week though.
Did you? Are you gonna? Well, don't worry, it's Easter week, man. I think we get to reload. I'm almost positive market. This Friday's Good Friday, right? Market's closed. It's a decent amount of size that just came in.
Come on, at least give us view up again.
It is fitting that they release NFP whenever the market's closed. Come on, we need a little bit bigger bounce. These get us to the 9. There we go. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Get me back in the green so I can get out of this.
Try to take NQ to 370, but I'm gonna try to scale these QQQs up against VWAP.
Oh no! Just hit my
Offering at like $1 maybe.
My gut tells me I should just cut this right here, but I think we can get a little bit more.
Yeah, I can get the upper end of like Friday's lower distribution, and you got RTH VWAP up here, curling down to 370.
Come on, just hit VWAP and get me out of a big portion of this. There it is. Okay. All right, I just took a big trim right here. And my stop's going up to that low. Should just waited on the gap fill and tried it. 60-point trade right now.
Come on. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take. Fuck! I wanted to take half of it off there. Oh no! Why didn't I do it? Why the fuck didn't I do it?
All right.
Oil is
Wait,
coming down.
Ryan, how should we give away this account? Only requirement is people have to be subscribed to the YouTube page, but should it just be something written in the chat?
What did you put out there? I didn't know.
Prop firm account giveaway. We're going to do a giveaway account on our live stream in 15 minutes. Is all I said.
Oh boy. How do we want to do it? We just blow up the chat and try to figure that out while I'm in the middle of a trade. We're gonna give away somebody here though. I like Murak here. He's followed us on both platforms.
Greed's getting the best of me right now.
I'm just trying to get to this 9.
Yeah, you stay in the trade. I'll figure this out.
I can go break even on the day if I just take half off here.
That's where I'm. That's where I'm.
I like this level. Let's take 3 of 8. And chuck a stop at break even.
I just want that like 370 level because that's what I was lining up to.
Okay, if we get like 400, I'll maybe take 2 off.
NVIDIA got a decent little bounce here. Back to break even. All right, 370. I just got that trim at 370. I've got very little left, but sitting in a much better spot than I was just a little bit ago.
All right.
Where's that? Oh, NVIDIA's ripping off the low. Okay. This is the upper. Do we try to push it for 400 on this?
Oh, I figured out how I'm going to do the giveaway.
Let's go. What are we doing?
Oh, shit. The problem is it does take out some people, but I was going to just do a gifted sub and whoever won. But I guess that does take out the people who already have subs.
Oh, yeah.
Does it even tell you like the people's like information, like an email or something?
Of who's subbed? I don't know. I bet if you went to YouTube Studio,
All right, you know what?
which is not working right now. Come on. There's EMA 9. It's probably the right spot to get out.
It's not frozen for me.
All right. Oh, something just went in my eye. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be cautious. Like here, up to, I would even see like 450.
Well, I was hoping we could get to like 410, 415. But this is where it gets back. This is where oil could bounce. You're hitting the 9 on everything. I think my son just screamed, take profit.
Good morning, David. Good morning, everyone.
Trade with Ariana. We've not decided how we're giving it away just yet.
No, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do the gifted sub thing. Sorry to other people. I'll figure out how to do one especially for the subs. But make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Once we get to 50 likes on the video, I'll do it. We're at 42.
All right, I just stopped out of the rest of the position here. I am glad I'm not in that trade. All right, so wait, have you done it yet, Evan?
Nope, but I'll do it in 1 second.
Wait. How do people make sure that they have that turned on?
It was in like the top chat area or something. Like you to click over.
Yeah, I think it's up there at the top of the chat somewhere. You like click and you have to make sure allow GIF.
Or it might be actually, it might be under the channel. It says like, if you're not subscribed, it says like subscription or something, and you might have to turn it on there. It's in the settings somewhere.
I would do one just for like our members too, but I can't. The YouTube's down, so I can't even load that.
And what we could do is also just put it in members only chat probably for a minute or two. Oh, dude, I gotta ban this guy. I had to put user in timeout. 24 hours. Goodbye.
What's up, ProFast? We will have a bearish IB. I saw who put that. Oh, Grambo. We will have a bearish IB. We still do have a gap fill with 65%-ish odds on yes. Right here, I've already got it pulled up statistic-wise. So you almost have to look to go the other way here. I'm going to stay flat for a little bit. I worked my way out of a bad spot there, so. We do have Powell speaking in about 12 minutes. Probably get that pulled up, but it's a discussion at a Harvard business thing. Harvard University Principles of Economics class, moderated discussion. So I don't expect any commentary there on the actual market. Trades with Ariana, red folder news. Is there any other news this morning? I hate this thing keeps. Somebody wants to fly Aero Mexico. There's a little ad for it. Let's get to US only. And Dallas Fed. Yeah, that's all we have today. Fed Chair Powell speech, but it's not even a speech. It's a moderated discussion at the Harvard Principle of Economics class.
3.funds. Do you have a Twitter account?
Boom. 3.funds. I'm gonna give away another account today to members only if I ever get it to load or something. Maybe I do members only chat. I'll figure it out.
3.funds. Hello. I have a Lucid Flex Eval 50K account for you. Whoever, if he doesn't answer, whoever's the next person in the chat who types right now will win it. All right, there you go. If 3.finance is here, McGuire will win. Sorry, McGuire got it. Ooh, actually. All right, shout out McGuire. You know what? It almost makes me want to give it to him more, but let's let this 3.finance guy maybe get it.
3.finance, are you here?
I will say Audio Object was the next one. I don't think it's 3.finance
Bear flag.
here.
Yeah, you got to be present to win, right?
I think so. Give him another second. But Audio Objects, what's your X?
Yeah, I like this audio. Audio came in with some energy right here.
I like that. We've settled around, and I'm good with it.
Hey, chat. Hey, chat wins. We gave away a 50K.
Audio Objects. Yo.
Audio wants it. Let's hook him up.
I
There
am
he goes.
at them right now.
There we go. Audio, you win.
Coupon management. I said it was a 50K Lucid Flex Eval 50K account. Lucid Flex Eval 50K account.
Boom. All right, Monday morning, we already gave away one account. We may give away 2 accounts today.
I just Audio Object. I just sent you the actual code. Nice.
Next one, I think I'm going to give away to people that are here every day, somehow or another. Oh, we are going to put. Oh. Also, shout out Code Wolf.
Shout out to Code Wolf.
If you haven't tried Lucid yet, use Code Wolf to get the best discount over there.
Have you tried Lucid?
I just grabbed an account Friday to start trying that one out as well. So
people seem to really like it.
Yeah, I've heard great things. The payout stuff. I mean, Casey's been using it. He's done really well building up his account. I've heard that the payout process is super fast, super clean. I like the rules, so I did go through and read all the rules before I signed up for the account. I like the flex account rules. That matches me the most, but I know a lot of people that like the pro account with the consistency or no consistency to pass like one in a day or whatever. So what's up, David? What did I miss something? All right, I'm trying to trade in the middle of this. I'm not in a trade right now, but I'm actively watching this. Microsoft's getting a little push. Everything else seems to be kind of rejecting the 9 here, making a bear flag.
We might be working on something kind of cool, a little cool website in the background. Right? Hopefully available this week. We'll see. So that text was.
Yeah. All right, so audio officially won that one, the first one of the day. We'll give out another one at some point today. I'll brainstorm on how to do it. Boom, boom, boom. Matthew, yeah. That gap fill, which the odds weren't like super high, but you factor in that we're in a bear market, you know, basically correction territory. Every pop's getting sold with the uncertainty. We do have oil backing off a little bit here, which is some relief. Could help us. Gabrielle, I tell you what, there's a bunch of you guys that are here every single day, and I do want to reward you guys as well. So we're trying to mix up the giveaways. I mean, we've given away a lot of accounts, but we're trying to mix it up. Do you guys ever check X messages? We try to. We get a lot, but we try to. Between like the three of us. But yeah, we try to check all the DMs when we can. All right, let me get locked in on the markets here a little bit. At 3 minutes until the IB sets. IB should take us to the low. Our overall more bearish than bullish right now overall. Oil starts to get a bounce, you should get that move to take out IB low. I think that's what we're gonna do here. I kind of want to short it to that 2 minutes. Because I really don't think Powell's thing is going to be anything, but I can put it up here for you guys. We'll play it in the background. Let me switch to my YouTube account because I have premium, so I don't get any ads. Oh, We're too close to the IB low for me to get in a short.
They're like teasing my stop.
It's Monday morning. I'm not trying to go too crazy here. Boy, this chat on on the Powell thing is pretty funny. Let's see. Let me put that on this screen. And I got you guys here with that. All right, so we should get that. Any second. There we go. All right, IB set, IB bearish. Probably short the next pop if you get a wick up to 370 again, or 350 even. Oil bounce right here off of VWAP. NVIDIA looks rough. Microsoft actually is pushing. Dallas Fed just came out. Down a little bit. I think you could try the short here. Tight stop above that. And just go for new low of day. Where's previous day's low? 268. Maybe you shoot for that.
Come on, pop us up.
Powell should not. It's in a roundtable like discussion.
This long shouldn't work, I don't think, but I'm still in it with a stop at 312.
I want to get short right here for the IB low take in the ES gap fill. ES looks a little bit more perky, but EMA 9 rejecting here, VWAP rejecting from the underside. Downtrending market, weak market. I think you take the short. Let's see. And oil holding VWAP and popping. And for those worried about Powell, I mean, Powell's a lame duck. He's done in just over a month. And then this is a round table thing. So he's not going to see any, like, he doesn't ever see anything at these. It's more of like an economics class. He's more like a professor role here. ES is actually a little bit stronger. Microsoft new high today. But Apple's weak under yesterday's low. There's Jerome.
It is my great pleasure to introduce the chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Jerome Powell. Chair Powell's path to the pinnacle of economic policy was not paved with mathematical modeling in an economics doctoral program, but rather with a deep study of institutions and laws. Raised in Washington, D.C., he attended Princeton University, where he earned a Bachelor of Arts in Politics in 1975. He then attended Georgetown University Law Center. While earning his law degree, he also served as editor-in-chief of the Georgetown Law Journal, one of the world's most influential and prestigious legal publications. He then started a career of extraordinary impact and breadth. He distinguished himself first in the private sector, working in investment banking and private equity, notably as a partner at the Carlyle Group, while repeatedly answering the call for public service. He served with distinction as Assistant Secretary and then Undersecretary of the Treasury under President George H.W. Bush. In 2012, he returned to public service as a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. His nomination to serve as chair in 2018 by President Donald Trump, and then his renomination to serve as chair by President Joe Biden in 2021, stand as testaments to his bipartisanship. Chair Powell approaches economic stewardship with a philosophy grounded in empirical evidence, institutional humility, collaboration, and public service. Like the greatest Fed chairs in our history, Paul Volcker, Ben Bernanke, Chair Powell advances the interests of our nation and not his own, sometimes at great personal cost. We are immensely privileged to have him share his insights today. Please join me in warmly welcoming the chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Jerome Powell.
227 orders down at 250.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much.
So I'd like to start at the beginning of your career. You studied politics,
just lowered it down.
law,
Is that better for you?
and then eventually pivoted from that
The clapping
to public
was
service.
very loud.
Were you thinking about public service and economic policy making at the start, or did all of that come as a
let me know if
surprise
that's a
later?
little
And
bit better.
how did you decide to make the pivot when you were in the middle of your career?
Let me start by saying, David, thank you so much for having me, and thanks to all of you for being here.
Well, it's
today.
more of a
great to
pastel
be here. I'm
purple
looking forward
tie
to
today.
this. Yeah, so I took macro and micro my freshman year, and it wasn't as interesting to me at that
Bow
age.
down, wolf up. There we go.
Than some other things, so I wound
This
up
is my
in
take,
politics,
Frosty.
actually specializing
There's
in
going to be
Africa.
nothing here,
It's
but
fair to say that my
enough
freshman
traders are
major
worried
was
about it that I
acoustic
wanted to pull it
guitar.
up.
My parents gave me a Martin D35 for high school graduation.
I
They must have
literally
regretted
think there's
that
like
because that's what I was really working on
2%
mostly.
chance he says
But I did
anything.
finally figure out what I wanted to do. And when I graduated from college, I really had no plan, but I did have one thought, and that is to have a career in the private sector, but also to do public service intermittently. And I was thinking about people like George Shultz, who was famous at many economic jobs, and others who had done those sorts of things. And I grew up in Washington, D.C. My parents were not. My dad had fought in World War II, and he had been a U.S. attorney, but they weren't people who were terribly plugged in politically. I was very interested, though,
Well, it
in
was
those
a nice
years in
50,
public
60
policy
point trade
and
if
trying
anybody
to create a life that
short
was partly
before the
private
IB
sector
break.
and partly public sector, and amazingly enough, that's kind of what happened.
You still have
So
yes.
now, jumping
I'm
right to
gonna
the
get long
present.
again. I'm in
We
queue.
talk about the Fed
Filled at
as a
16.
unitary entity, but of course, the Fed is led by the Federal Open Market Committee.
risk the
There
low.
are 12 voting members. You, despite being chair,
Spencer, you
only
hit
have
that?
one
Let's go.
vote. And in normal times, there's a lot of consensus. Everyone's in agreement. Lately, there's been some disagreement. There's been votes to keep interest rates the same, but some members of the FOMC have decided instead to vote to decrease interest rates. How does the disagreement on the FOMC make your job harder as you describe the path of economic policy going forward?
You know, I don't think of it as making my job harder. I think it's, and I've found throughout my career that when you have a really difficult problem, it helps to hear from all sides. And in a way, for example, when I was a private equity investor,
Those of you that
I
haven't
was
watched Powell for
looking
years,
at supporting a transaction that I wanted
he
to
went to
do.
law
I
school.
really
He
wanted to
is
hear
very
from
good with his
the
words.
smartest people. Tell me why it's a bad
98%
deal.
of the
Tell me
time he
now
says the
before
right
you do it.
things.
And
no
I
matter
just
what.
think you don't really
That's what he's
know
doing right here again.
how much you believe in something until you've had somebody literally try to take it apart. So I welcome that at the FOMC and at the Fed generally. And I think it helps us make better decisions. The Fed has had a tradition of
Just turn it down a
governors
little bit
not
more
dissenting.
for you there,
That's
David.
really not typical of other major central banks where there's more dissenting, or I mean, they're different, depends on the
EMD
central
drilling.
bank.
Is
And
SMH still
to
drilling?
me, what matters is a dissent
did get a new
thoughtful? Is
low.
it helpful? Does it help? Does it express a point of view? Can you stand behind it and say, yeah, that's very thoughtful? And
Put my
that
stop
kind
and
of thing
profit
is
on this
not-
trade
is not
because it
bad.
played out.
And it
even though,
doesn't
yes,
hurt with
it's still set up to
communications.
do
You
it.
know, I think a situation like the present situation where, you know, there's sort of downside risk to the labor market, which suggests keep rates low, but there's upside risk to inflation, which suggests maybe don't keep rates low. You've got tension between the two objectives. And I think to try to expect unanimity at a time like that, where it's really quite historically challenging, it would almost be misleading to be really confident in which way that should go. In fact, it's been said that confidence is what you
there we go,
feel
Sven.
before you really understand the problem.
Let's turn to the Fed's balance sheet. In 2008, 2009, that great financial crisis, there was a massive expansion in the Fed's balance sheet. And then again in 2020, under your leadership, there was a second vast expansion in the Fed's balance sheet to address these two economic and financial crises.
This
The
probably not
balance
gonna
sheet has
work.
since come down a bit, but it still
Let's just
sits
get long
at over
crude.
$6 trillion. So I'd like to hear your views on how efficacious
Oh.
this vast
Watching ES
bond buying
to
program
take the
has
low
been,
and
both
fill
in
the
the
gap.
2008 and then again in the 2020 episode.
That's how I'm going to trail
But
out.
also hear your
this
reaction
trade.
to the critics who say that the Fed has become too big
There
a
we
player
go, there we go,
in the
there we
bond
go.
market.
New
The Fed has
lows.
become
Thank
too
you.
influential. There's been a muddying of, as according to the critics, of monetary policy and fiscal policy. Do they have a point or are they wrong?
So I think the place to start with that
Using
is to
half my margin
the
on 4
problem that
lots
people were
of
struggling
crude.
with from about 2008 to 2022,
Yeah,
let's
well,
say,
crude is
in
trading at
central banking
103.
everywhere in the world is once you've cut interest rates to zero, do you have anything else you can do? Let's say you cut interest rates to zero and the economy is still clearly not flourishing and it wants more support.
All right, turn Powell down
We're done. We're out.
almost as far as I could.
Of ideas here. And there were two ideas that were followed in the global financial crisis, one of which was to buy assets, longer-term assets, and what you're doing there is you're buying longer-term government-guaranteed securities, which would
I'm going to take one more trim at 269, just and then just ride it.
Which would tend to hold down forward rates as well, or just
Let me see my
So we did
15-minute chart here.
nothing. And I think in the first instance, they were both efforts were successful at restoring market function and at
Yeah, I
showing
don't have
that
anything
in
till like
the
160 below
the
that.
global financial crisis and the
20s.
pandemic, we had massive problems of
What
market
am I
function.
down? 210 points on the day. Not bad. Maybe we can chuck on like a 10 or 20. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do 20 today.
Much less certain question. I don't think there is an accepted answer, but I would just say there's an oceanic quantity of research.
Oh fuck! I
and overall
just
it
didn't
tends
cut
to
my
find
fucking
that
QQQ calls.
buying long-term
Iran's
assets
message to the U.S. states that if the fighting against Hezbollah and Lebanon is not halted, Tehran will not be bound by the ceasefire with
And I
Israel.
guess I'd be in the camp of thinking that there's something in that, but it's hard to quantify it. And I think different people have different views on how much.
David, yeah, at the exact open, they gave people a chance to get out.
QE is thought by the critics to risk all kinds of other things. So, for example, you could buy too much of the Treasury market and it would stop functioning well. We have not seen that.
Here we go.
From the very beginning.
Come on, yeah.
There was the thought
Yes.
that it would be inflationary. We have not
Sure foot
seen
on
that.
new lows on IWM as well now.
Stability or even create inequality. So we haven't really seen the downside risks. At
Oh,
the same time,
come on,
the last thing
come
I'll
on.
say is, I remember.
There it is. All right. I just took my last trim at previous session low. I'm just going to trail out this last one.
Why is crude not bid?
God laughs, something like that. So it just, you know, the pandemic came around and we needed to do a lot of asset purchases in a big hurry, and we did.
You need another trim spot. That outer VWAP band sitting at 240. Or just watch ES on the gap fill.
Doing that, you're supporting the economy too much. Maybe that'll happen someday.
SPX still has 4 more points to go.
So let's talk about the dynamics of inflation since the spike in 2022. Inflation has been coming down since then, but it still hasn't reached its 2% target. Some have argued that that last mile is extremely difficult, and to obtain that, we will need a recession. Others have argued that you've gotten us very close.
Yeah, we're all glad to see Rizzo back here.
Are you concerned about
Amatenis? Amatenis? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I like your name.
Back to target? It's taken time. We're not there yet. Is that a destination we'll reach, or are you concerned that the last mile will prove very difficult?
So we will reach the FOMC is and will continue to be
6 lots, $75,000 a margin. Jesus Christ.
So I feel like we had pretty much gotten there at the end of 2024 against the predictions of almost the entire economics profession. When we raised rates,
I fully expect ES to play out the rest of this H pattern here, and it may have to pop up once, but
100% essentially of economists were forecasting.
take IB low, probably fill the gap.
Actually, we had 23 and 24 were both very strong years as the supply side healed.
22K,
Our higher rates.
1,300 points lower from here.
So
It's not crazy. Probably crazy for today or the next 2 days maybe.
All right, a little short NQ on this pop too, but I'm like near max margin with this crude short I have on too. Just kind of dumb of me to do, but
Wait, you're short crude and NQ?
No, I'm long crude.
Oh, long crude short NQ. Okay.
Yeah, I am.
Right. My runner just got taken out here in profit. I'm just gonna sit here and watch ES. ES rejects. I'll probably try this trade again. Maybe I try it on ES.
Don't tell me it's gonna just shoot past 300s again.
Which will certainly affect gas prices, and we feel like our policy is in a good place for us to wait and see how that turns out.
So let me turn to the current crisis in the Middle East and the effect on energy prices. Indeed, this classroom is familiar with that question from the last problem set, where we asked, how would you advise the Fed to respond to the rising price of oil? And we teach that when there's a demand shock.
All right, so if you look, you probably short ES right up in here, and you look for 64.12 and 64.08.
How do you make those trade-offs in general, and how do you make those trade-offs in this particular instance? And can you help everyone with their piece of
There we go.
8 average on a short. Check a stop at 350.
Start with what you said. Our tools work on demand. Higher rates will tend to moderate demand.
Oh no.
And stimulate demand. And when you have a supply shock,
Oh, what are we doing at crude?
our tool doesn't have meaningful shorter-term effects.
Dude, it doesn't even make sense for it to cost like freaking $75,000 a margin. I'm only down like fucking 5K on the position. You guys got stopped out of
What
NQ.
headline is this?
Not really speaking to the current situation,
I don't know, but I'm about to lose my fucking mind on crude.
Energy shocks have tended to come and go pretty quickly.
No, I'm long crude.
Long variable lags, famously. And so by the time the effects of a tightening in monetary policy take effect,
No, well, I would have just short NQ. I got stopped out of it.
long gone, and
Yeah, I think they might take me out of my position.
So the tendency is to look through any kind of a supply shock, but a critical, essential aspect of that is you have to carefully monitor inflation expectations, because you can have a series of these supply shocks, and that can lead the public generally, businesses, price setters, households,
Pretty short ES right here.
inflation over time. Why wouldn't they? At the end of a certain number of years, when inflation is just higher, that can happen. So you
There's no way.
monitor that very, very
No
carefully.
way we're just
Also, in the current
pumping on a Powell comment that things are stable.
Context. And the broader context is,
All right, I'm going to try to short on ES.
we've been coming down close to 2% post-pandemic, but we've never actually, gotten right and stayed at 2%.
Right here, 427.
And we're very mindful of that fact. Inflation expectations do appear to be well anchored beyond the short term, but nonetheless, it's something as we will.
I don't see any other headlines, so
Try to reshort again, Q again.
Not really facing it yet because we don't know what the economic effects will be, but we'll certainly be mindful of that broader context when we make that decision.
You've been a powerful and vigorous defender of the independence of the Fed with respect to monetary policy. You've also been collaborative with administrations with respect to financial regulation. So under President Biden, you worked you collaborated in a program of increasing regulation. Under President Trump, you worked together to reduce regulation. So on the one hand, we've got an independent...
Oh, if I get a news channel that goes the opposite way, I think I just get liquidated.
With respect to financial regulation. I don't think there's a tension there, but can you explain to us the two different approaches and how you understand them?
Yes, so start with monetary.
Come on, just keep going.
Pretty broad consensus in both political parties on both sides of Capitol Hill. And our oversight, by the way, is Congress, not the administration.
Oh, I think you've
Pretty
been
broad
this thing.
agreement that on monetary policy, the Fed needs to be fully politically independent, not reactive to political things at all. We just need to do our job and stick to our knitting. Regulation is a little bit different, especially since Dodd-Frank, where the Dodd-Frank Act created something called the Vice Chair for Supervision, who has a specific statutory assignment, which is to oversee all of supervision and also set the agenda for...
We already did one giveaway today. I
if she wants
think I made an executive decision. I'm going to give away another account at some point today, too. So
Basel III Accords as implemented in the United States. She has
right now I'm trying to make some money.
Governors, which is the 7 governors, and vote for it. But she has full control over supervision. So, as chair, the whole idea is to be non-political and not, never working for or against any political party or individual, or never even considering things like that. So,
All right, I need to take at least 1 or 2 crudes off. Just cut them for a loss. It's just way too much ridiculous margin.
To carry out the role that Congress has assigned to that person by statute, and that's what that is. So you'll see, and the two parties really
Just
have a
add to the NQ short.
now. So I like to think that the chair should always be someone who is working without regard to political, and should be therefore a person who can be reappointed by either side. That's always been the case. It's been, Ben Bernanke was reappointed, I was reappointed, and I think it's a good test of the Fed's nonpartisanship that your appeal is really bipartisan. I think that's a critical thing. So if I were to try to impose my personal views on regulation, that really wouldn't work. So I think there's I don't want to say deference, but any chair needs to let the vice chair for supervision take the lead.
So dumb. I can put up 10 NQs for the cost of 1 crude.
So
Yeah.
talk about Dodd-Frank and the reforms to the financial system. 2008 was a terrible crisis, and there were many efforts.
All right, we're already going pretty balls deep. Let's just fucking do it.
Dang, Costco is ripping. Broadcom is still heavy at the lows. Apple new low.
Lots of threats, both inside the formal banking system that you regulate and in the non-bank financial system, which is lightly or not at all regulated. So I wanted to have your thoughts on whether we're in a position...
Come on, Apple's drilling. Let's get down.
After all the...
Took that IB low on yes.
Following the 2008 financial crisis, or whether the new threats actually have brought us to another period of concern. And just to illustrate with a couple examples, inside the banking system, there's commercial real estate that has fallen in value. That affects both the banking system and non-banking financial institutions.
I don't like what we're doing here, though.
Private credit market and a very active debate about its health. We have concerns about cybersecurity in the age of AI. Do you worry that another financial crisis looms out there? Of course, there's always a possibility, but is it something that's an issue of high alert, or do you feel that we're putting all the pieces in the right
I feel like there's different headlines going on somewhere
global
else.
financial crisis.
This thing is really
we actually
jumpy.
started a new division
Just
called
for listening to
Financial
Powell.
Stability, and their job is to be, sort of the watchers of all financial stability issues all the time. So we're not. The old system was a crisis arrives, we get the team together, and we battle the crisis. This is much more of an ongoing monitoring thing with a framework that can be checked. So I would say after the global financial crisis, which happened when you all were extremely young, between Dodd-Frank and the Basel agreements, we pretty dramatically raised the amount of capital and liquidity that the largest firms and other banks have. And I think that's been a good thing. I think they're also much sort of more transparent and more aware of their risks and that kind of thing. So I think we've significantly hardened the system against the kinds of things that happened in the global financial crisis, where you had
All right, 5 minutes to the hourly close.
mortgages. So that kind of a situation, we've got well-capitalized large banks. But that's just one part of the financial system. The capital markets, the U.S. has by far the largest capital markets sector relative to the banking sector. Other countries still have a much bigger banking sector relative to their capital markets. And, that's going to be less well regulated, and that's a good thing. You want it to be.
What's up, Rachno?
Where biotech companies can do IPOs.
Yeah, Microsoft's pushing, David. I see that. Nvidia's not doing much. Apple made a new low, but maybe it gets a bounce. Oversold. AMD's just bear flagging. Google's not doing anything similar to Nvidia. Tesla rejecting EMAs and VWAP. Amazon is the other strong one with Microsoft today.
The financial sector is just always evolving.
Broadcom, little bounce off the lows back to the 9.
This is what you need. You just need to always know that there's another.
Yeah, this looks like it's gonna pop.
I think
We're really trying to hold 310 now.
all kinds of financial crises, but we.
I don't know, you still have upper wicks on the 15 here.
On a large financial utility, let's say, or financial.
But if you hold yesterday's close and push back up, I don't know, I need to do like a reclaim. Otherwise, I'm gonna reshort.
I feel like
Yes,
310 is trying to reclaim.
Financial system.
Yeah, this thing's gonna pop up.
Short 26 from 317s.
One of our former people used to say that we're in the levee building business, prevention business, right? So they're going to be hurricanes, and they're going to come, and you just have to assume.
I don't want ES to go any higher.
Yeah, no, this is not good.
Highly resilient financial system, and we do have that, but again, nobody who's in that business will ever give you a green light. They'll always say, these are the risks, and we've got to monitor. You mentioned private credit. So private credit is something that as you guys are probably following. It's a relatively small part of a very large asset pool.
Thank you. Probably wants to touch that 21.
We're talking to the people in the industry.
Oh, ES gonna take me out right here.
I think we understand it. We're monitoring it. We're looking for things that might lead to greater contagion or greater losses or connections to the banking system.
I'm risking like 40. And I'll just reshort if we hit 44 probably.
Here because that's a jinx. But nonetheless, it's something that we're following very carefully.
Alright, now I'm gonna cut the crude.
in your time at Chair? And on the other hand, what is something that you're very proud of?
We'll just hold the NQ short. We got room to hold it now.
I think it's really important that in my job, I'm focused on the windshield and not the rear view mirror. And so, I'm tempted to say regrets. I've had a few, but then again, not so many, or whatever the line is from that Frank Sinatra song. So,
What's my stop on NQ? I'm not working with the hard stop. I got 30K and 0 DTs on calls that are still not even break even.
I want to add here instead of stop out, which is a bad spot to be. Here's 6,400 on SPX for right here. This looks like I mean, previous session low hold on NQ. We didn't take out the IB yet, though, on the yes. Right at the midpoint.
I think I'm just gonna add if we pop to like 390s and just try to double my positioning. Maybe just try to get out closer to my average.
Yeah, I really want to add right here, but I don't want to put on more risk. Anything it could pop through and then come back under.
So if you were willing to share
Yeah,
publicly,
and now the margin for it freed up 50K. That's freaking
Full crazy.
long.
Yeah, this 5-minute looks pretty good on SPY actually, but you're coming into pre-market levels.
And they have their own children is never volunteer advice.
Yes, it's gonna take me out.
20 more up here.
I would only give advice to
Yeah,
families.
yep.
I would do it privately. But I'll just say
Yes, just took me out.
it is very, very important.
Right where I probably
We
should
got
be.
an average up to 350 on the short. If it just keeps, if this candle keeps going green, I'll cut it.
I'm just gonna add right back into yes right here.
Have very powerful tools. They're supposed to be for permanent price stability and financial stability. There's always a time when an administration looks and says, it would be good to use that tool for something else. What if we were just to like
Doesn't look like it wants to go to the IB though.
happens all the time, and we just have to be in a situation where we're not trying to be, again, we're not trying to work against any politician or any administration, but we have to be careful to stick to what we're doing. The other thing is, I'll just note that the Fed's not a perfect institution. Don't look for perfection. What we do is very challenging.
Where's SPX?
But it's a great American institution, and I'm very proud.
Oh yeah, SPX could run another 5-10 points here.
Right across the board, incredible group of people, and I'll just close by saying it's very hard to build great democratic institutions and much easier to break them down.
NQ actually looks good.
so you were uncomfortable giving
Apple looks like trash though.
to your successor. I know that the students in this room would love to hear your advice.
I hope this just knifes back down.
Ask me what you would advise them.
I'm thinking about on my other account going back into NQ short here too.
An economy where new job formation is lower.
Is this
reasons.
well your midpoint's at 416.
A couple of years ago for students coming out of college are no longer so. And AI
There's a 300 lot about to fill on NQ here.
logical transformation that is both promising and existentially threatening. So if you're advising the 600 students that sit here today, what would you suggest they think about as they embark on both academic and then ultimately professional careers?
Let me start by saying that I'm well aware, and my colleagues too are well aware of the current situation for students coming out.
Oh, I'd really hate to blow this small account I was working on the first day I'm fucking back.
That's usually what happens, right? You come back and you get a little aggressive.
Significant changes in immigration policy.
I mean, I guess it's not that small of an account, but
Rate is really low, but that doesn't help you if you're coming into that kind of market. So it's a time when the business. I mean, there's a business cycle, right? And you're coming out in the business cycle at a time when getting hired is a little bit challenging.
do we have to cut this?
Yes, it's pushing. Is that 300 lot just fill? Yeah. Oh, 240.
And AI. So yes, it is a challenge, but I'll say a couple things.
All right, I'm going to short NQ and risk about 25 points
The
here.
U.S. economy compared to other major open economies and big market-based economies around the world is just incredibly dynamic and productive. Since World War II, U.S. Compared to other, again, large mature economies, our productivity has grown at like twice the speed, for example, in Europe. And higher productivity is the way, compensation and earnings can grow over time. So it's an incredibly flexible, dynamic.
Yes, looks like it's going to fly.
Technology, it always comes from the United States. So just be optimistic about the medium and longer term. I'm very optimistic about the medium and longer term. And the other thing is, my observation is
I don't want to cut it. It's
these
just gonna hurt too bad.
make people much more productive. I feel like it's making me more productive because I can learn things really quickly. And, you know, and I talk to my son and others who are out there in the world, and I think if you use it well, it's making it.
Calls are only up 20%. Need them to be up like probably like 1,500% for me to frickin' make my money back, which is not happening.
But there's no denying it's a challenging time to enter the labor market. But it may take some patience and all that. In the longer term, this economy is going to do better. So just be a little optimistic.
When you talk about the longer term, are you talking about 10 years, 20 years?
Yeah, no, I need to take some off. I won't go flat, but
All right, there goes my
yeah, no, maybe I go flat. Let's just go flat the rest of them.
You know, it's so hard to say. I mean, a lot of people, you talk to business people.
I'm still in queue.
All right, what are my overall totals on the day? Golly.
You know, middle market, middle management, back office jobs, and things like that. I don't think it shouldn't have those kinds of effects on people who can use AI well and that kind of. I don't know, but so certainly the next few years look like whatever the effects are, they'll start to feel them because.
All right, midpoint short against on NQ. Yes, took me out, even though it's probably going to reject right there at the pivot point.
They're all looking at what they can do, and the truth is they can take out.
Yeah, no, I need to shut it down for the day.
Very smart.
I'm down fucking 70 on NQ.
Because their competitors are doing it, and they can't afford to have higher costs than their competitors. What's that going to mean for you? It may not mean that much. It depends on what you're going to wind up doing.
Of course they bring it back down, motherfucker. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
There we go. There we go. NQ gonna offset that. Yes, loss.
The marginal benefit of a new employee in this world is actually very high. Now that's not what you hear all the time. So I don't know. I mean, when if you look back through history.
I should have just let it go to fucking liquidation, honestly. Oh my god, I'm so dumb.
You know, since the loom ended, right, and people who were leaving out of business. But so
nice rejection at the midpoint of the
productivity and raising living
back down to the 370s here.
Fuck, they only let me lose 20 more grand on the account on the day.
So that will be the first. But you're right, there can be a period during which it's challenging, and this may be one of those, but nonetheless, I would just say...
Come on, crush it. Come on, seller, step in. There we go. Boom. All right. Trim there at 372.
Economy compared to any other economy.
I might just do the bug. Guys.
Dadgummit, I got too far ahead on this stupid ES trade, but at least this in queue.
Microphones in the balcony. Why don't we start with?
That's what I get for trying to trade ES.
You have a question? I think I have a question. Okay, great, fantastic.
We got room up to 400.
So, Chair Powell,
There's my auto liquidation, I
when
think.
you're making decisions at the Fed, I'm curious, how much are you relying on very specific?
Oh no, I have 1,000 points of wiggle room.
The Fed has its own big fancy model Furbus. How much are you relying on information you get from talking to
Yeah,
people out
1,000
in the real
up
world,
to
businesses,
420.
your own intuition and experience? What do you bring together?
Let's just
as a
break
way
this
of
20
thinking about
fucking
these
short
decisions
again. Just
with a role of economics?
Come on,
but
crush
also
straight through here.
leads into it.
So it's really...
All right, 352. I just took second trim.
I have basically given up on today.
With the perimeter,
I'm looking for a
banks.
big crush
They're
here.
in all 50 states, right? 12 reserve banks.
God.
And they bring
Yes.
summaries
Just
of these
sucked me in.
conversations they have with the public sector, the private
Bro,
sector.
I've been fucking green on the trade if I just held it.
And we
I
see
know.
that in
Dude, this is what I hate about when the
So
VIX is at
fucking dumb.
several miles.
when VIX is at 30.
It's many different miles, and we look at different alternative simulations. You look at all of that, And then we look
I was
at
just
where our
that
policy
midpoint
stance is, and
right here,
we look out the window and
415.
we say,
I started
is there a
shorting
way
all the
that
way into
the
that
policy stance is affecting the economy in
on
a way
NQ.
that moves us closer to our goal variables or keeps us at our goal variables. You do all of that. We also talk to each other. You know, I talk to the
ES
other
went so
18
far through it,
participants on the
it
FOMC
stopped me out.
a couple of times each cycle, and people have different thoughts and ways of thinking about things. Talk to the senior staff. You know, they've been doing.
Funny thing is, my stop was at like 54, so I got stopped by a
So
point and a
all
half.
of those things go into it. I wouldn't say, you know, I mean, so a good analogy is.
All right. Well, so where's my
Just saying
break even on
futures.
the day?
We have
I would
really good
need.
models of companies, and
Hello.
No, I would need
best
23,200.
model in the industry. But if you think the model is going to make the decision,
Based on this rejection,
Doable,
that's
right?
so the models
very
are just
doable.
illustrative. We cannot model the U.S. economy with the kind of precision
On this 20 lot,
we'll never
just
be able
gotta
to.
pray
That
at
would-
this point.
I mean, that would take ES to gap fill and IB low.
Thank you.
Okay, so David, why don't you pick the first hand, and then Jason, you'll get the second hand. And then we'll go to the balcony, so looking for someone upstairs.
Hi,
150 points
I'm a
lower.
first-year studying economics and government. I'm really interested in kind of the decision making in the Fed. How do you work with situations where like
Can we get 120 points before we see 420?
sometimes there's like expectations of like the interest rate policy,
Man.
like how do you end up making
So all you need is a 20 lot and a prayer.
So remember, I'm one of 12 voters.
Like you, that's quote of the day right there.
There's an FOMC cycle is about 7 weeks.
Maybe that's fine. Maybe quote of the day.
So, and I would say
On
7 weeks before
my opinion, quote of the day gets
by
the
then,
gets
I
another
have to have a
gets
pretty
a
good sense
account
of
giveaway
what
today.
I think we need to do. And staff will already have
Right now, it's Matthew winning quote of the day for sure.
So I almost need to make a decision.
I would have been green on the day if I just fucking held it, but I covered at fucking 410 and 420.
A lot of it is finding out
Yeah,
where the
420s.
segment of the committee is. I've been working with these people for many years, so
Yeah, that was a
I kind of know how the problem.
that was a weird spot to cover, honestly. But it was just getting into that pain threshold.
And I
Which is what I
could have gotten out of my crude.
I think
That's what
A little green.
skill is in
So
That's
ridiculous.
what a 30 that's what a 30 VIX does to you right there.
Oh man, I got baited.
I got baited on the yes too, so.
And not just, communicating at them. For most of the people, most of the time, that's going to be enough. And by the way, that's true on Capitol Hill. That's true.
Fuck, I have to get the doctors at 10.
I always felt like Ben or Nikki or Janet were listening to me, and if they could engage with the points I was making, then I felt like I could support what they wanted me to support. So it's a lot of that. It's a lot of committee management. That's what it is to have active dialogues going with all of the FOMC participants, and by the way, also with all the senior staff who've been doing this for a very long time. And they bring, in many cases, they bring history going back many.
I don't want to look at the chart anymore today.
That was a gross liquidity
Somebody
sweep.
who's been doing that for 30 years will tell you don't use that word, even though that word might make sense in that context.
How many do I have left? I need to trim some more.
Good morning, Mr. Powell. I wanted to ask you a bit more about private credit markets.
You sound like you're from
rising
London.
defaults among non-bank lenders like Blue Owl Capital. So I wanted to ask, to what extent could stress in these private credit markets spill over into the traditional?
So that's the question.
Give
we
me
ask
this
ourselves
312,
a bit, and,
310, I'll trim 312.
Very carefully. Of course, you read what you can read in public. We're also getting backstory from the people who run these organizations and from all the banks.
Don't hold the EMAs, yes. Push back through it. Microsoft finally got a sell candle. NVIDIA breaking structure. Apple sitting at lows. Broadcom rejecting EMAs and VWAP. Google coming down hard. That'll help.
Right now, what we see is a correction going on, and certainly there'll be people.
Powell called it a correction.
But it doesn't seem to have the makings of a broader systemic event. But again,
Okay.
you never give a clean see those characteristics right now.
Go to the balcony and remember to share your name. When you begin your session. Great.
Hi, my name is Cody. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Powell. My question is about whether international relations has impact on your decision making. I know you mentioned that the Fed's job to do.
Come on, crush it.
What's best objectively for America.
I hope they crush it.
If you're competing with, let's say, China or other powers.
I mean, if you're shooting for 200, you might as well shoot for 170 at that point, right?
I'd shoot for like 050s.
Well, okay.
No, it doesn't.
There's your IB extension is 47.
And I'll flip my 70K red, 70K green.
And what is best for them? Maximum employment, price stability.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take my trim right here.
Meet with, in Basel, the central banks all meet without the financial ministers, and we can talk privately about what's going on.
All right, this turned into a good day other than that
We all know each other.
stupid hit on the ass.
Frankly, many of us have regular communications going on just privately, or by telephone, email, and text, and things like that. But we're never looking to get on the turf. The national security people or
Bang, Jay Newt, did you get this short? Anybody? Where's Tommy at?
looking at things that
I almost guarantee Tommy's short from the midpoint. Or at least one of his automations is.
Hey, let's deviate from just chasing these two goals and let's do something for a third purpose.
This is over a 100-point trade. Let's go. Come on. 270s.
So we try to stick to that.
And then I go down to runners.
Good morning. My name is Jenny, and thank you so much for coming. We're all very honored that you took the time to come. So last lecture, we learned about soft landings and about how it's definitely much more ideal in hard landings, but in the U.S. history, we've had far more hard landings than soft landings. And
Oh,
you were just
for real. I took one on the chin with ES right there. It wasn't too bad, though. I kind of have to sit off.
I
got
just
it
went
in.
full G-Gen mode. Sorry, boys.
Did you?
And the central bank.
Let's go.
I think especially
How degen did you? Do I want to know?
I mean, I just passed the Lucid 150
Sell 27
flex after I hit the max daily loss limit on Friday, so I had like 1,500 to work with, and I just cleared.
Oh, that's my favorite. When you're like, okay, I've only got 1,000 to work with, you just hammer one spot and it works out.
Well, the thing is, I longed it, so I longed up into. See, I sold at 423, and then I shorted basically till now. So I was just riding up, click and sell, or buy, sell, buy.
Degen is in the air today.
I love it. And Lucid's dope because they just flip it right on the spot.
People who are putting their money to work in the financial markets. Not to
There we go, Rico. Passed one eval today. Made money on QQQ puts to buy more evals, trading Lucid this time. I personally, I'd go the other way. I would say do the make money on the props to fund your real account, not on your real account to fund props. But hey, I know you can. I know Rico can make it work. Code Wolf over at Lucid. Tradify's got a huge update. I believe it comes out tomorrow, by the way, guys. I'll keep you posted on all that. But there's they've got a whole bunch. I got a whole email with all the stuff that's coming out. I'll make sure to hit on all that. We get slow today, and maybe I'll mention some of those things. But they're bringing back. They're calling it 3.0. There's a bunch of new things coming up. I mean, payouts, instant activation of accounts, some stuff like that. I saw the dashboard is going to have the trade journal right back. They took it away because they're integrating it into the dashboard. So all that stuff's coming back. And I think they're going
on the bid. Seriously, I'm only halfway out of my red.
That's everyone that's going to stop out.
I called on him.
Yeah, okay. I know this must be Red Sox country. So we're going to go to the
Is that a Red Sox jersey, by the way? Yeah, put on my best Big Poppy jersey to come talk to you, pal.
Hi, my name is Eamon Candido.
Don't bounce it here.
Earlier you said that you don't know how much you believe in something until someone tries to take it apart. So my question was, what's the thing that you're least confident in?
Interesting question.
You know, Rizzo, the other thing you could do is lock in some profit here.
No, I've given up.
Oh, okay.
I've accepted defeat for the day, so.
Renee,
bless me, we'll take it.
I believe it's an update across the board. I don't know if it's going to be like, because I know like some of these other prop firms have done like, you know, new dashboards. You have to buy accounts for the new dashboard and stuff like that. I don't know that for sure. I feel like this is an across the board update, so I don't know. I don't think it's I don't think it's like their rules or anything or trading. I think it's like a functionality update instead of like I don't think they have like accounts with different rules or anything.
Do we dare add 20 here?
The temptation is always to place too much sort of stock in models or in one particular outlook. The other thing is, another thing which is a big takeaway.
No, let's just let these 20 just go.
Famously, the financial, there's a normal distribution.
Probably not the spot to add if I look at ES.
It's not a normal distribution. The tails are fat. However fat you think they are, they're fatter than that. The possibility
Value area low on ES right there holding from Friday.
So much broader. For example, the
Fine,
pandemic.
let's add 10.
We'd spent 15
Okay.
years with the inflation
Happy medium.
below target, and that was at a time of QE.
The new updates do look good, by the way. I agree with what Profess is saying. I have a full. You probably got, if you guys have used Tradify, you probably got the email too. I don't know if it went to everyone or not, but
that was really the problem. And then along comes the pandemic.
there was a whole. And the reason why I haven't gone over it all is because there's like a. I had to like scroll the email 3 times. I was just glancing at it last night. So, but Code Wolf over there as well. If you're looking for the economic route, go over to Apex. Use code WolfX.
I've only got room to 390 now, I think.
Somebody filled some big lots here at 320. By far the highest volume spot of the day.
Yeah, I don't know when overnight. Yeah, it was overnight.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, that's got to be your point of control, right? You just go to overnight.
Yeah, it's just one single order, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, your point of control is basically 320 to 340 right now. Trading under that, trading red, under the EMAs, under VWAP. ES breaking down, hasn't broke IB low yet, hasn't filled the gap yet. That would be my inclination. Downtrending market.
Sorry, the first question was
the expansion of the money supply.
Yeah, no, so I think monetary quantities are a very challenging way to try to think about inflation and the economy.
What's crude? Is crude pushing?
The profession.
Yeah, crude looks good to push, which is going to help be more confidence for a further fall on the market. Netanyahu rejected a French ceasefire initiative per sources.
I'm not saying it might not have played a role.
Trump said the U.S. negotiating partner in Iran is Iran's parliament speaker, Ghalibaf.
At the possibility of another Great Depression. We didn't know whether there would ever be a vaccine. We didn't know what this was going to be. How many millions of people was the disease going to kill? So literally, for the first time, probably ever, we're looking at a alternative simulation center.
I haven't heard a word Powell said in like 20 minutes.
And then when the global economy reopened after shutting down, you had this burst of demand, red hot demand, and constrained So automobiles is a great example. Everybody wanted a car because they couldn't take public transportation. We'd all move.
Are we really pushing?
I need a car.
Well, you could oil pushing and market pushing. Somebody's wrong.
So really the demand drove prices up a lot. Then, of course, we took the view.
Yeah, I can't watch this. I need to close my fucking chart.
A little bit of demand could bring that price right.
We're holding right on yesterday's close here.
You'll get supply side healing. You got those two things. It was always both supply and demand.
See, I really don't want us to go back over like 380. Really, I don't want to see us back over 350, 360, but 380s is about my pain point for this, for the runners on this.
They've been less than expected because others didn't retaliate, and also nonetheless, that was the piece. We were at about 3% inflation, somewhere between 0.5 and 0.8 of that.
Yeah, Jaden, I agree.
We've been pretty close to 2% all this time. Now we have another supply shock coming. You know, it's one of those times where you get a series of supply shocks. First the pandemic.
Tell me not to add back right here. Somebody told me not to add right here. Thank you, market, for telling me not to add right there.
So one last question.
If you're gonna do it, it's right here on NQ, right? Maybe a little bit higher.
And I was wondering, at what point does the size of the US's debt break the point of natural systems repayment? And if that's something you're worried about now, or something you think our generation should look out for?
See, if we reject and start turning around, I'll add some and just put the stops right on top of this candle, most likely.
There are, of course, Japan being a great example. There are countries that have much higher levels of sovereign debt.
Being early to trades is just what kills you in this 30 VIX that we've got going on right now.
Much faster. The federal government debt is growing substantially faster now, and that ratio is going up. You know, in the long run, that's kind of the definition of unsustainable. The level of the debt is not unsustainable. The path is not sustainable, and so it's really important that we get back to, we don't have to pay the debt down. We just need to have, you know, primary balance and begin to have the economy going better, growing more quickly. Then it will not end well if we don't do something fairly soon. This is not the Fed's job, of course, and I pretty much limit myself to those high-level points, which essentially everyone ignores.
So we're going to thank Chair Powell, but let me just...
How wide are your stops right now? I'm like dynamically adjusting stops.
Then anyone who wants to is welcome to join us on the
I mean,
stage.
it's so hard to like use a set number or anything. Like I try to get in at a good spot on the chart slowly,
selfies, because if there's one selfie, there's 600 selfies. So you'll need
and then
to
trim as soon as it goes my way, and then look at the chart and try to find a spot to put my stop.
Esteemed guest.
I can't just do like a 30-point risk or a $100 risk or whatever. Done?
Come up on stage.
All right, that's done. All right, turn that off. All right, can I add now? I think so.
All right, I shorted right there at 350.
Yeah. I'm going to add and lower my stop to 72, so it's going to be like the same risk.
1226.
There we go.
And I'm not adding an actual. I'm not adding like a full size, or I'm just adding some of the trims right back in.
I'm looking for low a day crack.
Yeah, that's what I want to.
There might be like a voice suppression mode on that fancy mic you got there.
Do you hear my kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea how to like tinker with this thing.
Type it into like ChatGPT settings, like whatever the thing is.
You know, the real problem is to play around with all the levels and like add all the different things on this Rodecaster. You need a you have to plug headphones into it. I don't own a pair of plug-in headphones. That was like the one thing. Who has plug-in headphones?
Hipsters. They're trying to bring it back.
Other than Jordan.
All right, I'm gonna slide my stops down at 330, like right here. Once this 1 minute candle closes. Oh yeah.
There we go. Come on.
This is on the funded account that I just flipped.
There you go.
I love it. I love it.
Come on, let's break this low.
That's what I'm saying. All right, my stop. I think it's going to hit. If I do that, I'm going to change it. Talk to myself a little bit.
Come on. Just start talking bad to this market did last night, and all of a sudden we got that pump candle. Oh.
You're a bad candle, NQ. You're a bad candle. Drop. Drop and give me 20 points. Drop and give me 50 points. It's not working, dude. About to get stopped, and I did.
Somebody's got to fall on the knife, right?
Touche. Now, do I just re-enter?
I think you wait for it to turn back around.
Yeah, we're gonna not do anything at the moment. Got a little gain. 15 points. All
Yep,
good.
there goes my stop on the rest of my position. Nice looking day. So we're good with that. We'll watch. As soon as you stop out, just probably turn back around.
I mean, we came right back up to the 21, so.
You're hitting 6,400 on SPX again. I'd rather see this get back down. Like, I don't want to just short here just because it's a resistance point.
I mean, it's where we kind of stalled out a little bit. 1, 2, 3 candles before at 8 a.m. Pacific. Big red candle.
I mean, yes, IB midpoint. I haven't taken either side yet.
330 orders, 331 now at 400. This kind of just showed up in the past 4 minutes.
All right, that was probably a good stop out there. This 15-minute looks like a higher low on ES. Not as clear on NQ. At least we've had nice ranges back and forth. I have to say, since we took out previous sessions low, the statistics say that you close down here. But we've also been going down for a week straight, so 2 weeks straight almost.
Right here at the London Open. 328 orders. What are they going to do?
Like 251.
There's 230.
Well, there's some.
I'm going to be patient because this is messy. Come down and do this, and then now you're technically have higher lows. This consolidation on ES, back test and push. What does this look like on the? So, just big perspective. You tested Friday's low, previous day and previous week low, pushed off of it, and then higher low. NVIDIA, this is just consolidation below Friday's value for now. Microsoft has been this. Hey! Hey! Kids are about to drive me crazy. 2 weeks for 2 weeks for Semana Santa is crazy. Let's get these kids back in school. Pay too much for them to have vacations. Apple is super weak. Google looking okay here. I mean, Amazon, like I mentioned earlier, Amazon and Microsoft are two strongest today by far. Meta was so overcooked. That one doesn't surprise me to bounce. I don't know. None of these, I mean, they all look decent for a little bit higher, but none of them are like convincing me to like try to flip long. If anything, I probably want to get short here again. Google AI-powered battery predictions rolling out now on hundreds of EV models in the U.S. across more than 15 brands and more coming soon. You're doing a battery, I guess. Max, por favor. Also, if you look here at the 6400 psych level here on SPX, you still haven't got a 15-minute candle to close above it today. Oh, I know, right? I'm gonna have to build like a third story on top of this house.
Bro, you gotta buy one of those autonomous AI, like outside. What are they called? Hold on. I'll tell you right now. I'm going to their website. What's it called? Pod? A work pod. They're way too expensive, but they're a baller. It's like buying a car. It's like buying a cheap car. The WorkPod Pro. What you need. We can actually Emp. I can fix that for you. Your mic is amazing, dude. We can
Yeah, no, I gotta figure out the settings.
Okay, I was thinking we could do the settings in OBS settings, but there are settings we can do within the Rodecaster Pro. I haven't done it yet, but I can definitely figure it out. So I'll help you. So we can make it to where nobody hears anything else but you. No, we can. As long as I can put filters on.
I mean, I could probably just ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, if you tell ChatGPT, I have this mic with the Rodecaster Pro.
You're taking my advice?
How do I
Well,
isolate
I know that's
my
what I was
voice
going to do
only?
all along. I
Here.
don't have time to do it.
I'll look it up right now. Sure, SM7B while using a Rodecaster Pro 2.
All right, let's see if this candle closes on SPX here. 5 minutes still hasn't. 15 minutes still hasn't. A couple minutes left. It's a decent looking shot for a long though. It's oil. Is oil coming off? Yeah, and oil's coming off a little bit.
You have to change the gain. It's not just the gain. If he just changes the gain, then certain sounds will be too low. Like his voice will be too low, but you won't hear the kids. You need,
yeah, I mean, we'll figure
you
it
need
out.
other
Like
things. Oh, I'm figuring it out right now. Don't you worry. You trade.
I have
You worry about
$5,000
that.
worth of equipment here that I don't know how to use yet, guys. I just got it in the last week, too, so calm down. I got it right before I left to go to Puerto Rico for a week.
Me and you just have to sit down for like an hour or two and on a call and
look. The ones
this
here
shit.
with kids know what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, Brent.
Yeah, so you have a noise gate on Rodecaster Pro. We just need to enable it and tune it. Easy. Easy. I got you.
Yeah, I gotta get a pair of headphones too.
Oh my gosh, you don't have headphones, bro. This guy's not a real streamer,
One
bro.
day wake
You're not
up,
a real streamer
big
until you have
steps.
over-ear headphones, bro. It's just the way it is. I didn't make the rules. I didn't make the rules.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not lame, so.
Nah, bro, you're just not comfy. There's no
All right,
way
all right.
that's comfy in your ears all
Hold on,
day,
hit him
bro.
with a fa.
No chance, bro.
Oh, it's amazing.
DP, be patient, be patient.
Well, let's
the
go.
trade will come to you.
Yes, be patient. Don't rush something stupid just because it's a small amount of money to make. We've been there.
Jordan, Evan came on here and gave away one account this morning.
I heard that.
I think I'm going to give away another one to.
Let's do it. Why not?
Best comment of the
probably
day.
Best comment of the day is what I'm thinking.
Best comment of the day.
Right now we have.
So what we should do is pin
Matthew's
whichever the
winning right
best one
now.
is.
It is pinned.
Oh, it is. Perfect. And so if we get
Well,
another
it's
one,
pinned-
we'll take this
it's
pin
pinned
off
cross.
and pin a new one.
Well, no, I just want to pin my favorite ones throughout the day, and then.
Can we pin multiple?
Well, look at the restream.
I see one pinned.
Yeah. But yeah, so far that's best comment of the day. It's all you need. A 20 lot and a prayer. Would be my. That was a Rizzo quote too. That'll
And he
be,
ain't talking micros.
It's gonna be at my discretion today. But my favorite comment of the day, I think I'm gonna I'll give an account away.
I'm with it. I like the idea. Oh, I'm sorry. Stream details for.
Gosh, I really want to reshort. That probably means it's not a short at all.
It looks shorty.
This looks like it could be a flip on SPX.
Nvidia's kind of.
I just know that
Qs are stalling.
the market that we're in. This is crazy. Look at this 15-minute Nvidia. This is crazy. Just big candles back and forth. Microsoft's still strong. Apple a little bit off the lows. Wow, Google ripped, I guess, in that battery headline. I'm assuming Rizzo got stopped out on the account protection stuff. I saw Ackman talking about this and why the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac being super undervalued, good 10x, all that. And then I saw a bunch of people taking shots at Ackman. I like old Bill. He's a little off the rails sometimes, but I like old Bill. Ooh, getting a nice move here. I mean, I look around and I see decently strong Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. Some of these other names get off the lows. Honestly, NVIDIA breaks back above right here. Maybe a little push back to 500 on NQ. Would be unlikely to break both sides of the IP, but with a 30 VIX, crazier things can happen. Not sure where Will is this morning. Probably at a meeting or something.
Yeah, he said he was
That's like
running late and something, yeah.
He's got a lot of other side quests and stuff going on too.
Yeah.
Y'all ever seen a redneck?
Bro, you're burnt, aren't you? Oh my god.
Boom. And look, I don't know if you can tell with the lighting, but I
Bro, what happened, dude?
still got my watch on this arm.
What'd you do?
Dude, that sun hits different at elevation.
Homie got roasted.
It wasn't even hot, dude. It was like 75 degrees. It felt great outside for 2 hours in. All of a sudden, I was bacon started popping on my back.
Oh, that's gonna peel. Oh, you're gonna peel like a lizard, dude.
Oh, I'm gonna shed a whole layer of skin.
That's crazy.
Oh man, I'm tempted to be short against this spot.
Dude, is your neck just on fire? Just hot, dude? Is it just like fucking hot?
There is heat.
Oh, there we go.
Dude, there's just heat radiating off that area. I know there is.
There is heat coming off my body right now.
That M so hot right now. That Hansel so hot right now.
The hottest, most red, like all the states that I won.
That Hansel is so hot right now. Are we actually going to get a little push? You can go up and touch that pivot point.
What's up, gang?
Solid.
Cooking.
Dude, QQQ printed another buy signal, and I was like, I don't know if I want to take it. And I was like, but the first buy signal it did, it played out good. It just did it again, and I'm so mad.
You didn't take it?
No, I'm sitting and put credit spreads.
Wow, 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 wow.
I think I'm done with the Lucid accounts. Those are up like 500 a piece. Credit spreads up like 500.
Nice, dude.
We're just chopping, but we're popping.
Sell 49.
Sell it.
There's been a lot of size filling today.
Meta 5-minute chart printed a buy signal off the midpoint. What? Ooh, sweet mama. Yeah, that was a good one. New high of day Meta. What a ripper.
That's the other thing I was just looking through. It's like NVIDIA's not doing a whole lot, but Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon are all strong right now.
I was surprised that we sold off as much as we did this morning and then just chopped. Yeah, nice move on Meta. What that buy signal came in at 1120, straight ripper.
VIX did break 30. Yeah, this might be your spot to short, though.
There's your equal high test, 365.19 again on Microsoft. That same Thursday low rejection. All right. Midpoint line on Qs here. Again, same spot we shorted ES earlier.
It's like I feel like they're trying to suck us in.
They pulled me in. I chased it. I made a little bag.
I mean, ADD's been positive. Vol DQ and Vol D have been positive all morning. VIX has not liked being above 30.
They're stacking orders every 10 or so, 5 points or so, like 20. It's probably the same guy. It's like the same liquidity line and book map. They just kind of stack them up.
Only thing would be like, I mean, AED is going to be positive when you close at the lows of day on Friday. You're just slightly above that. So it's almost like anybody that swung long took profits at the open. And we got to Friday's low.
I did though. They actually flushed the IV on the contracts, and they were not green as much as you thought, even though SPY was up like $6.
Yeah, and then VIX spiked right back.
Yeah, like even if you swung long on SPY options, you did not get paid.
A Iranian missile intercepted heading for Turkey.
Hell yeah.
That's an escalation. I don't know when that actually happened, but the NATO spokesperson talking about it.
Should we go get Jersey Mike's turkey
Girl
sub?
struck a desalination plant in Kuwait.
Jersey Mike's is so good.
If you want free Jersey Mike's, just send me a message.
It's so good, but it's so expensive.
Dude, I think it's the number 23, that chicken bacon ranch Philly cheesesteak.
I'm 13.
Oh, I get the Chipotle chicken cheesesteak. Oh, dude, that one's the best one. And the big
We're about to get a
kahuna.
wave of bad news here, aren't we?
Dude, they took Jersey Mike's out of my hometown. Dude. We were livid.
Right when it went to private equity, it went to crap. In my opinion.
Livid, bro.
It's expensive.
The town of Ojai, they want mom and pop shops. They don't want chains. And so they were like, get out of our city. I was like, guys, this is the only good fucking sandwich around here that's not overpriced. Come on.
Lockheed Martin selling
everywhere
off
else you
on
go
that
and get a
headline that I read
vegan
out.
sandwich that costs you $23. It's like, what are we doing?
We love to say Lockheed Martin. Projected that same spot there on NQ.
Right there on ES too.
6400
That's
SPX.
10 points short. Again, it's the same one me and Maple took earlier.
452. I think I want to be short here.
Sell 28. Sell 50.
Oh,
look at that. Midpoint line rejection again.
Look at oil. Look at oil. Oil high day.
Yeah. Israel struck a desalination plant in Kuwait in an attempt to falsely blame Tehran, is what Iran is saying right now.
If they find out, that's not like they find out exactly who did what. It's not like you can hide it these days. You find pieces of missile, they find out.
I freaking should have taken it. Sure, lower high trend line on ES right there too.
Well, let's go back to the lows.
26.
Get this. There you go.
I just took a short right there. I'm going to try to get this off the 21 right there at 77.
They're gonna hold it. This is what's got to hold right here.
Right when I enter short? No.
Yeah,
Well, you know
that's
you're
the
wrong.
back test of your 5 and 21.
I'm playing the 10-minute right now. That's what I'm looking
Look
at.
at oil. Holy shit. Oil's there. Oil doesn't come in quickly. This is going to drop.
Sell 39.
Good. Let it freaking drop low day.
That's what I'm hoping on.
Yeah.
Let's go back to IV low and then new lows. We are coming into the lunch hour.
Lunchtime. Oh, oil is popping.
What's new?
Nice.
It
Yeah, I
really
want to see a
is.
10-minute candle in golf the last 10 minute, and we got what, another minute, 30 seconds or so?
So, Will?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Yo.
Good, man.
What's up, Will?
Just got back to the
Cashing checks, breaking necks,
trying to.
chewing bubble gum and kicking ass. I'm all out of bubble gum.
Yeah.
Do you sell some SPX, Will?
Yeah. Yes,
Same. I did a put credit spread. I didn't do an iron condor today. Just a put credit spread.
I did a I put it in the Discord in there, but if you look, I skewed mine to the long delta. So I skewed it wider on the bottom and bigger. Try to do it that way. But I already closed it for what was that?
I'm up 80% right now.
Yeah, I took mine off at 62% profit is what it closed at.
Nice.
So
I sold
did,
I sold the 6280s.
Yeah, I did the 6290, 6265, and then I just did 15 wide on the top.
Nice. Yeah, I did 6280s and 6260s.
So I like if that's the other way you can do it is if you want to lean a little longer, then you can just skew it, take the wings on whatever side you want to be on a little bit narrower and wider on the other side. That can skew the delta a little bit.
There goes the
Oil
ES
just
short
flew.
again.
And what's the name of the city you're in?
Slam Diego.
Querétaro.
Spell it in English.
QUARTERNO.
Here, I'll text it to you.
Yeah. How far are you from Guadalajara?
3 hours, 3.5, somewhere like that.
Okay. Yeah, my sister's going there for the wedding next weekend.
Maybe a little bit farther, maybe 4, somewhere in there.
Right.
Look at Meta popping $11.
Microsoft double topped.
Just look at
Yeah.
oil.
Holy.
Oof.
Microsoft got slapped at Thursday's low.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, Thursday's low. It's 365.19. It's that spot. And there it is. There's big target downside from the same one.
Where's
Now watch for higher
30?
low and bounce right here.
Here.
They flush it, and we're
Look
just
at IWM bear flag.
God.
Bonds are getting
Bear flag's break.
a massive bid.
Let's go.
AMD just broke through 200 yellow day. Apple's about to make a new this. Oh, what a short.
All right, here's
5-minute
35
little.
minutes. I'm looking for LOD.
5-minute shooting star, Casey.
Dude, right at the trend line, right at the midpoint. I should have taken it again. I was just not trying to be greedy.
It's tough for me because I have to be patient and wait on it, but I also have to think short. Just overall think short, and then
what's changed?
Oil starts doing this.
Gosh, dang. Look at this candle. Oh, that's 20 points.
Bro, I'm up 50 points.
Oh, ES.
No, he's talking about ES.
Oh.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
64.50 is just, and then for Qs it's 565.13, and for SPY it's 638. Every time
we're going here on ES.
There's a big sell candle on ES.
That's fuck me.
I mean, What do you know?
MU's dropping. Mama.
Dang, Carvana finally getting wrecked today. Down $21.
I mean, the only thing that like pushed us up this morning was banks, really.
Yeah.
Well, XLK has been red all day.
I think
we had
the
a
other
couple
thing,
max sevens that were oversold bounces.
I think the other thing that helped is yields came way off. Obviously, bonds are bid across the board, and the long end of the curve has rallied the most, up 1.34%. So you got right to a resistance area, but 30-year yields now down 4.89, where they hit that 5% resistance zone. This is an area of support. I should say resistance on bonds, but the 10-year and the 30-year came way in. So I think
let's go for the throat right here.
Check out Bullish Bear's comment. That's a good one.
Which one? Carvana's book value is the same as Tulip's 0.1 penny.
Yeah.
Where do you value the car vending machines at? I remember driving by a couple of those in like DFW area.
They're worth nothing.
Like
Their whole model is just shipping, but it's all about
nothing. I love it.
The whole model was offer people way less than what their car's worth, but make it easy on them.
And they'll pick it up. They'll like pick it up for you. They'll just give you the cash.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they're not really, and they're taking the chance on the lemons out there. I mean, I had a buddy that sold his car to Carvana, and they paid him less than probably what they should have paid him from a book standpoint. But knowing him and knowing how he drove that vehicle, there's no way it was worth what they paid him. Like, so whoever's buying that's getting, yeah. Plus, I can't. I'm not buying a car if I can't drive it. Like, yeah, I get the return thing, but that's what they're counting on.
All right, let's slam it. We got 60 orders right below us.
Well, Carvana's whole business model, the way they report their earnings, it's all based on financing. It's actually, they don't make money on the cars. They just make money on the financing. Whoa. Little spike. Right. But the problem is their book, like if you look at so when they securitize that stuff up and they sell it, if you look at some of their portfolios from 2-3 years ago, their losses in those books are like double what they had stated. So they got a lot of bad subprime loans in there, which obviously that's why part of the reason that subprime loan delinquencies are at the highest since the index started, which was in 91. 700 basis points of losses or of delinquency.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Not good.
Carvana is the cheapest way to rent a car for 7 days.
Yeah, that's
I like that one. Look, I'm just going to do the sensible thing. I'm going to get a job at Enterprise Rent a Car because they give you the tools to be your own boss.
Yeah.
All right.
Look at oil just screaming.
Yeah.
Damn it. There we go. There we go. Right through it.
All right. I'm trimming.
Right through it. All right.
Rizzo wasn't wrong. He was just early.
Well, here's 60 points on that NQ short. Still in.
How high does crude go right now, though? I mean, you just broke all of your highs. I mean, except for back to that. You really don't have anything here. 105, 106, maybe 107.
$534.
These highs. This 104 was Monday the 9th. That was the high of that day, crude. I know. Yes, you still have. Just talking on mute, of course.
mean, that
yes, you still have the gap fill and the IP low to take. Crude, I was like, okay, the Monday the 9th, the high 104 is all you really have here, and then it's just back into breakout mode. Yeah, Scalp City, I read this out a little bit ago. Here's the headline for anybody that didn't hear me say it. Iran is claiming that Israel hit a desalination plant in Kuwait to try to blame, like a false flag type of thing, which is not good. Obviously, not good. Desalination is how almost all those GCC states have drinking water. And I'm hearing AMC on the squawker, which means the market's going lower. There ain't no way.
Watch this spot right here on Qs. You have a trend line, and then this is the same spot for ES again, down at 64.30. Could get a little pop.
Gonna pop. I don't know what's popping my internet right now, but get this figured out.
Oh, the internet a little laggy.
Yeah, know what's going on here. Probably every kid in my entire neighborhood's home from school today, and the parents are just putting videos on for them to watch. Michael Burry says he bought more GameStop. Oh boy. GameStop getting a little pop. Like yesterday's close bouncing right there on NQ. You did just drop 120 points, so I mean, there's tons of false claims from both sides, right?
I guess at this point, like with oil,
that's first.
I guess
Go
oil,
ahead.
like I was just looking at oil on this daily chart, and it's like we consolidated and pulled back, and now it's like we're breaking above this zone, above 102. Like it looks very bullish. Like it's just going to keep rolling. I don't think until there's a deal, until we have some type of deal, oil's just going to stay bid. It may not be bid like, $4 or $5 a day, but it's just going to be slowly getting, $1, $2, $3 a day until they figure it out. I think every day just adds more to it.
It's your pop on ES and Qs right there, back testing.
Yep, and I just got taken out in profits. So nice little trade there. Nice, $700. So yeah, that Lucid account that I just flipped made the like 10K profits. Just flipped it over to the funded. Now we're up about 1,800. So
hell yeah,
let's go.
Gotta love it. And I am going to lock myself on this manual lockout on Tradify.
Did I see Powell saying? Did you see Powell's comments about long bonds? What nice timing. Did anybody see that or no?
Let me check Brent. Is that Brent or Brett? Brett. I totally forget which account it is. No, it's a Lucid Pro 150.
So I don't know if this is so from Powell's comments this morning, he made a comment that overall research tends to find that the Fed buying longer term assets lowers rates and supports the overall economy. find that quite interesting that he would be making that comment.
Oh, wrong one. There we go. Can I copy and paste this? No, that's dumb. Ooh. Guess I've already signed in before. Let's go.
I think M's having some issues, so I'm just gonna take over and give him a second to reset. Desert Storm chart incoming.
Did you say Reese set?
Ah. I got a new one. I got some new ones, Reese.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
We got that. Casey likes that one.
You're a girl dad though, right, Casey? So that hits home, right?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah.
And it's been the market lately, you know. So it's even better.
That's true too. That's
we got this one.
Well, what color's your brigade?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, what color's your brigade?
What color's your Bugatti?
Dude, you need to put the
you don't
the line from Holes on there. I'm tired, it's Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad.
I do when it's all choppy.
When it's all choppy and Marcus not going over, waiting for a Trump headline. I'm tired, it's Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad.
That's up next. It's up next. It's up next.
Oh man, I want one just to play with.
Time Heals doesn't know the lore. He doesn't know the lore behind the wrecking ball sound. It's okay. It's okay. Doesn't know the lore. It's an OG Paper Gains soundboard sound. We're bringing it back. Just rewatch Holes over the weekend. It's a good movie. I haven't seen it in a minute. I gotta watch that. It's been a long time.
Is that Shia LaBeouf?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Shia LaBeouf?
Now my man's out in Italy getting drunk, yelling at all the locals.
I don't know what the heck's going on. He's friends with Johnny Bernthal, who he lived in freaking in Ojai, my hometown.
Ojai?
I delivered pizza to him all the time, and freaking we did lessons with his kids at the skate park because I was like doing skate lessons.
Wow, sick.
He's a G. He has a great house in Ojai too. It's freaking beautiful. Gosh.
Isn't Ojai just like the LA like retreat hippie ground for everyone?
Now it is. So it's
Yeah.
become. Yeah. 100%. It's kind of annoying, but yeah. It's funny though. Actually, like all the people of status that go there lay very low. They don't talk about it.
Oh yeah.
It's not them that ruined Ojai. It's not
I
the
did
celebrities. It's
ayahuasca
all the other
out in
people.
Ojai.
Yeah, it's all the Valley girls that came to Ojai. Like those are the people that ruin it, and then they tell
I'm
other
talking.
friends. Dude, So
I'd like to see NQ go down in the valley right now and just slam these lows. I'll tell you that. 219 orders down at 265.
That's a good image, Tim. Time Heals, Tim. I don't know, but Paper dressed up in a Zelensky, like Zelensky dancing to that picture. Oh my God.
They need to leave Harry Potter alone. It looks terrible.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, they're trying to freaking remake it again.
No. 3-day payouts on Lucid, I believe, Frosty. And that's what the pro account.
Yes, Ventura for surfing. Does Lucid have daily payouts? Good question. I don't think so.
No, I think it's on the 3-day payouts for Lucid Pro.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, that's one that I'm in.
Yeah, there's no accounts with daily payout. I will say though, like, just personally, I've had accounts that I can take daily payouts on. I've never taken a daily payout, like in terms of like back to back. Never.
Oh, it's
personally. No reason to. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's as glorious as people make it out to be. But like, if you're just making bags every single day, then I mean, I guess, yeah. But like, I feel like majority of the time,
I'm like,
I'm not even making enough that I want to take it out the next day.
Profit trader back in January, where it was just like 5K, 5K, 10K.
Yeah, I guess that's when it's nice, you know. Yeah,
when it's
true.
nice, it's.
I've just never sat back and been like, oh, I'm like take a payout, and the next day I take another one, and maybe that's because of more of my style. I'm a little bit slower.
Yeah, no, that's
but like
fair.
Yeah, but it can be nice, especially if you're doing moves like that. It's definitely nice to be able to take that.
The approach has to be low and slow, like a good barbecue. All right, well, I just put my stop at break even and it hit.
Hood knife. SpaceX considers cutting Robinhood and SoFi out of the IPO. Uh-oh. Previous day low hit. Kind of sweeping it. Is that a buy? Switch over my gold contract. Why mess around with prop firms then? It's just easy leverage. It's cheap leverage. Like I'll always use them while they're around. Even if you're trading, because I copy trade accounts together as well. I'm not personally trading a futures live account right now. Like I have live accounts through prop firms, but like not my own live account. But you can do both, and I just see no reason to not use the cheap leverage that's offered. I do want to get an AMP account set up though, and then just have that be my leader account and have all my fundeds trading with it as well. That's the thing. Like even with a live account, there's no world where I stop trading funded until funded becomes so horrible in some way that I'm just not about it anymore. But as of now, it's just easy leverage. The fact that you can the fact that you can fail like 20 prop accounts literally over and over at like $100 a pop, and then literally you pass one account, one payout from that account can cover the 20 accounts you just blew. Like that, being able to do that is huge, especially if you're learning. And then once you actually are cooking a bit, I mean, again, it's cheap leverage. I mean, Apex accounts are going to be, you know, I don't feel like a lot of people in the chat use Apex a lot. Maybe some do, but because it has those activation fees. But like even with those activation fees, I think 50K max allocation, 20 accounts is like $1,800 or so. And like from those 20 accounts, max payout, which given you might not always be taking max payout, but max payout from each account, I believe is 2K. And you do that on 20 accounts, that's a huge payout that you just got off $1,700, you know? So the leverage is there to use. I don't see why not. And that's why you continue to see people that are extremely successful in trading. Like plenty of people will use props though.
You see Tradify 3.0, all the new things on there?
It's not out yet, right?
I got an email yesterday saying that it would go live tomorrow, which would be today. So
I don't know if I got this email.
I think it's tomorrow.
That's it?
Yeah.
Let me see.
I don't know if I got this email, man.
Yeah, I got it yesterday, and it said that they'll go live tomorrow. I don't imagine it'd be today, but
why didn't I get it?
They are.
There's
no more subscriptions, so now it's one-time purchase, which is what a lot of prop firms are doing anyways now. You can get up to 10 eval accounts simultaneously, and then they added a new 25K account, so lower and cheaper. growth and select plan for 25K, and then real-time tracking of profits and drawdown within your journal now. Let's see.
We like that.
What else?
All good things, it seems like.
They're adding Rhythmic and TradeC as well. Essentially what it looks like is they're just adding some new things on there that honestly like Lucid already has, which a lot of people love those features. They're kind of just updating their platform to get even with the competition from another. But
it's good stuff.
Nice little 3.0 update.
Some
for
could
Tradify,
argue
though.
that the actual subscription model is better though, depending on how you trade. Like imagine this. Imagine, because if it's no subscription model, that means whatever account you have by the end of 30 days, they're going to take from you. So I would say for most people, that is the only downside, because I know there's a lot of people that are going to be at day 29, have $200 left to make, and then day 30 comes along and their account's gone and they can't take it because there's no subscription. They can't just pay for the subscription again. So that would be the only downside, I say. The one-time payment is actually not beneficial, I would say, for most, but still not bad at all. And to be honest, I feel like most people are, especially in our chat, are getting good enough to where they're not spending that long on an eval. Hopefully not.
Dude, I don't know if I've ever held an eval to...
I mean, my first eval took me, like, I paid 2 payments on that. My first time I ever passed one, for sure. And like, there's been times where it's taken me, you know, a little, like, couple weeks maybe. But I mean, nowadays, I'm gonna be honest, I over risk so much on those evals to pass them, because I just don't want to waste time. I'd rather lose the account on 1-2 trades to be able to pass it in that 1 or 2 trades than do proper risk management.
The short's playing out really nicely right now. Look, we're about to fall apart. I tried to get that that Hood and SoFi news in the chat real fast while I was rebooting.
Bouncing off that low. Oh my gosh, wrong key. I don't know. I wouldn't say. Maybe we try and hold this here, but
No, we have not. I think ES is going to take IB low and go for that gap.
Oh, ES doesn't take an IB low?
No.
Yeah, then I don't know if I see NQ holding this, maybe.
I highly doubt. I think new low of day.
It's like, yeah, you might try and hold this, but
are we just waiting for the tweet from the Parliament speaker in Iran for the next trade?
Yeah, we're waiting on Casey's kids to give us a signal right now. They're fighting over who's going to be right.
God, can you hear that? My bad.
No, you're. Dude, my kids were doing it all morning too.
Dude, they've been on one this morning. It's.
I bet that I'm sending them to the aunt's house here in a few minutes. So.
Initial balance IB low.
IB
is in boy.
Not IV. Yeah.
Is just the first hour low that the market made. So from 9:30 to 10:30, that time frame, what high, what low did the market make? IB high and IB low is going to be the high and low made in between that time frame, that first hour.
It's a very common strategy.
Or hourly orb. You could just say it's that, like something.
Yeah. Initial balance, a lot of people trade off that, and a lot of people, if there's a breakout in one direction or the other, they will trade that breakout out of the initial balance.
It's right here, and like the thing is, you can backtest the statistics on it. and that's where the edge comes from. That's why we talk about it so much here. You can see I have an indicator from Edgeful that just puts it right here on my chart, and then marks like the midpoint and 25-75%. Yeah, you can just, it's just regular, it's first hour of the market. So just once market opens, you can go, honestly, like if you're on futures, you can go to your hourly candle or 30-minute candle, whatever's easier. You just put a line here and a line here. I have, you know, with Edgeful, I have the indicator that just gives it to me. So makes my life easier. I used to draw it manually. And then I also, on my other chart setup, I do 30-minute orb. So I have the first 30 minutes of the market, which I think today are actually the exact same levels. Yes.
L36.
Dude, Bookmap's been blowing up. When I was in the other room, I just heard like sell 93, sell 95, sell 84.
Yeah, my time in cells is just red.
You got previous day low right here on Qs again.
It's not a free indicator, but if you use Edgeful for the data and statistics, it's included. So not free, but kind of free.
See what these
Can they
200s
just
right here.
sell this thing lower and go fill these gaps already?
No, I think we are. I mean, look, and VIX is popping, oil's popping off the 9, and you're right at yesterday's low of day on Qs.
Got 560.26 on QQQ will be gap fill. SPY is
from the overnight
633.15.
Yeah, I'm looking for previous day close. So just to extinguish there's two different ways to look at gap fills, or there's probably a bunch of ways, but the main one I look for is previous day's close. So your daily candle, wherever you closed, and you SPX, NDX give you the best look at those, or you can mark them. Once again, I have an indicator that just marks it for me. And then you also have, like KC was just mentioning there, you can look at the after hours to pre-market gap, which is another one worth watching too. So like as he was saying,
they're both very important.
Yeah,
a lot of people like the open to close. I like looking at the SPX first over SPY and QQQ. I like looking at the SPX, the whole open to close thing for the gap fill, but you have to remember that during the pre-market session, there is money moving and there is volume within the market. So the gaps that are there on your trading view where, I mean, stock is actively moving, I mean, those gaps are there and have been created for a reason. So those are something to take note of as well. I think SPX like missed the gap fill this morning by $2. I mean, very small spot left, but just watch for the long here on Qs, equal low, previous day low, even for a scalp before potential sell lower.
Like I think both have their place time hills. Do y'all use extended hours or regular hours more? I'm probably in the minority here that I look at regular hours, New York session hours, the absolute most. I do pay attention to, pre-market high and low a little bit. And then an overnight session, Asia session, London session, just overnight action on the futures for positioning. But I'm probably in the minority that I put probably way more weight on the New York session than most people do. That's how I trade.
Well, you should. That's where the lot of the volume.
Previous day low is like the New York levels I use. Other than that, it's going to be the Asia London. But yeah, previous day highs and lows are like 4-hour highs and lows in a New York session. Yeah, always those bigger time frame highs and lows.
What Will started to say there, and I want him to finish that point. That's why is, there's 100x more volume of participation during the New York session than any other time.
Yeah, the key levels like on the cash index, SPX, NDX, like those are the levels you really want to focus on. I think tradable areas are the overnight low and overnight high, and also where you come into the session when you open. So like you got to remember, like, inventory from the overnight session was long, right? So when you come up, you have a little bit of liquidation out of the gate because overnight inventory is not long, and you need to kind of balance that off. Is typically what you see, and vice versa.
I cannot trade unless I have extended hours turned on personally.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah,
It's
same.
extended for me.
Like I look at SPX and NDX. I've done just a lot of back testing for a lot of the day trades that I take and things that I look for and the indicators and strategies that I utilize. I have a higher success rate looking at and utilizing some of the data from pre-market sessions. So extended hours turned on for me is it's usually always a must.
I haven't used Take Profit Trader at all.
Great question.
Have you?
I
haven't used them.
I tried them a long time ago, and I just haven't gone back to them yet.
They probably have updated things, and
I've heard
maybe-
great things. I've heard great things. We need to get set up with them too. But
agreed.
I think that's Maple's main prop firm that he
Yeah.
trades a lot of his accounts with is TPT.
Well, I know they do like daily payouts, which is they were one of the first people to do that. A lot of people love that piece where, like, you know, make $1,000, take it right back out today. Make $200, you can take it out. Like, just reset to a comfortable cushion level every time.
Yeah, I trade them a lot. I really like Take Profit Trader. They have no consistency rules and they're funded. You make
Nice.
10K in one day, you get bumped up to live, which is a 90-10 split. It's 80-20,
Nice.
a regular one. It's a 5-day pass minimum with a 40 or 50% consistency. So you could do, like, on a 150K account, 9K is your goal. You could do 4,500 each day and then just flip contracts. So, you know, that's one way to do it.
There's no way that I just got that alert about MRVL. Jesus, dude. What an obliteration.
Yeah, SMH as a whole got absolutely smoked today.
I know, I almost swung SMH and APP. And
ARM got smoked this morning. What was the other one I saw? My MU was down like 4%, which that name moves 4 or 5% either way. No, it's down 7.5 now. And Taiwan Semi, that was the other one. Taiwan Semi down 3%. That's the one I was talking about with paper on Friday. That I was like, this is the next one. Looks like a short. Cybersecurity up though, or Pan W at least 7.5%. Is CrowdStrike up too? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cybersecurity doing well today.
So was ServiceNow. It seemed like it was having a really, ripping all day.
Still holding previous session low for now on Qs. ES should break one side or the other of this IB. It's very rare that it doesn't. And if I had to be a betting person, I would bet on the bottom. Banks are strong today. That's what's holding up the Dow and SPY a little bit. XLF, good morning. Yeah, who was the Iranian guy that was like, oh, they just pump it so you can short the pops. Like, oh, we're getting financial advice out of Tehran. That's great.
Nice little bounce on. And Q.
Where is paper? Probably busy. I think he does his show. He does a show around this time on Mondays. He doesn't trade a whole lot on Mondays. Mostly maintenance stuff.
Oops.
Paper is live right now. Yeah, I was gonna say it's around this time.
There we go.
Little pop.
Yeah, nice little 40-point pop off those equal lows. Right off the low. 561.57. There it goes.
And oil coming in a little bit now.
Yep. Meta nice bounce today after the 520. What's it up? 2.5%.
Yeah, you had to think some kind of relief was coming on this.
I mean, gotta be somewhere, right?
Like Microsoft, one of your stronger ones from the morning is coming in pretty hard now. Just accepted back into Friday's range. Apple's been weak all day. Little pop off the lows here, but Google not doing a whole lot of anything. Break even. Amazon's been the other strong one with Microsoft and Meta. Broadcom super weak. Back at the lows.
God, that Microsoft 365 short.
Wow, NQ really held the low. Barely.
For now.
For now, yeah.
What is NVIDIA doing?
It got weird. It was so clean this morning, like both directions. A little funky.
Yeah, I had a couple good trades. I had one, I tried to trade ES, I got ran over, it stopped out almost top a tick.
Dude, market opened and I was like wanting to play a little bit higher to this gap, the 4-hour highs I had. We didn't want to draw to that and we just dumped and I was like, okay, we're dumping through my area. We'll go to London low then. Didn't get a single real pullback and I was like, oh my gosh, we're just flushing. And so I just waited until we tapped into 4-hour lows and then found a long, but I was a little butthurt at first. I was like, we're really just going to drill straight down. Not a single back test. Besides like, I don't know, micro 1 minute back test. I wasn't taking one of those. I wanted a real setup.
Yeah, I was trying to get long first. And I was like buying it all the way down to here and then I barely got out, didn't make any money on it.
Yeah.
And I flipped short, took the IB low break. That was a good trade. And then I shorted this one on NQ, which was a nice trade.
That was good.
And I'm
Your
sitting
extended
this one
tick there
again.
on Casey's stuff.
So I don't have. I'm not cool enough to get access to that yet. I'll get it soon.
Casey didn't even hear you.
Did you guys see Duke blow that game last night? Will
I saw your post.
Shit. Oh yeah, that
you finally.
That was the biggest. That was so bad.
98. They had 98.7% win probability.
That was like being in a trade. You're up 150 points, and you somehow sell it like limit down 150 points like an accident. Like it got filled like 150 points lower, and you're like, how did I do that?
Did you see my tweet? Was it's like when you're like $50 away from getting that payout on the prop firm, you just blow the account.
That was good.
That was good. Yes. How do you screw that up? Just hold the ball and get fouled. Like I don't understand it. So dumb.
My internet's doing better. About 400
good
download
sign.
now. A reset of the router. Sometimes that's all it needs. We'll turn off, turn back on. Unplug it.
Wow. Watch Microsoft make a new low a day today.
Yeah, it's Microsoft's crushing right now, which doesn't surprise me.
Drill City.
I mean, you can just go back to these daily charts.
Yeah.
I mean, Microsoft, touched that gap fill, basically. Not fully, but basically. Apple breaking 200 today. Amazon, that's just a back test.
Honestly, I think another trade, just a trade idea. I think you get wide, you can sell an iron condor in oil because the vol's so juiced in it, and you can get very wide. If it just sits here, God bless.
Whole Duke team running suicides today. No, they're all getting sent in the transfer portal.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially that kid that just threw the ball away. You could have just stood there and held it and got fouled.
That's like.
Not
Why
only
were
did
they
he
passing it?
Not only did he throw it away, then he doesn't guard the guy with 2 seconds left. Doesn't guard the guy. He's staring. Like there's a picture from behind as the guy's shooting it. He's looking up at the clock or the shot clock instead of looking at the guy in front of him taking the game-winning shot. What are you doing? Poor kid. You know, I hate to rub it in.
To be winners. That's the key.
Hey,
and those people go to Duke.
When the tough gets going.
Duke is puke, Wake is fake, but the team I hate most is NC State.
That's right.
There you go. That was the biggest choke game I've ever seen.
Say the old backwards quote: "When the tough get going, the going gets tough."
Arizona State.
Oh, my one of my coaches used to always say, "Oh, moment was too big for him."
There you go.
That's funny.
He wouldn't cuss you out, but he would make you feel about this big.
Yeah.
It's almost worse.
Yeah, it's almost worse. It's like when your dad says,
like your
"I'm not
disappointed
mad."
dad. Exactly.
Yeah,
It was
I'm
your
just disappointed.
dad.
I really screwed up.
Dude, somebody put like 100K bet. It was like Duke plus 3,500 or something, or minus 3,500. And they put like 100K bet to win like $1,400 or something, just tiny. And they're like, it's free money, right?
That's like selling the 2 delta options and then they run you over to the upside or downside. It's the same bet. They're like, oh, they're cheap. Well, they were cheap for a reason.
Yeah, you know, whatever sports book that was, is like, holy shit.
Yeah, ran them
Like
over.
that sports book risked $1,400 to make 100K.
Correct.
You could do that 94 more times to break even, and they got it on that one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, no good RR there. Moment was too big for him.
That's
out
a little
here.
different.
He said that was his favorite saying. He'd be like, he'd come over and he'd be like, son, this is Division I athletics. I don't know if you want some help transferring, we can look around for you.
Oh my gosh.
It's terrible. He had a thick accent, I'd assume.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's Southern. It's Gus Malzahn.
That's awesome.
Arkansas man, national championship with Auburn. And then he'd call everybody by their number instead of their name. He'd be like, 14's crapping down his leg out here again. Moment's too big for him. 14, get out. Just, son, what are you doing? Get out of here. Somebody go get 14 out of the game.
Does he know he's playing football out there?
Like, dude, that's our, like, 4-year starter, senior starting, you know. That guy's on all the posters, and he wouldn't even call him by his name. Just 14.
It's funny.
It worked, though.
Oh, that makes everyone equal. Like even my high school baseball coach, granted we won a state championship, but we all had to be no beards, all high stirrups. He made me and someone else get off of a bus to go shave before we could even drive to our out of town game.
That's the New York Yankees style. Was he ever in the show, or like did he play minors or anything?
No, he Bernie Walter. He's got a lot of titles in high school baseball. He's like the most winningest high school coach in public school.
So a lot of that comes from the Yankees organization, because like one of our baseball coach in college, which I was on the team for a year, He played minors for the Yankees, and it was the same. That's where all of his like ideologies came out of that. No facial hair. Everyone has to dress the same.
Dude, and it sucked. Like I came out of like wrestling season, and you have to be clean shaven for that anyways. So I was like, finally, like I can like let it grow out. And you know, I thought it was cool in high school, but nope. Bernie had different ideas.
I will say my favorite GIF of all time is when Malzahn just does the boom. He drew up a play every week called Fight Song. He said we're gonna score on this play, and sure enough, like somehow or another, we would score on the Fight Song play.
Dude, that's
almost every week. Because he would just study the film, and he would just set something up every week for a touchdown. It's just an offensive genius. And then he always did a boom, and if it was a big play, he'd do a double boom. He just boom.
We get 5 big booms.
He did the boom before it was cool.
Before it was, yeah, pretty legit.
Oil pumping, not good. Not good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some lunch.
Lunch almost over. As Casey goes to eat.
Yeah. I've sat here.
Lunch is almost over.
I've sat here long enough, and it ain't nothing interesting until we go down, fill that gap. So.
Yeah, somebody's got to fall on the sword. So Casey, we appreciate you because this next candle is going down.
I was gonna say
right here.
Every time I'm like, you know what, I'm good for right now. It's just there's gonna be new highs or new lows, or a headline's gonna come out. So I'll go ahead and go get some lunch. That way the market moves. I'll be back in like 30 minutes.
Look at these bond yields just getting smoked right now. Look at the 30-year.
TLT pumping?
Yeah.
Well, why would the 30-year be getting... I mean, it was probably a fade against 5, but...
Yeah, but...
It's tough to know if this is good or bad.
It's bad. Did you read any part of that article?
I mean, I did, but it's like... Because on the front end, the pump is bad, and on the back end, the fade is bad. So it's like, are we on the back end?
Yeah.
Is this the, like...
This is the...
Flock to safety and then flock away from everything? Is that the...
I mean, I think the gist of it is like yields have already pumped a bunch, which would be normal in oil. But the problem is the longer that oil stays elevated, even if it's just not, pumping to, 130, if it just stays north of 100, just kind of floats here for another month or two or whatever it is, like eventually the market's going to start sniffing out that the risks to growth are going to be more substantial than the risk to inflation, because oil pumping is eventually going to be more deflationary than it is inflationary. And I wonder if, maybe we're there, maybe it's just an oversold bounce, but I think you're going to start to see that narrative more and more. I think it was Mark Zandi, I think it was Friday, or I seen it over that he's now 50% chance of recession. So does that narrative start shifting to the base case if oil continues to stay elevated and this doesn't get resolved? It probably takes a bite out of growth. So a couple comments here. Bonds rallying is a bearish sign. I mean, yes and no. I mean, bonds rallying on the long end, especially if you look at the curve today, what's rallied the most? The long end. So if the market now is saying, okay, the risk to growth with higher oil, which is inflationary in the short term, but longer term inflation expectations are going to be lower. Like if you look at, for example, if you look at 5-year forward swaps, inflation expectations further out on the curve are actually falling. And the reason that is because the higher rates are in the short term and no cuts, and the higher that oil is, it's going to start to bite the consumer with growth. So lower yields could be bullish for tech stocks if the narrative is the economy is going to be healthy. Yes, it would normally be bullish, but not when it's a potential impact to a slowdown to GDP or the consumer. Long duration doesn't necessarily mean that tech stocks are going to be bid up just because rates are going down on the long end.
Right.
That would be more coming out of some type of recession or on the flip side where rates stay low and jobs market's healthy like everything else. Credit spreads aren't widening, etc.
Cell 46. Cell 91.
This hourly looks bad.
Well, we're selling right into the prior 4-hour low. So this is that level right there, like 290 on NQ.
Cell 97.
I think we're about to just I think we're about to just roll.
Roll out.
My twin Glock 40s.
With them cock back.
So much money. You can't stop that. Where'd you get that platinum chain with them diamonds?
Diamonds in it.
Where'd you get that matching Benz with them windows tinted? Who them girls you be with when you be riding through? Man, I got nothing to lose.
I was driving yesterday with my kids and area codes came on and I was like,
oh wow,
throwback.
He's talking about gardening, son.
He's talking about gardening. He's gardening all over the world.
Yeah, trying to solve world hunger. One hoe at a time.
Tell me, who's your weed man? How do you smoke so good?
The Blueberry Yum Yum song was my favorite.
Oh yeah. Get your lighters, roll that sticky, let's get higher. Got that blueberry yum yum. So is this the new Iran saying stop fighting Hezbollah and Israel saying we're not going to stop? Is that the new stalemate? Did we just get a True Social?
Trump Social.
A Trump Social here? Let me see.
Oh.
No. We did not.
I just had ChatGPT rewrite Blueberry Yum Yum to trade in NQ.
Dude, you gotta figure out. So Tommy's been making little like 30-second songs with
those are
Gemini.
I've heard them. It's
Dude,
awesome.
they are great. Come on, yes, let's go.
Rolling through the charts. Yeah, the candles go zoom zoom. Watch it hit the level, then it bounce boom boom. On the down stacking, bids go vroom vroom. When it breaks resistance, man, you know it go boom boom.
Reminds me of that like Xeon or what was it? What was that? Casey knows what I'm talking about. He's not here. Xenon, the old Disney movie.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. You make my heart go boom, boom, boom. My supernova girl. All right, we're all looking at this going,
Crack.
Mortal Kombat, finish him.
Just crack it.
Yeah, Xenon. Okay, there we go. Ja, DP. I'm not the only one that. Good old Disney. I'm glad I'm not the only one that remembers that. Zoom, zoom, zoom. You make my heart go boom, boom, boom. Where's Boris to say, well, obviously Imp's having a good day trading? Where is Boris today?
Yeah. Is he just lurking? There's no way.
You say LARPing?
Lurking.
Lurking.
Professional LARPer.
Yeah, dude.
Lurking down the street.
Looking role
in
models.
Expo.
Dude, I'm a professional LARP maxer.
Sick.
Also a professional cortisol reducer. Yeah.
Hey Siri, can you translate LARP maxer and cortisol reducer, please?
Which language?
Which
Uh,
exactly. Exactly.
In Australian.
In Spanish, LARC mixer and cortisol reducer is mezclador LARC y reductor de cortisol.
Nice.
Oh. Oh.
No. Oh. Got it. Cool.
Oh.
You don't say. Just a little bit overstimulated from that one, Jordan. I'm just overstimming.
Just stimming, bro. Just stimming, bro. Quick stim session.
I'm just overstimulated. I really just need to go in my corner.
Bro. That word irks me, dude.
Irks. Steve Urkel. Oh, this is boring. It just doesn't want to crack. It's still like we get rejected by the 9, but this is just like.
What are we? I don't even know what we're sitting on that even holds us right here.
56 orders at like 290. Like that's what we're sitting on. I don't know.
There's.
Yeah, now we're pushing up, only to get smacked down.
There's nothing really here.
Yeah.
Unless you just want to go with its oil's fading, so.
I think we're gonna have to go get some food.
Did Apple bounce? Oh, Apple's rejecting VWAP right now. It did bounce a little bit though.
I think the two scariest ones right now to me are Broadcom and Nvidia.
Well, those are the two that haven't fallen.
Yeah.
And that was so we looked at those two charts on Friday or sometime last week. It was these two, and Taiwan Semi was the other one.
Yeah, TSM. Yep.
Those are the next little dominoes.
And I mean, you
And
kind of
they
got
started without me.
Broadcom is trying to hang on by a thread, and so is Taiwan Semi at that 319 if it can somehow get up there. But it looks like it's crushing through it.
Comment. That's the funny one. We need to hear the roast.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Stop gatekeeping over here, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Israel Channel 13. Israel provides the United States with intelligence support to carry out an expected ground operation to open the Strait of Hormuz. Uh-oh. So Israel's channel, it says 13 actually. I thought it was 12. It says 13. Israel's providing the United States with intelligence support to carry out an expected ground operation to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Ground and pound, baby.
Ground operation's not going to go over well.
And it's also not going to be just, we're in for the weekend and hanging out. I think they're going in. I really do.
This is not this is not a snatch Maduro and leave situation.
Yeah, this is exactly. I do think that at some point, whether it's this week or next week or whenever it is, like they're
I mean, it seems like the thought was try to bomb their entire, regime and the nuclear stuff, and it's not really working. And also, I mean, you've seen little hints that they want us to go in and take the nuclear, like the nuclear material or whatever. So little shifty shift, huh? Not in the right direction.
What is he going to try and go in? Like, what was the cutoff date? April 6th?
Monday. Yeah.
So it's like sometime this week he's gonna try and go in, and then.
Well, he said he wasn't gonna start bombing him like crazy until then again.
So maybe they make no deal this week, and then by next week he's in there.
I activated. Who was it? Jordan. Who was it? Was it Well that used to always do it to people's Alexas?
Yes, it was Whale.
All right.
That was actually so funny when that happened for the first time. We were all tripping out. Thought it was hilarious.
All right, NQ's about to make a new low.
Sell 49.
Yep.
Here's new low on NQ, and I'm watching ES for this IB break and gap fill. After they stopped me out of that one earlier. Jerks.
Well, that was a good spot to just slap 5 contracts real quick.
Yeah, this is not... De-escalation is not happening. That's what it all boils down to.
No. And if anything, I think you're starting. I mean, maybe that's the move in the bond market, that now people are realizing that this isn't going to de-escalate. Oil's going to stay bid, and maybe that flight to safety starts to become the narrative.
I did see the headline too. Israel's like, we're not going to put any boots on the ground, but the U.S. they probably are. Oh.
Yeah, they're almost like they televised it at this point. You know what I mean? Another headline where they're just pumping it to get pumps in, and that's it. A super pump. I think it's I don't know if it's even a flight to safety. I just think that bonds getting bid up is probably the tone is shifting from inflation scare to this is going to end up being a growth scare. That's what I think. I think the bond market will sniff out. And part of what I wrote about the other day was about how we could see like a bull flattening type of situation first, where the long end rallies the hardest and the 2-year stays elevated until oil calms down. And then once the Fed realizes if economic data gets weaker and growth gets weaker, then the repricing of the front end, whether it's 3-6 months from now, 9 months from now, whatever it's going to be, is going to be a violent move when all of a sudden they go from pricing in 0 cuts to like 4 or 5 cuts or whatever it's going to be, if the economy really starts to take an impact and slow down. And I think Germany today, there was a headline from, I think, the German finance minister. Let me go read this just so you guys... I saw that. I thought that was interesting that they're already touting that kind of. I think it was before Trump's.
All right, I'm going to step out for a little bit. So, nice.
Good morning, brother.
Laters.
Peace. Shout out Brady.
Yeah, German's economic minister said that there's already significant signs of slowdown in the German economy, and are concerned about the oil shock taking a toll on the European economy. So, I don't know. It sounds like they're floating it out there to me.
Kid's stoked.
Yeah, we're getting them out the door is what we're doing. Look at oil. Stay long the oil.
Fire the missiles.
I mean, then the next question goes to, once the boots touch the ground, is that the long? Because historically,
Yeah, you could say that. I guess the question becomes like, for how long? You know what I mean? Like, how long are they in there?
yeah.
And
Well, that
what's
starts to become a political and local issue more than anything, because the real, the biggest issue here is the street on a global scale.
Yes.
What's Palantir doing? I see that comment from Ja. Ooh, new low of day. PLTR. Oof. So what does this look like to you, Will?
That looks like a nice
Ooh,
head and shoulders that broke and a retest and rejection.
What do you call this when that happens?
So here, you know what? Leave that up for a second. So here's what I think is interesting. That move that you see right there is what I would like to see in the S&P. I would like to see that nice counter trend retest of 6,800 or the 50 or whatever it's going to be, and then like we just haven't had that counter trend move yet.
I think it's even cleaner on the NASDAQ. If you get either back to here, probably right here.
Yep, that's probably the spot.
And then that.
And either we retest as a double bottom or we overshoot down to the prior highs, which is down there. Yes. That would make the most sense, and that's where you probably bottom. It would be, to me, it just seems weird that we would just knife all the way there. I mean, without one kind of counter trend move. Seems a little bit, I don't know.
I think you come into here. So you probably get some relief back up to here, and then you hit here.
Yes,
that's like my best estimate of bigger picture right now.
100%. That's exactly how I think that's what would make the most sense from a technical standpoint. Like you need some type of counter trend reset, get the markets from being oversold, and get some liquidity. Let the bigger players, the CTAs, the bigger names, they're going to sell into liquidity up there and kind of reshort it, and then you finally get a final flush in the bottom. Does it mean that can happen? No, but I would that's just kind of would make sense to me.
We're gonna get we're gonna have Levitt speaking here in a little bit.
Yes, we are getting non-farm payrolls on Friday. The broad
market is closed. Data comes out.
Futures will be open till 1 p.m. Eastern. So futures
NVIDIA just broke.
will be open.
IB just taken on ES right here. The new low on NVIDIA, new low on SPY and IWM across the board actually on the indices. You still have about 5 more points to go lower on ES to fill the gap, but you did take IB low now. Viva la futures. Or do I have to say it? Futures. Viva la futures. Las futuras. Come on, finish that move. My Spanish is a little. I like it. Poquito. Suave. Viva los futuros. I've heard Danza Kuduro like more times in the last week than I've heard probably in the last year. USO 129. Yeah, that trade didn't work out for me. Gold did bounce though. I do think we're going to get a broad market bounce soon. We're just got to wait on the market signal to get us there. And when we do, there's going to be some great opportunities for a trade. I don't know about buying long-term just yet, but we'll see. Here we go. All right, I'm covering my last runners here. Gap fill on ES. New lows. Big shout out to our sponsor, Leverage Shares. When we do get that bounce in the market, there's a lot of tickers here that could be very interesting. It could get some really nice upside results. Some of the stronger names or just the higher beta names could get some really nice bounces. Don't deal with the beta crush.
when we get running, man. Oh.
TSLG. I mean, that's one of those names, right? When you think about the strong names in the market, the ones that are going to bounce the hardest, some of those AI names, some of those your Teslas, maybe your PLTG, maybe your Palantir. When some of these moves, and you don't have to deal with the option stuff either, because if VIX is over 30 and crushes to 20, even at 20 it's elevated, but you could easily lose a third of your baked in IV on a pop and not get near the return you wanted. Plus with this pre-market, after hours, you can trade these anytime. Shout out to Leverage Shares. Appreciate them sponsoring our stream. Also, I'm glad to have Paul back on here soon. Kind of get some of his updated thoughts with everything that's been going on. Smart guy, him and his team over there, because they do so much more than just the 2x leverage tickers, but the thematic ones, NATO, some of those other baskets, very interesting.
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
Let's go. DP got the eval power.
W's in the chat.
Another one.
Just every time you hit that button, I'm going to pretend like it's me.
Is White House about to begin?
We'll see.
Going again?
It's Levitt updating the press. So
okay.
It's not Trump, but close enough. Big W's in the chat. DP, well done. Took a small break, recouped, was on fire the past 8 trading days. Love that. Ease into it. Get that funded account. Start stacking up those base hits. Let's go. Let's get some payouts. Chat. DP's on his way. Yeah, Finster, I just trimmed. I started shorting up there in the 400s. I just trimmed. And I just covered everything at the gap fill here. It's not that it can't go lower. It's that my trade played out to where I wanted it to. So I kind of had some of this area from last night, 220s as well. I still think we're going to get back probably to 160 or so. But just watching ES coming into the gap fill. You still have previous sessions low to get to, which pretty decent odds actually. But IB low taken and filling that gap, it's a good spot for me to take some profit. Maybe if you get a bounce higher, you get another shot at it short. But that's how I'm approaching it. SPY did fill the gap. Now, if you're going by the overnight gap, it's much different. But right there is the gap fill. right here. What's up, Mikey? We appreciate you over on the X tuning in. Jordy is like Kramer on Mad Market.
Am I?
I like Kramer. I love people. I know that people love to have the little joke and stuff with him. I like him.
He still hasn't ever said hi to me. Makes me sad. Dude, the soundboard has taken us to another level. Oh, I have a lot of fun with it. Kramer has his moments. He has his moments. If he could just say hi to me when I go to the stock exchange, it'll make me happy. Guy just ignores me. Not a bad scalp trade, Grambo. Overextended tick at previous day high and low, like sweep. That's what me and Casey were talking about earlier today, is just like having, you combine that tick with like a little point of confluence like that, previous 4-hour highs, previous day high, right? Maybe some sort of like gap to fill or whatever. Just having those little points of confluence can make that tick way better. Because there's going to be times where it doesn't, you know, exactly like give you that great entry on a long or a short. But if generally those times, when I look back at those times on the tick, it's not really in a big area of significance. Right? But
Real
when
fast,
it's around
Rubio,
those big areas, it is.
War in Iran will be over when the U.S. achieves its objectives. That's U.S. Secretary of State Rubio right now. Also, shout out to Mikey B coming in on his son's channel. Do we need to like and subscribe to Justin City? Mikey B, do we need to go hit up the well, appreciate you hitting that like for the boys. For the Wolf Pack.
Boys.
So never. Been a good day here, crew. Staying tuned in and entertained here. Risk another trade calling me or Bill. I ain't leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. That's what we try. So we try to bring you some entertainment value with the trading, with the education, with the breaking news. I mean, that's the whole point. The whole stream. We try to just be a crew. We're all here trading together, trying to make money together. That's everyone. I mean, across all the different channels. Trying to, you know, analyze things together, get confluence off of each other, breaking news, have a good laugh, pass the slow moments. Bye, Felicia. See if ES takes out that previous session, though. I did say earlier, just based on statistics, once again, here I'll go to QQQ for the example. When you break previous session low, like we did this morning, even though we pop back up here, anytime you break that, you have high odds of closing red on the day, which is under the previous day's close. So once this was broken this morning, it was look to short the pops. That's what I did. Yes, tagged me once, but I tagged NQ 3 times, so we're all good.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh,
Did you
there's
hear our
Chiz.
amen in there? We just said a little loud prayer as a team. In this Holy Week, President Trump and the First Lady are joining in prayer with Christians celebrating the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. On Wednesday, the president will host an Easter lunch in the East Room with faith leaders across the country to celebrate Holy Week. With respect to the ongoing major combat operations in Iran, Operation Epic Fury is moving ahead successfully and according to plan. With each passing day, the United States military is increasing its advantage over the terrorist Iranian regime. More than 11,000 enemy targets have been struck to date, each strike further crippling the regime's offensive and defensive capabilities and creating more leverage for the United States and our allies. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is
I feel
also
like they've been saying that for
decimating the
2
Iranian
weeks.
regime's navy. We have
Yeah, is this Trump math?
50 of their naval vessels so far, including
1,000% lower on
of their
prescription
largest
drugs.
vessels.
Yeah.
The Iranian Navy has no vessels operating in major regional waterways and no ability to project naval power, which is why they've been assessed as combat ineffective. Our military continues to obliterate Iran's defense industrial base, with nearly 70% of their missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards damaged or destroyed thus far, significantly reducing their ability to pose future threats in the region. U.S. and Israeli joint forces control the skies and have asserted air dominance over Iran, completing more than 11,000 successful combat flights thus far. The trend remains clear. The United States is conducting more intense, targeted strikes with devastating combat power with each passing day to destroy the threat posed by the Iranian terrorist regime, as President Trump sought out to do a month ago. It's no surprise that we are seeing the remaining elements of the regime become increasingly eager to end the destruction and come to the negotiating table while they still can. Despite all of the public posturing you hear from the regime and false reporting, talks are continuing and going well. What is said publicly is of course much different than what's being communicated to us privately. As a result, President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. If the Iranians reject this golden opportunity, the greatest military in the history of the world continues to stand by to provide President Trump with every option available to ensure this regime continues to pay a grave price. One way or another, Iran will no longer have the credible ability to threaten the United States or our allies, which is, of course, the overall objective and mission the president set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury. Unfortunately, even as President Trump is working hard every single day to protect the United States from foreign enemies, Democrats on Capitol Hill have failed to do the same here at home by keeping the Department of Homeland Security unfunded. Over the past 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have pushed our air travel system to its breaking point and inflicted massive pain on Americans with their reckless political games. 500 TSA officers quit their jobs. Thousands more were calling out sick at record rates due to the lack of pay. This resulted in security wait times exceeding 3 hours at major airports across the country, creating nightmares for millions of Americans. Overall morale among TSA staff plummeted as well. All of this creating an unacceptable heightened security risk. Because of the Democrats' unwillingness to do their basic job of funding DHS, President Trump determined that these circumstances constituted an emergency, compromising American security. That's why last week he accordingly signed a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to work with the Director of the Office of Management and Budget here at the White House to use those funds with a reasonable and logical nexus to TSA operations to provide TSA employees with the compensation and benefits that would have accrued to them but for the Democrat-led DHS shutdown.
Drilling.
This bold and necessary action by President Trump will ensure our TSA workers receive their hard-earned paychecks. It should not have come to this point, but President Trump will always do what's right by the American people, and he found a way to do that to get TSA paid. Ensuring that these federal workers who perform critical public safety responsibilities can feed their families, pay their rent, and show up to work is something the president was honored to do.
NVIDIA.
But this moment should be an eye-opening one for the American people. Let's be clear about what is happening. Democrat members of Congress are more than happy to put your
Tesla
safety
new
at
lows.
risk because they oppose the president's administration and
Short
his
of my
administration's
life, that
efforts
one.
to enforce
should have
our
been
nation's
shorter.
immigration law. Democrats refuse to fund ICE because they want millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into the country just like they were under the Biden administration.
All right, nobody really cares right
They
now.
want
Tell us if we're
murderers
going to
and
open up
rapists
the
and
oil or
thugs to
not.
remain in your communities rather than be removed by ICE and Border Patrol agents. The Democrats
man.
created this mess. They are the reason for long lines at airports and tens of thousands of employees going without pay. Once again, President Trump is cleaning up their mess because he cares more about the American people than destructive, petty, partisan politics. With that, I will take your questions today. Here in our new media seat, we have Wid Lyman. Thank you for being here. And why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Happy Easter.
Thank you. You as
Two
well.
questions for you. Thank you. There are some concerns the administration is starting to change its position on
Yeah, previous
deportations,
session lows were right here on
enforcement,
yes, just
possibly
tagged.
asylum policies. What would you say to Americans that are
Also, the
somewhat,
overnight gap
concerned that the shift has
on SPY just filled.
While there has, of course, been a change
QQQ
in
just took
leadership
out all of
in the Department
that.
Homeland Security with former Senator, now Secretary Mullen, joining the president's cabinet, I can assure the American people there has not been a change in policy. It has always been the policy of this president and this administration to deport the worst of the worst illegal alien criminals from our
Seems too
communities.
simple
That's
just to
something
short
I know
every pop,
Secretary
but
Mullen remains wholeheartedly committed
it's
to
short
doing.
every pop.
And it's something that is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. And it's something that is necessary to protect our homeland and to prevent deaths of Americans in our country. Just last week, Sheridan Gorman, a young woman in Chicago, was shot and killed on the street walking with her friends outside of her university by a illegal alien from Venezuela who had no right to be here in the first place. And it's despicable that Democrats are currently defunding the department that's responsible for removing illegal aliens like that. And I would also add it's despicable that the lack of coverage of this young woman's case, of her life, and the way that it was tragically cut short. I saw a survey over the weekend that I'd like to bring to all of your attention. This is the media coverage of the case of Sheridan Gorman. You have ABC News has spent 1 minute and 19 seconds between 2 days when this case was first alerted. You have CBS 2 minutes and 1 second. You have NBC 23 seconds spent on the life of a young, beautiful American woman whose life was taken short by an illegal alien who should have never been here in the first place when we are in the middle of a battle on Capitol Hill with a major political party, the Democrat Party, who wants to defund the agency that is responsible for protecting Americans. I think her life was worth more than 23 seconds on cable television, and I think the people in this room have a responsibility to report on cases like this because it just exemplifies why the president believes so strongly in deporting illegal aliens from our communities. And thank you for the question. Dasha, go ahead.
Caroline, I have two questions, one on Iran and one on DHS funding. On Iran, the president has said that the administration is talking to a new and more reasonable regime. How confident are you that they are legitimate and have enough grip on power? Marco Rubio said earlier that he's not sure and it's not clear whether they will be in power. So Are you also talking to other factions? As the president is trying to make a deal, how do you ensure that you're making a deal with the people who can actually implement it?
Well, that's part of the ongoing process that's taking place and the ongoing negotiations. Of course, anything that they say to us privately will be tested, and we will ensure that they are being held accountable to their word. And if they are not, the president has laid out the military consequences that the Iranian regime will see if they don't hold true to the words that we are hearing privately behind the scenes. When the president says more reasonable, again, these folks are appearing more reasonable behind the scenes privately in these conversations than perhaps some of the previous leaders who are now no longer on planet Earth because they lied to the United States and they strung us along in negotiations, and that was unacceptable to the president, which is why many of the previous leaders were killed. So again, this is another historic opportunity for Iran to do the right thing, to rid themselves of their nuclear ambitions and to come to a deal with this president and the administration. Or again, they will see the grave consequences of the United States Armed Forces, which they are continuing to see every day throughout this operation.
DHS, how long can the administration keep paying TSA without action from Congress? And not to be hyperbolic, but given the airports were really the pain point that was pushing both sides to talk to each other, I mean, do you see a way for DHS to reopen? Is it possible that this keeps going through the midterms?
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, of course, the president just can't keep signing presidential memorandums and proclamations every time Congress fails to do its job, and every time Democrats are holding our entire country hostage, picking and choosing which programs and agencies they want to fund just because they don't like this administration's policies. That's not how it's supposed to work. They voted 7 times against funding DHS over partisan and political reasons. And so, again, the president has stepped in to do the right thing at this moment in time, but the president is also encouraging Congress to come back to Washington to permanently fix this problem and to fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security entirely.
Caroline.
Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions, one on TSA, one on Iran. On TSA, for ordinary Americans watching the briefing, how long until everything goes back to normal at airports after the president's action? And then on Iran, on the time frame, President Trump initially said about 4 weeks. Secretary of State Rubio on Friday reportedly said it might be another 2 to 4. Is 2 to 4 the current ballpark that the administration is thinking?
With respect to the timeline, again, the President, Commander-in-Chief, the Pentagon has always stated 4 to 6 weeks estimated timeline for Operation Epic Fury. We're on day 30 today, so again, you do the math.
This is just
longer,
this is short
the
covering.
Pentagon needs to fully achieve the objectives of Operation
You
Epic
hit your
Fury, which I
targets.
will
You hit
reiterate,
spy
destroy
capital
the
for
Iranian
overnight.
Navy,
You
destroy
hit
their
previous
ballistic
days
missiles,
low.
dismantle their missile and drone production infrastructure, significantly weaken
this is just-
their proxies throughout the course of this operation, and then of course
If you're
preventing
short,
Iran
this is one of your
from ever
targets. This
obtaining
is
a
all this
nuclear
is.
weapon.
And you're
To your
oversold
first
because you just
question,
went straight
Stephen,
down
about
for.
TSA and airports. Nothing will be truly normal again until Democrats do the right thing to fund this agency fully.
Almost 200
Again,
points.
the president has
I
stepped
mean,
in
I'm
the
sorry,
meantime
almost
to
300
do what's
points.
right, to end this crisis that we've had at air travel and at airports across the country in the meantime. But again, Congress needs to come back. Democrats need to fund the Department of Homeland Security so we can formally and fully get these great employees.
What levels are next? I mean,
long into the future.
when I look at SPX,
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions regarding the financial costs of the war.
It's like-
Back
it's-
during the Persian Gulf War,
I mean, this is
1990,
basically all I have
Arab
here.
countries paid for the vast majority.
It's
of
like
the
another
cost of
50
the
points
war.
lower.
Kuwait, Saudi
To get to that
Arabia,
10%
UAE.
down mark.
Who's paying for the cost of this war? Will these Arab
628
countries
is
step up?
Taper's next level.
Well, I think it's something the president would be
Which
quite
is-
interested in calling them to do. I won't get ahead of him on that, but certainly it's an idea that I know that he has and something that I think you'll hear more from him on.
Secondly, the cost of diesel is averaging at $5.38 a gallon right now. What's the message from the Trump administration?
628 is
to
what
truck
Paper's looking
drivers
for
who are
next.
Dealing with those high fuel costs right now.
Again, we understand, we hear you, we see you. We are fully tracking this short-term fluctuation in oil and in diesel prices. And that's why the president and the administration have continually announced robust actions to provide stability in the global energy market. As you know, political risk insurance, one of those actions, allowing countries to purchase sanctioned oil just to increase the supply. In the meantime, we've worked announced to release 400 billion barrels of oil and refined products as well. We issued the 60-day Jones Act waiver. All of this has, with the goal of increasing supply to create stabilization in the market in the meantime. But the overall message, as we've repeatedly stated, is again, these are short-term actions and short-term price fluctuations for the long-term benefit of ending the threat that Iran poses to the United States of America, our troops, and our allies in the region, and ensuring that this regime can no longer control the world's free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz, which is something the administration continues to tackle day by day as well.
Jennifer. Just two questions. Which Jennifer?
I'll go to both of them.
Go ahead. So two questions. One on China and one on Iran. On China, ahead of the president's trip to Beijing, will there be a working level meeting with Secretary Bessent, Jameson Greer, et cetera, and when will that be?
I do expect cabinet officials to travel to China ahead of time. I don't have a readout on their schedules for you, but this is something we typically do with international travel, as you know. So I'll talk to the Treasury Department and the cabinet myself, and we'll get you that answer. But we do expect them to move ahead of time.
Okay, and thank you. And on Iran, if Iran is kind of cherry picking what tankers get to go through the Strait now and contemplating big tolls on those tankers, is that consistent, or how is that consistent really with the president's message about really wanting the Strait to be fully open?
Sorry, I had to grab water. Did she say we're still 4 to 6 weeks is the plan?
Iran is effectively charging tolls on these vessels to act.
She said the Pentagon's estimate of 4 to 6 weeks.
In fact, as you know, these tankers that are
Well, this is week 5, right?
The announcement of
something like that. I lose count.
over the coming days are a result of the direct and indirect talks that are taking place between the United States and Iran. So you wouldn't have seen those tankers if not for the president's diplomacy and his team engaging on this matter, which we expect that compliance moving forward. And it's again something that we're working on very
Your
quickly.
yield's moving up a little bit now.
Sure. And behind the tank in the back right there, you put up your hand very excitingly. Go ahead.
Hannah from News Nation. Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I have two for you real quick. There are reports that Republicans are weighing cuts to health care in order to make way for that $200 billion for the Pentagon and Operation Epic Fury. Is that a trade-off that President Trump supports?
I've seen these reports. I haven't spoken to the president about it, nor have I heard this being discussed in any high-level meetings here at the White House. I don't want to weigh in definitively because I just haven't heard that being discussed.
Kind of looks like Trader Tammy's sister.
And then secondly, I know President Trump says we're ahead of the
That's who she looks like, bro.
I just put that together.
Wow, I've been wondering.
For this conflict, and we're now within week 5. So how do you square kind
Well,
of those two?
I got long last night in
timeline. Again,
NQ and sold it back up at the 400 level, 430 actually.
From the Pentagon directly.
That was the right move.
Achieving the objectives, and the military has been enormously successful.
But I was messing around too much this morning. I don't really have any trades on. Took some iron condors off and some other stuff.
I closed out everything on the shorts for now.
4 to 6 week timeline does remain right now. I don't have
I
any
need a
updates
decent
for you.
pop to get in short again, or a bigger rug than this
On
to think
Iran,
about long.
I know it's tough to engage in hypotheticals, but I feel like this is one that you could engage in if the president does seek.
Probably not.
We'll see. If the president does seek, or the United States seeks a ground war, does he intend to get congressional authorization of that march?
Look, the president has been asked about boots on the ground or alleged ground operations various times. He's obviously declined to rule them out. It's the Pentagon's job to provide maximum optionality to the president. It does not mean he's made a decision, nor would he ever notify the media of such decision as not to tip off our enemy. With respect to abiding by Congress and the rule of law, that's something the administration will, of course, always do. And it's something that we have great respect for Congress. The president does with military operations. In fact, prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury, as you know, the administration gave a courtesy notice to Congress in the Gang of Eight, and top-level administration officials and cabinet secretaries have gone to Congress multiple times over the past 30 days to provide those.
I'm kind of more tempted to put on like a 14, 15-day iron condor.
I've been asked by multiple Trump supporters that have said, given the fact that the president on that Friday gave that memorandum informing
Why everything's so juiced?
I know there's a lot of negotiations involved in a shutdown of this size. Why did the president not sooner issue that payment to TSA workers?
Well, it's because of the Democrats voting 7 times against reopening the Department of Homeland Security that we came to a place of an existential crisis. I mean, you saw the lines at various major airports across the country, American travelers really paying the price for Democrats' partisan games. And so the president worked with his legal
good
team
news,
here
I
at the
kicked
White
my
House
family
and the
out.
Office of Management and Budget
That's
to
good. A
find
little quieter, yeah.
Say, get out of here.
the emergency that we were seeing in
All
air
right.
travel across the
She is going to Costco though, so we're gonna need to make some more money.
Chicken bake.
But again, he's calling on
No.
Congress to do the right thing and
Yes.
come back to Washington.
No, my wife has
and to
good taste.
Fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security fully. Sure.
Hi, Lindsay Ellis from the Wall Street Journal. I'm trying to square the 4 objectives laid out by the administration with the goal of reopening fully the Strait of Hormuz. Would President Trump declare victory and wind down military operations if the 4 objectives are met, but still passage remains quite slow through the strait?
Look, as I've said repeatedly and as the president has laid out, the objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: destroying the Iranian Navy, destroying their ballistic missiles, dismantling their defense industrial infrastructure that produces those weapons that have long threatened the United States and our allies, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. The full reopening of the strait is something the administration is working towards, but the core objectives of the operation have been clearly defined for the American people by the Commander-in-Chief. Garrett.
The president posted this morning about, his threat that on leaving Iran, he said we might blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Harg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants. Under international laws, striking civilian infrastructure like that is generally prohibited. Why is the president threatening what would amount to potentially a war crime with the U.S. military? And how do you square that with the administration repeatedly saying that the U.S. will not target civilians?
Look, the president has made it quite clear to the Iranian regime at this moment in time, as evidenced by the statement that you just read, that their best move is to make a deal, or else the United States Armed Forces has capabilities beyond their wildest imagination, and the president is not afraid to use.
Boy, she's tiptoeing around this one.
What I said,
Yeah, she is.
and you're saying the word potential.
She's tiptoeing around that blouse she's got on. My God, what is that?
In your ear, to try to ask me that question. Of course, this administration and the United States Armed Forces will always act within the confines of the law. But with respect to achieving the full objectives of Operation Security, President Trump is going to move forward unabated, and he expects the Iranian regime.
Like, how do you walk in your closet and you're like, I'm gonna wear this today?
Which of those objectives would destroying the desalinization?
Maybe she's just a troll.
Haley, go ahead.
I know, yes.
Well, she didn't like that question. That was a tough one.
Are being more reasonable this time around in discussions. What specifically are you hearing that is leading you to that conclusion, and how are you defining what's
They don't even have like an iPad for her. It's just the actual printed out stuff. What year is this?
Sensitive conversations that are taking place between the United States and Iran right now.
But generally speaking,
the president gave you the answer. What we're hearing from them is more reasonable. They have agreed to some of the points the United States laid out, as the president said last night aboard Air Force One. But again, as for the specifics, as these negotiations are ongoing, we're not going to broadcast them to the world unless the president chooses to do so, which he has the full right to do as the leader of the free world.
On Cuba, the president threatened to tear up any country that would send oil to Cuba, but now the U.S. is letting this Russian tanker to Cuba. Is this a policy change, or is he willing to let more tankers into Cuba now?
This is not a policy.
It was a nice little pop ski right there. Previous session low.
Yes, it was.
10, 12, 14 points, something like
To
that.
reach Cuba in order to provide humanitarian needs to the Cuban people. These decisions are
AMD short here. I don't know. Listen, I'm just gonna say this in general. I'm not saying we can't go lower, and sure we can, of course.
There has been no formal change with respect to sanction.
I mean, AMD specifically is right at the 200, or just north of it. Yes, other stuff is breaking down, but a lot of the indexes, or all the indexes, and a lot of stocks have broken down already. There could be any headline tomorrow, the next day, the day that we could be up 3%. Like, I just want to put that on everybody's radar. That's a very realistic probability, and you don't want to be getting caught short in the hole.
Oh, you want to wait for that type of move to reshort.
Correct.
I think
So I wouldn't, or if you're playing breakouts, then you pick the one that's actually actively in the breakout. You don't try to get ahead of a breakout.
at their
You
work.
wait for
And I hope the journalists in this
like
room
you
are
go look at the
wise enough
charts.
not
You
to
look at,
believe
for
an
example,
Iranian regime that has
Broadcom.
repeatedly lied
Broadcom
about our
broke
country,
through
about our
in the
values,
breakout.
about everyone in this
Yep,
room.
you can chase that
really,
one, or you can
for
short it.
nearly
But
5
When Meta
decades. So I
broke,
think the
it
American
was in the
public
breakout,
are
and you just
smart
had
enough to understand
continuation, just stayed in it.
You laid them out, but I know the president has set a deadline for
same with
Because like
Google.
think
Same
about like
with
like Amazon.
Google.
If you went home
What
short
does the
Amazon,
president need to
you're
see
down today
to not move forward with those
because
strikes
you
in April?
you
I
shorted
think
the
he said it in
actual,
his Truth
you know,
Social
the
post this
it was
morning. He wants to see
starting
a
to break
deal over
out.
the
Didn't
next,
break fully
10
yet.
days. That
Did break
timeline
structure a little
is
bit, but
waning. Several days left, and we'll see. I won't get ahead of it. We'll see what happens.
it's either that
and then
or
the
you
10-day
wait for the
period.
big pops to get in.
Ed.
Caroline, thank you. One on Iran, one on the shutdown. The president
NVIDIA
continues to
in a
say the U.S. is in
breakdown.
conversations with a more reasonable regime.
I say break out. I'm
But there are
breaking
now
out of the
hundreds
range.
of U.S. special operations forces, including Navy SEALs and
Did
Army
Jordan
Rangers
fall
in the Middle
asleep?
East, as well as thousands of other troops already deployed. So is he trying
Jordan
to end
works on about 10 things in the background while he hangs out with us here, just so you guys
President
know.
is focused on achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. With respect to forces that are on the ground in the Middle East, it's the job of the Pentagon to create maximum optionality for the commander-in-chief. It does not mean the president has
Matthew's
made
really
any
trying to win that
personal
free
decisions.
account today
Again,
with
he
the comment of the
remains
day.
focused on ensuring that the Pentagon continues to achieve the objectives of the operation that was launched 30 days ago, and we're well on our way to doing that.
So if an American sit at home hearing him say, I want to talk, but I keep seeing them send troops to that region, what are they to make of what's going on?
There's two tracks here. The president has always said that diplomacy is his #1 option and priority. Again, he tried earnestly, in good faith, to engage in diplomacy with the Iranian regime prior to this operation being launched in the first place. He wanted to strike a deal, and he sent his top negotiators to do so. They spent extensive amount of time and effort trying to strike a deal, and unfortunately, the previous regime, again, many of those leaders no longer with us here on Earth because they faced the consequences of the United States military. So if there's ever a chance for a deal, again, the president is open to listening, but it does not deter him from focusing on the military objectives that he set out 30 days ago and that our military is continuing to achieve day by day.
On the shutdown, he signed the national emergency order last Thursday, making sure TSA officers will be paid. There's still other civilian
Jordan has
DHS
3 kids?
employees, however, who are not being paid.
Yes.
He signed something similar
Where-
to ensure they
where they
also
at,
get
though?
The president will always look
I did
into
not know
ways
about this.
that we can make sure that the American people are being taken care of and doing what's right by the American people. But
One
again,
day,
it's ridiculous
all
that the
3 of them
president
live in
even has to go
Havasu.
to the length of working with the legal team and the Office of Management and
Oh,
Budget
shit.
to identify these funds. It is the job of Congress to fund these.
I knew that was a
And
problem.
Democrats in Congress have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security. Congress should come back and they should get it done.
Casey and I are the one
President,
with 3
again,
kids.
made the decision to prevent this existential crisis we were seeing at our nation's airports across the country that was only going to get worse, and that's why he wants Congress to do his job.
Matthew.
Well, I'm telling you, Matthew's gonna win this account today. Yeah, Matthew is a commanding lead over comment of the day. He's got like top 5 right now.
Yeah.
Said yesterday, and I quote him, God does
What's
not
up,
face
guys?
the prayer of those who wage
Sup,
war.
dude?
Can you comment on that?
I just trimmed out a long.
Our nation was a nation founded
Previous session low long.
250 years ago almost. Judeo-Christian values.
I don't know
Spy gap
why.
Presidents.
Yeah, I let it run a little bit on SPY, and then I went long
Seen our troops
down there at
during the most turbulent times in our nation's history.
63, 96 on ES.
Leaders or with the president calling on the
So if
American
you look
people to
at
pray,
if you look
for
at
our
SPY,
service
that's
members and
where
those who are
your
serving
overnight
our
gap
country
filled.
overseas. In fact, I think it's a very noble thing
And
to do.
you hit previous session low at the same exact
Tell you
time.
they appreciate the prayers and
Yes,
support
that
from
was
the
also had a little RSI overextension as well on that flush down at 130. So after the 130 candle close on the 5-minute, I took a long, and then we got a nice pop back up to the EMAs.
I don't have any updates
So
for you on the president's
Yee.
still in a little bit. Stop at entry.
What's this comment thing? Well, look, we gave away 1 account this morning. I can't remember what Evan was doing because I was in the middle of trading. He was giving away an account to somebody.
And that's part of this process.
I don't even remember how he gave that away, but he gave it away right here on the stream.
Who's in charge?
Yeah, he got it
And
through the
then-
DM. That's all.
Haven't seen or heard
Yeah, but I just can't remember what the.
and so that's part of this.
Oh, he gifted a membership, and whoever
I'll take a few more.
it went to didn't respond. So then he just gave it to somebody else. I don't know. Chat voted on it. Chat all agreed.
For allowing that oil tanker.
And then I said, I think best comment of the day, in my discretion, is going to get a free account.
Look, again, this was a decision. It'll continue to be made on a case-by-case basis for humanitarian reasons or otherwise, but there's been no firm change in our.
Well, I appreciate the kind words here. That's what I mean. Look, if you're looking for the Lambo stream, the Rolexes, and the private jets,
Is the administration okay with that?
that you know, exuberant trips across the country to wherever, whatever. This ain't it. We're real people taking real trades, trying to make real money, and do it the right way. Those other ones will come and go. They'll run their, their shows, whatever. There's some really great traders out there that are doing that. Very few though. Win Lambo. Very few.
Me and Evan are getting Qdoba.
Ooh, Qdoba. I'm a Qdoba fan. Way better than Chipotle. Like,
way better than Chipotle. Way better. I'm so glad we agree on that at least.
The first time I think we've agreed on
Qdoba puts Chipotle at the bottom. I'm like,
dude,
what?
it's like, so that's why when people tell me
that
that
and people
Chipotle,
are trying to tell me, dude, Sam Crisanzio is trying to tell me like you're not that guy, pal. I'm like, you're crazy. Bro.
Hey,
Qdoba's way better.
Listen here, kid.
More flavor.
When people tell me they like Chipotle, I'm like,
dude,
what do you,
I like Chipotle, okay, but Qdoba.
I hear people that like whatever Chipotle sucks, but I hear that people say that they like it. But if you even like put the other categories of places similar to Chipotle, like it's not even close. Like it's not even close to Qdoba. It's not even close to Blue Coast Burrito. There's another Moe's or something. There's another one that's way better.
I cannot tell you more about that.
I had for the first time the other day.
Oh yeah, Moe's. Man, I ain't heard about Moe's in a minute.
I don't know if you guys have had Blue Coast Burrito. Blue Coast Burrito is amazing too.
Is that like a chain?
Yeah, it's a chain. It's not a big chain, but it's a chain.
Okay. I've never heard of them.
It's very similar to Qdoba. It's like a smaller version of Qdoba.
Okay.
We have something similar to Moe's here. It's called Islands. It's not bad.
That's why, like, we walked into Qdoba and I'm like, Gav, what do you mean you don't got Chipotle here, bro? This is that, but better. Like, what do you mean?
Yes, I did.
It's out of Nashville. Okay, I didn't know where
Is it
it all
out of
was from.
Nashville?
I've never heard of that. Blue Coast.
Blue Coast Burrito. It's good, and it's like you walk in, it just looks like super simple.
Burrito Shack.
But we understand Israel.
Never heard of Burrito Shack.
Burrito Shack is like 10 times better than Chipotle. Burrito Shack is the shit versus Chipotle. Chipotle sucks. I mean, it's just ass.
Matthew, if you're in DFW, you got to go to Salsa Limon.
Blue Coast Burrito.
It's the Lipscomb people.
Oh yeah, they're only in Tennessee.
There was one in Jonesboro, Arkansas. That's how I
Well,
knew
I
it.
do know that there was an entire task force that was
That's where I went to
formed,
college.
an
So.
task force to focus on
The Lipscomb people all like interchange with people from my hometown.
declared a domestic terrorist organization.
There you go.
rightfully. And we will continue to look into
Burrito
it. I don't
Shack.
have updates on those
Fuck
specific
yeah.
investigations, but I'd be happy to have my team get those over to you today, as this continues to be of the utmost importance to the president.
Iran's parliament approves bill to impose fees on Hormuz Strait.
On one
Dude,
question.
Burrito Shack just like in North Carolina.
They own it?
They control
I
it.
just saw that. Yeah.
Ground in Iran. Did President Trump
For
sign
financial
on
Jews.
U.S.-made landmines in Iran?
I don't have any.
Burgers into burritos? That actually sounds pretty good.
Whether they're being used at all? I don't have any.
Cheeseburger burrito?
Dude, I used to do a quesadilla burger all the time. It was actually fire.
Hell yeah.
You said yourself.
Cheeseburger quesadilla. That'd be pretty
For
good.
leadership, that they should cancel recess and come back.
Which one's comment of the day? Do you know what are you voting for? Comment of the day.
That he'll host a big Easter dinner here at the White House if Congress will come back and fight the
Oh,
Democrats. on
Gabriel's?
this issue, which we should do, because again, the Democrat Party is in the wrong here. They have voted
Gabriel's
7
put in a
times,
couple today.
against funding the Department of Homeland Security, which is completely egregious. With
Hey
everything
trades,
we
this is
have
the time
going
of
on in
this
the
is the
world.
time of day we argue over food because we're all
Men and
getting
women
hungry,
who serve
except for
DHS
Casey who
deserve
actually
to get
takes
their
breaks.
paychecks. President wants to see that happen.
Yeah, I just got done eating some little grilled chicken bites tossed in teriyaki sauce with some sticky rice and yum yum sauce mixed in with it. Shit was good.
Hey,
Sticky rice and yum yum sauce. Damn.
Ooh, a little bit of
I
teriyaki
do-
chicken.
I do mess with some yum yum sauce.
So good. I know. I'm getting back into the gym this week and getting back on a good diet. So
Same. I need
Let's
to do
go.
the same thing.
we just ordered a bunch of Greek yogurt. I'm not a huge avocado fan, but I'm gonna try to make that more of a.
Oh,
You don't like
I'm
avocado?
allergic, but I eat them anyways.
What?
He said I'm allergic, but I eat them anyway.
Allergic.
Yo, so Emp,
Bananas.
don't kill me. Don't kill me when I say this, but 2 weeks ago, the first time I actually sat down and ate
I don't know what you're about to
guacamole.
say, so I just
ate
had to censor that because the chat. I don't know if they're ready.
Guacamole, first time in
your
ever.
life?
Yeah, like sitting down and eating guacamole with chips.
What, have you never had ceviche either?
What's that?
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
Nah, dude.
He's never had some authentic ceviche made by a guy that
guacamole-
can speak no English.
Guacamole is way more common than ceviche, though.
True.
I mean, ceviche is great too. But good.
Yeah, salsa and queso, but never guac. Never tried it. Wasn't really.
You're an
interested
interesting
in it
fellow.
until recently.
Dude, I bought like the giant molcajete stone thing where I could make it myself.
They're the best.
We have one of those too now.
Izzy, where are you going? Come see me.
I need to get a molcajete for us out here. I have one at home, but I don't have one here.
She is done speaking, by the way. I saw that comment in there too.
Just a freshly seasoned
Dude,
molcajete.
Ooh, we're about to have some. I don't know if it's salmon.
It's the whitest shit I ever heard.
Okay, we got a new.
We got a runner up.
Runner up for comment of the day.
I can't.
Oh man,
I can't remember if we're having tilapia or salmon later, but it's like chipotle, like seasoned fish over rice, and then gonna put some avocado on top of that. So we're gonna try that out for a dinner.
dude, just make a bunch of little slices of avocado and just put it on top of anything.
Essentially that's what we're doing to the.
Next time you make a
so
sandwich, put avocado on there.
That's what I'm going to be doing for a lot of my chicken wraps, and then my toast in the morning with my eggs and shit is incorporating avocado with it.
Oh, dude, avocado with the eggs in the morning.
It just
yeah. So our toast is sourdough bread as well.
Oh,
we've been doing sourdough. Yeah, she makes her own sourdough for everything here. We don't buy bread.
She makes her
Great
own.
choice.
Oh yeah. She's making a whole loaf of banana bread right now out of sourdough.
Dude, avocados are a superfood though. They're like one of the few superfoods.
Dude, I'm gonna find me a wife, bro. One of these. Find me a
dude.
good
Make
wife.
sure she can do some sourdough shit because that stuff's good. Sourdough pancakes, the best.
Oh my goodness,
dude! If sourdough is an option, like I'm not even gonna go with anything else. Like if you have sourdough, like if I can get, I don't care if it's what kind of sandwich it is, hamburger, chicken, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, even for when we grill out and I
Sourdough's
grill hot dogs and burgers on there, she makes the buns for the hot dogs and for the burgers out of the sourdough.
Out of sourdough? I've never had that. I can't say
Right?
I've had a sourdough bun.
Dude,
Holy dang,
she's
though.
a freaking
You know what I do
wizard
like?
with it.
Pretzel buns. Pretzel buns.
Oh
crazy,
yeah,
bro.
a pretzel bun.
So
Hell
good.
yeah.
God, we're all so hungry, bro.
I'm full. I just got done eating.
Make sure she can cook, Jordan. I know. Because I can't. Not good enough, at least.
Ooh, Michelle, that sounds good.
Like I can cook some meals for sure, but I could surprise with a couple meals, but that list ain't very long.
Peruvian ceviche. Now that one, I've had some Peruvian food. I don't know if I've had ceviche though.
What would be the difference? I'm assuming the fish just used and maybe some of the
Probably some of
add-ons.
the spices or something.
Spices,
they put in
yeah.
there.
I've seen
Dude, I'm
Jordan
trying to
cooking up
remember-
some ground beef.
The
Oh,
sopa
nay, baby, ya tu sabe.
I don't know if I've ever tried kimchi, for being 100% honest here. I Googled it when Jordan mentioned it one day, and I'm 99% sure it's never entered my body. Also, I'm about 90% sure it never will.
You just gotta get that shit at the Asian market, man.
Stole that
Hell
shit.
no.
Hit it.
Hell no.
Stole that shit.
I'm getting better where I know each page, like all the colors by heart, like which sound they are. Almost there. Sometimes I get them mixed up though.
Does anybody know this answer in the chat, or any of you guys, if Lucid has payout caps? I'm brand new to Lucid. Just got signed up with them the
I
other day.
haven't got there yet on the payouts yet.
Me either. I got one funded and one
I just
eval
started
working
on it,
right
to
now.
be honest. So, but let me do some research and I can tell you.
Guys, what you don't know is I was in Jordan's room. I was looking everywhere for those damn chopsticks. I couldn't find them. He hid them smartly. They were going over the edge of the balcony.
Yep.
Which might have turned into a murder from the 15th floor.
50K account, max payout, 2,000. And that's going to be every 5 days on a Lucid Flex, every 3 days on a Lucid Pro, I believe. I would not take my word for it, though, and go check yourself. But I'm looking it up right now, and that's what it looks like. 150,000 account, up to $3,000 payout. Maximum of 6 payouts per account before transitioning to live. So you get 6 payouts. First payout maximum is lower than subsequent payouts. Like 1,000 for 25K first, and then your second payout can be up to 1,500. So it grows every payout you take there. Hope that makes sense.
To be honest, Pennington, I don't have much between the 6360, maybe the 6350, 6347. I don't have much between that and 6300. I don't have much here to work off of. SPY 628 is the next spot.
Oh, my boy, Orlando.
Who that? Who that say they
my
gonna
guy at
beat them
Qdoba.
Saints?
Pennington, are you looking at the Trinity map?
Broadcom looks nasty.
I know
That's the one we
AVGO is
talked
like a
about.
top watch. It was
God, I would
One
short
of the
that.
ones we talked about. That one and Taiwan Semi. Those are the two.
God.
And those are dominoes that haven't fallen. You look at SMH today. SMH just getting wrecked. And even the other names, the strong like ARM and some of those names that popped really hard the last couple weeks on some other news, just
How about
wrecked.
the banks?
Banks are
Coming back a
strong
little
today,
bit. Utilities.
but that's yields coming in all day.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Just look at pull up KRE. Look at that on a daily. Tell me that's on a bear flag ready to snap.
God, look at the weekly.
Or that. Yeah, that probably looks worse.
Where's App Lovin'?
APP,
Really?
you know me. Oh,
It dropped a little bit, nothing too crazy.
it's
Dell.
back below. Dell and ARM both today getting wrecked.
God.
Taiwan
Let's go,
Semi-
Hood!
Hood had the headline earlier that SpaceX is going to pull them from the IPO.
Let's go. Dump this thing so I can buy it.
I should have shorted SoFi, honestly. That one just crushed all the retail guys that have no
I was
thesis
short from like
whatsoever.
28, but I covered it when it got to like 21 or something. 20, 21.
Back to
Caterpillar.
Stuff.
Caterpillar was a good one today, too.
I was short what is that now?
Just broke 370 a little bit ago.
Caterpillar looks like, I mean, maybe that bottom holds. I don't know. That's another bear flag looking type program.
Look at the weekly on Caterpillar. That's the reason why I was on top watch short, that lower high. And look at that huge freaking
That's a
shooting star. The shooting star on the weekly that closed on Friday. I was like, man, that looks... Because Caterpillar been strong, but it just
This is
broke...
a huge break of a trend.
Yeah, so it just broke trend line. It hit this morning at 378 and it held initially on the first touch intraday on a 5 to
Keep
like
saying
15 minute,
three
but
something. And I'm trading at 700 here or 600.
or 6, sorry, yeah,
Okay,
678.
okay. I was making
Yeah,
sure we were on the right ticker.
678.
Stock, yeah.
But yeah, that weekly was clear for a nice little pullback on cat.
I mean, the thing is, like, when you look at like so many of these names, and I think there's a lot of people that think we're gonna have this big snapback rally to all-time highs like so fast. And I think when you look like Cat and you look at Meta and Microsoft and all these names that have just so much more bearish. We're gonna need a real catalyst and some real good economic data once the war is over to get out of this. But I just think the rally that potentially sets up that maybe carries us for 4 to 6 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever it is, I think eventually gets sold.
Ondas just broke $8, down 10%.
Yeah. Ooh, what Bender? Where you at?
A lot of technical damage. Look at Tesla, new lows, 356. God, that was another short I took off too early.
Dude, Marvell, CoreWeave's down 10% right now.
I mean, I've been looking for this move in Tesla for weeks. Just took forever to break down. That is a classic. I mean, Tesla was the perfect descending triangle. Then the bottom breaks.
Microsoft gave everything back today.
I mean, I think Microsoft is probably being oversold as it is. Maybe we make that. I mean, you're kind of getting into an area that you got to start to,
I hear
here in the next.
I hear your point.
$15.
Yeah, I hear your point, but when you go red 9 days in a row or whatever, and today the first little pop you get, immediately people are getting back on the train. Like that's I mean, the fact that that's all you did on the relief was this, and then immediately rolled over and did this intraday.
Yeah, not good.
Like that's just like I'm with you in the broader sense, but just like the market confirmation is not there at all. The market's telling you the price action is telling something different.
Yeah, I'm not saying do you go buy Microsoft right here? No. I mean, if you're on a long-term time horizon, it's probably not a bad spot, but I think what you want to do is begin to look for potential price action reversal if it presents itself somewhere in the next $20 range from 360 down to 340.
You see what I just tagged in the Discord, Will?
Yeah, let me see.
Boy, QQQ to 402 would be a crazy move.
Yeah, I agree, Casey, 100%.
I think that 340 is coming like soon.
You saw what I posted in the chat? Was it yesterday from that post I made back in like February? I think it was the night we were on. It was Sunday night show we did. I was like, I think Tesla's going back to mid threes.
Yep.
2 months later, mid threes.
I think that 340 is coming up. I mean, that sell signal on Thursday. I mean, I should have been.
Well, it's my target
short for a minute.
This is my target on Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting into some highs. Look at the volume profile. Where's the bulk of it at? Really? Yeah, getting close. 330, 340s, whatever.
Upper 340s. Your point of control's much lower at 320, but this is, I mean, your shelf, because once you lost 395, you traverse this, and you get down here to these. So, and the other thing that you can just pair with almost all of this is the fact that the market just looks like hammered dog doo-doo. I mean,
that's right.
I know that's right. Like I know people are looking at some of these charts going, okay, well, it got to my level. Like, it's one thing to have dip by level. If the broad market's not in sync with your dip by level, I don't know. It doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence to buy much here. And the only thing I've really bought this year was Netflix, and we're hanging out basically where I bought it. I started buying it down this. So I bought a little bit here. I think I bought a little bit up here actually. And I bought more here. I bought more down here, and we're just hanging out where most of my buys were, which is fine. I'm comfortable owning Netflix for a longer period. Let me tell you what's still looking good though. You guys checked this chart out lately? I don't know if you ever heard
I
of
have
this,
an open position right now that I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah.
I'll just keep it to myself.
That's crazy, Casey. I can't believe you're long Walmart right now. Yeah, you hear that? That's crazy, Casey. I don't know if you guys can hear it, if it's coming through, if it's censoring him a little bit, but he just said he is full port long Walmart.
Like right now for Walmart, I am full port. Yeah.
Crazy, right?
It's crazy.
So market makers are censoring you.
Costco looks pretty good. Costco having a good day. Went back over 1,000.
Were you here when I said I kicked my family out?
No.
I kicked them out. They're going to like some of the aunt's house to hang out. My wife said she's going to Costco. I was like, okay, gotta make some more money this afternoon.
Just get them out of the house.
Yeah, this might have been a poor decision. It's like, okay, I could have put up with that instead of the Costco trip. Diapers and formula.
Just freeze all your cards while she's gone.
Not a bad idea.
Problem solved.
I need to go on there and just put like a daily spend limit. They do not approve transactions over $500. Costco does look pretty decent. Stuck at 1,000, over 1,000. It looks much better over this little. You can kind of see this little trend line forming up here. Look at that right there.
That's what I'm short against right now on these names.
I just think if you're gonna be short, like M said, it's like you need to trade the breakouts and be in those names, and you need to keep tight stops on them, because if we do get news or we get something, like, you can rip your face off. So,
but
trade them.
if you're short, I mean, that would be. I don't know that you get the rising tide all boats thing. I think you get the oversold names bounce hard.
Yes.
And like, if people are hiding in some of these other names, like a Costco, then your short potentially still plays out, because even if the market bounces, money might flow out of those back into some of the others.
The stuff that's been crushed, tech and
IVG.
semis.
God, Micron, what a.
I was 2 days. I was 2 days early. That first red candle up there at the equal high before the new high is where I went short. Yep. I went short right there, and then I got stopped out on that next green candle, and then I didn't re-enter, and now it's just
Put the RSI in there just so you can really make yourself sick, because I guarantee that high is divergent for sure.
Oh yeah, not even as a divergent. This is a huge divergence. This is 82 versus 65. Like, that's a big divergence.
I was so sad about that one.
No, David, I would not short oil yet. I mean, if you want to do like, the only way I would do it is I would buy further out, like put spreads. If you want to go out like 45 days or something, you could do it that way. But do not buy outright puts, because the juice is so high in them. So you have to spread them off.
What if we took puts on like XOM?
So that one's a tough.
CVX.
Look at that daily candle though. Ooh.
Yeah, already.
Yeah,
Big
I
shooting
mean,
star.
yeah, and look at CVX. I mean, it's already red right now.
And look, the rest is CVX has already started heading into the gap.
So like XOM, like put swings. I mean,
at some
What's
point
the other?
when oil comes off, these things are going to get smashed, and tech's going to get a bid. Energy's going to get sold, and tech will get bought. I mean,
I
that's
think energy. I think energy as well. So like VLO. Look at VLO right now. It just went overextended on its daily chart as well, starting to pull back a little bit. I think that could be a decent one. Bloom Energy is already getting absolutely annihilated right now. About to go into a daily gap fill downside.
Oh, good.
I'm going
MPC. Look
I'm
at
going
MPC
further
right
out.
now.
I just did it. XOM 160s, 46 days to go. I'm pushing them a little further out.
What about Oxy up here?
Yeah, I'm looking at
those
all
highs,
of them
too.
right now.
That's actually a really good spot. You're getting close. I
That's
mean,
what
a
I'm
little
saying.
higher would be nice, but
Oh,
it's parabolic. I think
Yeah.
you start a position there.
I don't hate Oxy 60.
Let me see. XOM.
Let's see. Let's go through the
God, Pan W, more calls coming in. Will this thing stop?
Does anyone know if there's a catalyst around the cybersecurity names involved today?
Oh, it did.
NVIDIA, here's your 5-minute chart. You're just at IV low, hanging out. Microsoft, new low of day, and then a pop back into... probably gets faded again. Apple has done nothing all day.
Will, what are you
Google's
thinking for
just
XOM?
racing.
Or you can type it in your channel, either one.
No. I'm thinking I'm going to take the 160s, but I'm going to go out I want to go out at least 30, 45 days. I want to give it some time.
Want to do some May contracts?
Yeah, like May, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I like it.
Who knows, maybe next week we get you get some maybe they put boots on the ground, maybe it goes a little higher, I don't know. But I think at some point in the next 6 weeks, this thing's coming lower, and it's going to come lower fast. Because if there is a resolution, I do think market snaps back, Tex gets bought, IGV, all the names that have been beaten up, like Em said, and I think they sell energy because it's up so much. They're going to rotate out of it. They have to.
Yeah.
Because if they make a deal or something and oil comes down $15, do you think XOM's going to stay at 170? No. And I think that at some point they're going to make some type of relief rally resolution, at least short term. Whether it's permanent or not, I don't know. But I think you at least got to attempt that. Here's what's weird. So this is more of a macro conversation, but some of the stuff I was talking about over the weekend, break evens are going down today again, and what I mean is inflation forwards break evens, and oil's going higher. So just telling you that the higher oil gets, the more deflationary impact it's going to have on the broader market and the economy. There's just no way around it. You can't have oil at 120, for 3-4 months, or $100, $105. It's gonna hit the consumer. And I would have to think Trump's not that crazy. He may be crazy, but he's not a complete idiot where he knows it's gonna start to affect consumer sentiment and the economy in a more broad way if this does last, a month, 2 months, 3 months, something like that.
I don't know. All I can think of right now is Trump just railing all over some of his cabinet members. Somebody's getting fired soon.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, here, 5-year break evens like 2 weeks ago, we're trading a little over 2.4, and oil wasn't as high, and now 5-year break evens are all the way back down to 2.31. So like, I know it's not a big spread, but it's telling you that. I'm sorry, 10-year break evens. It's telling you that the long end thinks this is going to be a deflationary impact. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I like VLO and MPC as well.
Whoa, 1.6 million in IREN puts.
I think I sent that chart out too for a short potentially.
They're going after. Look at this. That one broke a range too. What catches this?
Oh man, it's like reminds me. See if I can find it. You're look at IONQ.
It's funny. I was just going to. I went to Rigetti
And
first. I was
Rigetti,
like,
yeah.
I was just going to the quantum names.
Yeah,
It's the
I was
same- it's
like,
right.
those
It's
two disgusting.
the same shelf just roll off the
Mhm.
table. Let's look at IONQ. Yeah, and the thing is, these had stuff here to try to catch them.
They don't look good.
There's a lot of people getting a lesson in pre-revenue companies this year. And we tried to caution on it last fall.
Guess who's back again?
What time is it?
It's time for lunch.
2:30? Hour and a half left.
Line up, everybody line up.
How does Venezuela oil market opening up affect all this? I don't think it does much, personally. I would love for us to finish the move to like 23K, but what I have more realistically would be an extension to 050-ish. Probably right here. Just do this right here. Unless we hold this random fib line that I have down here for no reason. Spy dumping. I mean, it's new low of day. It's just a downtrend. Classic downtrend.
Yep.
I mean, look, go to your SPY chart. The bad thing is, I mean, you could maybe call this morning a Monday pump, but it's not even near close to the Monday pumps we've been getting. This is much weaker. Much weaker. Well, I'm gonna have to snoop around tonight, snap some internet cables from my neighbors, hogging all the bandwidth. You guys have vacation, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, just a great sell the rallies.
Look at Microsoft, dude. Look at what Microsoft just did.
Up, back down. Thoughts on SoFi? I don't like anything here. Like, if you like, do not go catch a falling knife, please. I don't until you see constructive price action and you reclaim a 9-period moving average and try to form some type of base. I wouldn't be a buyer of anything. You're just going to buy lower lows, and that can be said about Tesla. That can be said about Microsoft or Google right now, or Meta. I mean, think about all those people that are like trying to buy Microsoft, Meta at 600. Now it's 530. How do you feel? Not very good.
Just clinch stop, sir. That's it.
Yeah, just right.
Bend over, assume position. Ding, 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 ding. What happened, Brent? Oh, good old wrap around. Oh, chat is wild today. I like when chat's wild. I never really saw that show. Trailer Park Boys or whatever. I grew up in that show, so around that show, I should say. There's one thing that a tornado and a divorce in Arkansas have in common is somebody's losing a trailer. My phone is blowing up. Bobbles was the best character. Was that Powerpuff Girls? Oh, Casey, you weren't even here earlier. I had a great reference that 3 people in the chat got. I know you would have got it. Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Make my
You
heart go boom,
boom,
boom.
boom.
Supernova girl. How did no one know about Xenon?
Bro, only like 3 people in the chat.
What?
Jordy's
Never heard
too
of it.
young. Jordy's too young. Came out when Jordy was born.
Xenon?
Hey, so did
Xenon.
Spider-Man, but I know Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire. Come on now.
Yeah, Spider-Man's like
Spider-Man's lit. I know.
we're talking about like
Dude, I
like
watched.
kids
I'm
movie
in the
versus,
process
like,
of watching every Spider-Man movie right now. Back
All right.
again. I watched the whole Tobey
Quick-
trilogy. I'm on Amazing Spider-Man.
All right,
Hey,
now
check.
was the best
Go ahead,
one.
you first.
I was gonna say Jordan. Okay, did you ever watch a TV show called Phil of the Future?
I don't believe so. Maybe if I saw a picture,
What?
but I don't recognize the name. I don't recognize the name.
Hey, we are not to. I don't want to cut you off, but it's an important level. NDX is coming right into the September 2nd low, right at it.
I
Oh,
think
we-
I have a
we
small
hit
gap
my-
down
we
here
hit
on
my level.
SPX. Let me see.
So I just want to put that on everybody's radar.
God, I had that.
Ooh, there's a gap fill on SPX to
It's kind of where we
63
bounced last night, too.
63.41 from August 7th. About $10 lower.
I
Is
have
this
that on my
maybe-
daily chart. Yeah, I have that on my daily chart.
Is this a? I
977.
I don't think it's a huge area, but I think it is a area we
pretty
need to
big
look
level.
at.
Phil,
It's yeah.
Oh, because it's like if you go back, you go to like weekly, monthly. This is
Yeah, it's a weekly low, too.
September's low and basically August low. Right here.
Final destination was a mystery.
Where's the? Let me go to the
Something
monthly.
on the time machine has blown, so we ended up right here in our time
I guess
zone.
okay. August low had 1 week a little bit lower, but weekly wise, this is there's 3 big lows right here on the weekly.
Yeah, it's a big spot.
Zoom,
Bet-
zoom,
I bet Jordan watched like Corey in the House.
Wait, I kind of recognize that. Corey in the House.
Corey in the House?
I recognize that. Hold on.
Yeah.
I need to see it.
Corey in the House.
I'm gonna.
Corey and the dad from That's So Raven. The dad gets hired as the chef at the White House.
Might try a little long here. By the way, try it small. No,
I kind of want to long this, but I'm too late to it now.
I know. I did.
A
I got it.
good eye on that. I had this on this chart right here, and I didn't have it on my other chart.
Yeah, some Corey. I remember this. I remember
Corey
this
in the
guy.
House.
Yeah, it's already
Yeah.
done.
Kyle Massey.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't
Remember
recite
Sister
anything from there though. Like I was
I'm in
so
it.
little.
I got in at 17. What I get in 173, I think.
Yeah, I'm too late to chase it. Dadgummit. And I had that pivot. This is where I was trying to long last night. Originally.
Yeah, let me send this to Will.
And it
real
was
quick.
at daily level. Dadgummit.
Yeah, I had it.
The
I got long there last night. That's what I wrote up. Was like, I think I got long like 185. I think is what it was. But
Let me tag you in the Discord real quick. Look.
ooh, yeah, a little.
It's that,
falling wedge.
it's that after hours low from Friday's session after the close, and then a little falling wedge right there that lines up with it.
Yeah.
Damn right, and I'm proud.
So to ping. Whoa, boy. That phraseology is not.
Yeah, brother.
Let's let the air clear on that one a little bit. This is Casey. This is how white this panel is.
Ooh, that's a good burn right there.
Yeah, boy. That tall collar can't hide that red neck.
Dude, that red neck is red.
Isn't Exo Inputs fighting oil? Yes.
Oh, Married with Children was great too. Whitest panal ever.
I am so white.
Panal?
It is ridiculous.
Panal. Well,
P anal.
I'm extremely white.
Pañal is
Oh,
diaper
boy.
in Spanish.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Pañal?
pañal.
Mm.
Pañal. It's like with the inye, with the N with the whatever that accent's called.
Mm-hmm.
I used to know all that stuff. Panya.
I forget what it's called. To be fair,
The letter's called inye. Yeah, well, Casper probably put on some damn sunscreen, but let me just tell you, there wasn't much sunscreen floating around. At
Like
this event.
sunscreen's bad for you, but it probably would have been better than roasting your neck like that.
Yeah, well, it was only like 75 out. I'm not used to getting sunburn when it feels nice outside.
True. That UV just cooked.
Oh yeah,
cooked you,
yeah.
bro.
6,000 feet elevation just gets you real quick. Look, the dad move was getting 3 kids and 2 different so what they did it was a school thing for my kids.
Okay.
And each class had a team when the parents had to do a cookout thing. So I was on.
I'm sorry,
on 2
Rooster.
teams.
That comment was hilarious.
Yeah. But each, I had to be on 2 teams to try to grill. Because every class had to do it was like a competition for the grill out, and they had all these games and inflatables, and a mariachi band showed up. They had a DJ going for 8 hours.
Did you guys win?
I got second place on one.
right.
One team. My older son, we got second place, which was a robbery. We should have got first. One of the dads brought a hot stone and cooked ribeye on top of it. You kidding me?
Oh yeah.
He had the pink Himalayan stone thing that he put on the grill to heat up, and they seared the ribeye on there. We didn't win with that.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's fire.
We got second place though.
That's crazy.
That's pretty good though, because it's there's 3 levels of kindergarten, and then there's 6, whatever, 1st through 6th grades. So was that 9 different groups? I think we got second. Yeah, we had a mariachi band at the school picnic. Yeah, what do you think this is? This is Mexico, brother. Bro, they showed up. They brought a full mariachi. It wasn't 4 guys either. This is all 14. 2 of every instrument. I was actually wearing pants because it was breezy in the morning. It wasn't even hot. Otherwise, I would have got roasted on my legs too.
What's the temperature right now? Oh, it's 73.
Even though they're giving a second chance at that entry, I just don't love this tape to try to play the longs.
Yeah, it's not good.
Would you say it was where you're at? 73?
It's 73 and full sun outside right now.
75 right now.
It's going to be 70s all week and sunny.
It's roasting today, and then it's just going to rain tomorrow.
See, that's one reason why I don't want to move to
80
Florida.
degrees. But it never lasts, bro. It's
I miss
really
the rain.
never lasts.
I
hate the rain.
I used to complain about
it's
rain.
never rained for a day straight for me yet. Not completely a day straight. Not even on the wedding day. It's still calmed down on the wedding day.
Yeah, for a little bit. Sun peeked through. Dude, I miss having rainy day. Just a all afternoon just rain.
Yeah, I love it because in California we don't get any rain. So
dude, that's
I'm
why it is.
enjoying it.
We get 3-4 weeks of rain here, the whole year. It was sprinkling last night a little bit overnight, but I didn't even get to see it.
Wow, I almost wish I had 3 more of those tacos.
Insiders are buying silver options. What's
900?
That doesn't even make sense.
No way. You mean 90? 90s maybe, not 900.
Or is that gold? Yeah, wait a second. Yeah, that didn't. Heavy D, double check that. Drop that back in.
Random question: what police show or movie do you find to be the most accurate from your past career? Reno 911.
That's funny.
Super Troopers.
Super Troopers.
No, what was the, what's that live PD show where they like just jump around like from city to city? That one's actually pretty
Yeah,
good.
they actually came here a few years ago. I mean, live PD and cops. I mean, that's all live shit. I mean, because that's real. Those are real. I mean, law enforcement dealing with real criminals. When you're like fictitious TV shows and movies, none of them are accurate. I watch a few TV shows still. Like I love watching The Rookie. I think it's a great TV show.
I like the movie. I like the movie way better, the baseball one. When I hear The Rookie, that's all I think about.
I like watching 911 as well, but I'll tell you right now, when you're watching some of these things, you're like, yeah, you don't do that. You're not supposed to do that. None of that shit's accurate. End of Watch is a great movie. End of Watch is a great movie, but it's not. I mean, I wouldn't say it's not that accurate, but
sorry. Casey was Denzel.
Like I'm just watching TV shows sometimes, and I'm just watching them do shit, and I'm like, you can't do that. That's illegal. I'm like, cops can't do that, or agents, you can't do that. That's illegal.
Pfizer looks like it's about to break out. I can't long this name just because it's like on that do not touch list for me still, but how? I mean, I've got a little Pfizer injected in me about 6 years ago.
You're gonna live forever.
Dude, what if it comes out like in 20 years or like anybody that got the COVID vaccine is going to live an extra 30, 40 years? And all the other people are going to be the ones that are like, damn it. It's wishful thinking. I played on the baseball team for one season. I played football in college, but I joined the baseball team for one season. We got second place by half a game in the regular season, and we lost the conference tournament game. So we got second place in both, barely. I was this close to getting a third championship ring in college.
How many Disney stars
Question
are now homeless or in jail?
Okay.
Ooh.
Hold on. First off, can you just Google how to spell panel for me one time?
Panal.
Wait, what's an OFI? A fair value gap? Is that what he's referring to as a fair value gap?
I mean, that's what he put in parentheses.
An
Which
OFI?
one you guys like above 1 minute? But... I mean,
Jordan,
me per
you like 15, right?
What's that?
You like the 15-minute, right?
So it depends on what I'm doing. Like if we're opening up and the draw is higher, I think the market's going to draw higher, and we're already in the move, and I'm not looking for like a reversal move, like manipulation and then distribution, but just straight distribution. Then yeah, I'm playing 5 15-minute fair value gaps. Right, I'm looking for us to tap into one of those and then look for a lower time frame inverse out of it for continuation. If I'm sitting there trying to catch a reversal and like actually like see the manipulation happen in a move and then try and catch distribution, then it's generally out of an hourly or a 4-hour fair value gap. But it's always, my entry is always on the highest time frame inverse you can find in that manipulation leg, if that makes sense. Which if you trade this, it should make sense to you. So I think you'll get it, but hope that makes sense.
I'm gonna catch up with the chat here, Joe.
I know that's a different language for everybody. I'm sorry.
No, I actually followed that. Which
did you? You got it, dude. He's learning my language.
Trying to they don't have your language on Duolingo, so I'm just taking it piece by piece. Joe, I don't know what happened there. Arkansas State was the college. I don't know. What did I give something a test drive? You got like 3 clarifications back to you guys. Rooster, there you go. Did that answer you?
When I say
okay.
highest time frame inverse too, it's up to a 5 minute. Like I'm not entering on fucking 10 minute, 15 minute inversions. I'm taking 5 minutes. That's the highest time frame.
Salesforce headline. I think it's a breach.
CRM.
Something. I think they said data breach on Salesforce.
Let's go.
CRM's like, God, you talk about a stock that can't get off its back.
Just loves to get fucked. Actually, I think that's TTD.
Oh, you work at UCA? Neil? I think I remember you mentioning Conway, but I didn't know you worked there. Both my parents went to UCA, actually. Also, Scottie Pippen, UCA alum. How about that? My mom showed me Scottie Pippen in her yearbook. I almost played soccer at a school over there, Neil. Central Baptist or something. They begged me like 3 different times. Wait, Gabriel, are your ex is just all in the chat today? Are you okay? It's like the 4th time he said something about his ex, Gabriel. Let's just
sensitive subject.
Sounds like you need some caguamas and some just deep banda songs right now just to get rid of that. I talked to Hendrix too, yeah. We are still drilling. Glad I didn't take the long. Good decision. It was 15 minute. I mean, with a 15 minute, all you can get is this inverted hammer that doesn't have any follow through. Where's liquidity, Jordan? To all the people.
Oh boy.
Where is it?
We got to look at NDX, don't we? Let's see.
No, you don't have to. Just look right here. No, NDX is
no,
already in
I
it.
might have to because we're so low that the contract doesn't go back far enough for me to actually
Oh,
see
no. I'm
anything.
just saying, just from last week to today basis. Last night to today. Where's the liquidity?
Oh, I see us just sitting in it. We're under a previous week low. I know on NDX you were talking about that weekly low getting taken too, which really sparks my interest. On
I'm
our
just saying, just look from last night.
Just from last night. Asia low.
Yeah.
Asia low. That's what you wanted me to say. Asia low.
Yes. But then where you're going is we're tapping into it here. But I mean, your next big spot's another several hundred points lower.
I was so wrong this morning. I said this morning on Spaces, I was like,
300.
I don't think we're gonna see Asia low like at all today. I don't think we get down that far. And look and behold where we are. Wow. Insane. My draw was completely wrong. I still made money today, but I was completely wrong on where I thought the market was wrong too.
That's what's beautiful about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Vince,
you gotta be able to
this is
switch
funny.
your thoughts. If you're married to a bias, like you're cooked. Like I have a bias every morning, but I'm never married to it. If the market tells me different, I adapt. Like you have to. You can have that
PC's
bias,
got
but
some
you gotta
chickens
switch it.
hiding in the background.
They're awake from their nap.
No, what I was gonna say first to Jordan's point there, you'll see like I can be directionally wrong in the overall picture and still make money. because of good risk management, good entries.
Yeah. And sometimes shit
then-
just changes. Like this morning, shit just changed. Like we started running through all these areas to the downside, and I was like, oh, I gotta think short. And then we hit all my targets for short, and I'm like, okay, this is a long spot again. Like, and so I looked for that and found it.
I tried to long this, and then I flipped short on both of these two. Or I flipped short on this one and these two. So 1-0 trade and 3 wins. I got stopped out of the one he asked, but whatever. Finster, this comment right here, it's funny because of Harding and Cersei and Lipscomb, they like trade, like the high schools like go to each other's college and they like trade each other. It's really interesting. There's a ton of Nashville people and Cersei people that just like interchange. I didn't know that the owners were from there though. You get Frankie D back in here. Chickens or a parrot? Yeah, maybe it was a chicken and a parrot fighting each other. Jordan's got a nice cockfighting ring just down the street from his house.
We do? I still haven't been. Me and Evan gotta go.
Cockfighting. It says it's all capital letters. It says it on the outside of the building. Cockfighting. Yeah, big gold cock ring.
Sure.
Boy, we're gonna hit some censorship today.
Potentially.
What are you? Hey, what's going on over here? Pause.
Hey, the City Rooster. This is your spot, brother. This is your kind is in there just fighting. Oh, Grambo coming in hot.
He did. That's what I heard. That's the reason why I'm muted.
Jordan.
Yes.
Just read the comment.
Did you say? Yeah, M found it when he was visiting.
I was looking for the chopsticks. That's what I found.
Oh shit!
He keeps them next to each other in the same drawer in his nightstand next to each other.
So the true story is, guys, I was looking for the chopsticks. I saw that and I just shut the drawer and walked out. I said, all right. Keep the chopsticks. I don't know what else I'm gonna find in here.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's always a good thing to forget, Banana. Forget you have a little runner.
Ooh, let's go.
Oh yeah, Eduardo coming in. He knows. Mr. Saucedo, he knows he needs some Chente. Chente fixes everything. Palantir looks like it's going much lower. I hate to say it. Palantir looks like it's going to hit that 125 at least.
Kobe.
Like Kobayashi.
Dude, when I was in B Trades City yesterday, they had this vending machine where you can get autographed jerseys for like NFL and NBA players. I almost did it. I'll do it next time we go. I've seen someone pulled a Shaquille O'Neal jersey out of there.
Ooh, what?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I would love it.
I did the Pokemon card instead, so I pulled one of those out.
I saw that. I saw what you posted.
That was fun. Yeah, the jerseys you can get a gold tier jersey for like $280, and then the platinums for like $380, and it's just random. Just a random box comes out of the vending machine. Yeah. XOM new lows. SPY new lows. They're dropping it low, girl.
Casey, this is where we were getting long last night. When we got the little tweet. Somebody calling 911. I love when the market gets this it just starts trending and there's just not much to do. We just sit here and have fun with chat.
I agree.
Oh, good Lord, Matthew. Chat is on one today. Fear and greed at 9. Yeah, let's get like a 3 handle on there. A little 3.
I meant 30, not 40. I bet. 630 spy.
Tom, you just got back from Palm Springs, but did you get burned as bad as I did? Doubt it.
Doubt it.
I haven't seen
Doubtful.
sun in. I don't know. I never see sun.
That's why you got so burnt too.
Yeah, dude. Because like normally I burn once or twice, and then I start getting some nice color. But since I don't ever leave my cave anymore,
Need some melanotan too. Get you right.
Ceylon Beach.
Get you nice
Google.
and right. You got to be careful though, or else you will change races.
Google
Rooster,
filled the gap.
Rooster, if you look, it says it has my name right at the bottom of the screen. It tells you whose chart's being shared. There's only 2 EMAs on here though, so or 3, I guess.
Holy A-Lab.
But there's VWAP with 1 standard deviation band. That's what these 2 green and the orange is a VWAP.
Dude, A-Lab's down 12%.
Emp, is it nap time? Because it's awful quiet there.
I kicked them all out. So it's kind of a good news, bad news scenario here.
Yeah, they're
So
in the wild streets.
they all left. They're not at the house, but my wife's going to Costco. So good news, bad news there. And I just got a hey, can you transfer me some money text? So
I told you, freeze the cards.
With that,
All right, I'm gonna. I trim the
tell her to get
XOM
your
puts
favorite
here
food
for
at
a day
Costco.
trade.
I did make a nice sale at 150 on that pop at 140 candle. I made a nice short. This is not looking good, boys. This is like Friday all over again, except not
No,
as
this
much
is just-
movement. That
it's
was
just, I mean,
some
it's been
shitty
straight
bounce
down
this morning.
Since this morning consolidation, this is just straight down. I mean, it's like 15 right here. It's clear as day. Consolidation, and then look at this. It's just this is a 45-degree angle downside. And then what's oil doing? Trending upside.
This is 626, 627 SPY tomorrow. And this is Qs are, what's the pivot point? 552, 550.
628 SPY.
550. That's the spot.
628
Get ready,
SPY. And oh, we're almost actually.
The thing is, you can't get a good bounce like we did last April off. There's no news that can be that good that can make it like rip back up. You know what I mean?
I mean, you could get the shorts to
continually
cover.
gonna be like a relief rally and then a little better news, but like there's no fix that's gonna happen.
It's not a quick, yeah. There's no quick fix because like if you get oil start flowing through the strait, then maybe you get some short covering. But until that's like a constant thing, I don't feel like people are going to be comfortable because they'll be like, well, what if, you know, an escalation just takes out one of these tankers and then it just all halts again? You got to have like a resolution on top of that. VIX, yeah, VIX is just, I mean, yes, we're over 30, but VIX isn't like flying. It's just hanging out, trending a little bit higher. The VIX isn't really doing much either. It's kind of like at a complacency point.
We could see the whites of their eyes sometime tomorrow, I think. For a little. How do you do?
I got 551.65 on QQQ. Be a decent big target downside.
What is
I like that too.
I mean, we're at an interesting spot on the Qs here. We really are. Does Trump have anything this afternoon? He has nothing scheduled today on camera. Policy meeting, signing time closed to press. Drill, baby, drill. I thought Bitcoin was selling off. Yeah, Bitcoin had one of those little liquidation things last night where it rugged all these people. But it's not looking good. Is MSTR under $100 yet?
God, I'm running out of freaking levels downside for SPX.
That's what I said. I don't have like, so I did mark I did mark just 10% down correction. Just from the high, because like that's usually some type of target, and that's right at 6,300. 6,200 was another big like weekly low or whatever, and then 6,150 is a previous high that we're finally going to come back into.
Shit.
That's
59.20. Ugh. That's like mega move downside. And that's like a full port long.
What kind of retracement are we even at here? It doesn't even feel like it's that far yet.
I just drew the 50% from April to all-time high, and that's what put it at the 59.20.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to look at the next one here, which is the 382 is at 61.75. So that'll be an interesting spot to watch.
I think we can sweep 6,300 and get a move down closer to 62.85. I think that can be a great spot on SPX for a little relief. I'm actually going to go ahead and mark that and set an alert on the chart.
There goes Asia low. Whoa. Somebody call 911.
Shorty's fire burning on the dance floor.
Whoa.
Yeah, I went to the store for my girlfriend and got into it with the guy on the road in some road rage on the way home. And, you know, that's pretty hard for me to get in that. Like, how could he get me that rage? But the guy did.
Welcome.
And I followed him.
Welcome to Florida.
Yeah. And he was.
It was probably another New Yorker.
He was very afraid.
Oh, yeah.
Frank said, "I'm not the one to mess with, motherfucker."
Dude, no,
No, he.
you guys haven't seen Frank.
I had a Jeep. He was behind me, and he was like tailgating me, like going fast, beeping. And I had a car like 30 feet in front of me. There was a car 30 feet. So I pulled over. I let him go by. About 100 yards up the road, so he makes a left and goes into his development. I fucking followed him right in. So he stopped and got scared. He kind of opened his door. I said, "Hey, jerk off. What the fuck is wrong with you?" He said, I said, "Don't talk to me. If I want you to talk to me, I'll beat it out of you." I said,
I like the lead
so
with
this
that.
woman is walking in, and she looks at the guy. And she goes, "Hey, Joseph, I see you're pissing off somebody else fucking today." And I said, "Hey, Joseph, now I fucking know your name." He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." I'm like, I said, "You're lucky. You're lucky. It's not somebody that like was carrying, because you're a fucking asshole, making believe you're going to hit me." I said, "That's not my fucking car. It's a rental, you asshole. What's wrong with you?" I'm sorry. Fuck off.
Did he have a New York accent? That's the only thing I'm curious about.
It was a little bit. I was going to beat him like a redheaded stepchild. I never do that, but I couldn't help myself. I was like, this fucking guy. Because down here, nobody carries insurance. They're all fucking idiots.
Yep.
And like, I'm not political, but some of these guys are fucking magatards. And then you got the other side that are like fucking TDS syndrome. So you got both, and they're both as crazy on either side. All right, we keep going down. 556. This is actually, I didn't think we'd make it down here today.
050, I'll 050, I might try it, but I kind of want to see if it's just going to hit the figure first. Because ES
You
is lagging.
You ever watch the movie The Other Guys with Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg? At the beginning, when The Rock and Samuel L. Jackson are still alive before they jump off the building, he looks at Will Ferrell and he said, it reminded me of just what Frank said. He's like, hey, motherfucker, if I want you to talk, I'll shove my hand up your ass and work your mouth like a puppet.
There you go.
All right, I'm getting ready to start scaling in here.
Oh,
It's a
look
little
at this
long.
dump. Ooh.
All right. I just took a couple of little starters here, and I'll buy it all the way down to 23K.
Dang. I already closed the accounts, but do I take another trade? M's long, so I'm going to full port this eval. Ooh, nice job, King Faces. Look at that P&L, baby. That's nice. Oh, I can't log in the Tradify. I want to take that as a sign.
Oil all-time oil highs today, 104.33, 23.
Ooh, I'm logged in. Bad decision here.
China's sharing intel with Iran on U.S. troops and forces. Cool. I really thought the Chinese were going to be on our side at least.
That's an issue.
Let me find my shocked face real fast.
All right.
ES is at those Sunday night lows. Fire burning on the dance floor.
Iran is going to think they're going to charge people to go through Hormuz Strait of Hormuz. They think they're going to charge ships secure passage. Yeah. they're about to welcome to the 20th century. They're about to fuck around and find out. But I don't think they completely get it yet.
6:30 on SPY too.
This is not good. Can we even get a pop here?
I mean, they might just take it down to 6,300.
Where is SPX? Another 20 points before there's really anything.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Dreams does its oversell it all, so that may be the bottom for now. Guys, quick reminder, if you're on the YouTube stream, just make sure that you're up to live every so often. And no,
Yes.
Frank is not a small guy. Frank would intimidate just about anybody.
Yeah. Frank is a tall guy.
When I picture Frank, I picture a Major League Baseball catcher, and that's not the guy you want to get in an argument with.
Yeah.
No, and I'm hard to argue with. Like, I don't get uptight easily.
Well, you're very like even kill. Like your neutral is very even kill, much lower than most people's.
Gap fill on NDX is 100 points lower.
NDX is a gap fill here.
If you go on a daily, or wait, the daily, no, 4 hour, sorry.
Oh yeah,
that gap.
Who called that? Good eye on that. Who said that?
It's at 22,763.31. I think we could get a bounce off that 100 points lower if we keep drilling. There's more gaps. We have a gap that never got tested all the way down to 21.8s, 28.50s.
Good call. Who was that? I want to shout. Who was that? I want to shout that.
No, I don't know. Did somebody mention it?
Did you say that? Is that just
yeah?
you?
I was just
Oh, okay.
Yeah, give Jordy some credit. Damn.
I thought you read that in the chat. No, I wanted to credit somebody. That's a great spot. That's a great.
That's what I'm looking at.
That's why we trade in a group.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I think you can see 628 on SPY. If we drill lower, you can see 550. I mean, 555 on Q is not that much lower. These are those Sunday night lows on ES. $69.20 on SPX hit.
Oil just ripping higher.
Yeah.
Shit.
I mean, you got equal low on ES basically, but overnight low, I should say. Excuse me. I don't know if it holds. But...
Oh, Krispy Kreme.
That's a chart I haven't looked at in forever.
Little D nut.
Look at Tesla, 353 now. Look at that short from 400. Ugh. Nvidia's the problem. Good night. Here though, Nvidia doesn't have that low at 164 something. 164.07. We're not there yet, but we're getting close. Maybe a little bit more of a flushy flush.
You know what stock I was gonna say keep on watch for downside today? It's a piece of shit. Peloton.
All of them? Oh.
Well, Peloton had some weird spike on Friday. And I was looking at the chart and I was like, that thing needs to go back to where you came from. And it did.
Go back to
I don't know what happened on Friday with Peloton for it to spike up that much, but there was no need for it to go that high.
Rooster, what do you have at 29? That's my question.
29 on ES?
I think
Or
he's
what?
in QO 23029 on NQ. I don't know where you're getting that level though. That's what I'm.
Walmart's starting to come down a little bit.
Shut your mouth.
I closed it.
Is this you are
You're doing
NDX?
a weekly. You're doing weekly on NQ from September. Are you doing continuous contract, back adjusted, not back adjusted, and how are you finding any accuracy with that? That's what I'm confused about.
The open on I guess this is Friday, August 1st. Is that a gap? Or no, that gap, did that gap ever get filled? I don't think it did. 22,941. No, 22. What am I saying? God. Or is that gap way down there? It's 760. Excuse me, Jesus. My bad.
I mean, look, here's the thing. Nobody's positioned down here on futures. Nobody.
You're right. I'm looking at the cash. Just trying to figure out.
NDX, the only, I mean, I don't have anything below this until it's 22.6 something.
Yeah, and with oil over 104, I don't think what's the like? Nothing other than short.
This looks like it's gonna fall apart. ES is gonna finish the move down.
It's because Walmart's drilling.
And then maybe we long 23K pivot point. NVIDIA new lows.
Yeah, 164.07 is.
Rooster, do you back adjust or you not back adjust, and why? And if it happened in June of 2025, you're comparing that at the beginning of that's the end of a contract versus the beginning of a contract, you're probably 200 something points off. Because that's the typical spread between the current contract and the actual underlying. At the beginning of the month is 220, 250 typically. I mean, what is it right now? It's about that, like right under 200. So the problem is the time value is not calculated in that. That's why I am a firm believer in charting the actual underlying that it derives from, which is the NDX.
Yeah, you got to use the cash indexes for levels,
especially for this far back. Like if you're doing it over the last like 3 weeks or a month or something, like tomato, you're going to get close enough. But anything further than that, the drift is just too big for any accuracy.
Yeah, cash levels, and then wherever the cash level is, you can. I mean, S&P's got nothing here. Really. It's just thin. We said that. I mean, we've been saying this for a while. Below 6,800 would be would start to get really thin, and it's exactly what happened.
IDF, we targeted infrastructure in the heart of Iran or Tehran.
Will, do you chart
We're
the
about to
US
go with
100
markets
or
turmoil
500?
tomorrow.
What's that?
Do you chart the US 100 or 500 on TradingView?
Have
you ever looked at those?
The S&P 100?
Yeah.
No, I assume that's the S&P 100, is it?
I believe so, yeah. And then the 500 as well. Have you ever looked at those?
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the SPX.
Yeah.
Just different indexing.
Yeah. God, look at some of how these freaking daily and weekly charts right now. It's disgusting. There are 2 ticks showing now. So is it a long here? I'm not sure what you mean. I don't have anything for a tick here. Yeah, this is my spy chart right here on the stream. There's no overextended tick right now.
Jordy.
Don't have one.
What's goody? What do we got?
Just stop by the stream.
Oh, what's up? Daily stock pick. Our man Gary.
Big Gary V stopping by. What's up, Gary? I haven't heard your voice in forever. Hope you're doing well. Miss you too,
brother.
man.
Things have been good.
To have
Market's
Gary
been
just come by and
crazy.
chat with us after hours one day, after the market closes, just see if he comes
It
by
should.
and just chop it up. Apple is holding up well. So those that don't know Gary, he bought Apple at $4 a share. So yes, it's holding up well for you.
Oh. Gosh, Casey, weren't we saying AMD was up like 3% this morning? 2%?
This morning it ripped and then gave it all back.
Oh my gosh. That's down 4.2. It's crazy. Corey's down 10 now. Not good.
Good God, 124. I didn't even go low enough on my estimate.
The default for a tick is 1,000. So unless you changed it.
No, we're not making an argument. Black Mamba. Gary's had a good track record of finding value in different things. He's very patient, great investor. Not much of a trader. He's an investor, and he's done very, very well. Mags is $1 away from halfback. Interesting.
Halfback.
Predictions on where we close this time. Good Lord.
Ah.
I could give you better predictions on about 1,000 other markets than that. Arizona probably wins the national championship. I'd feel more confident in that pick than telling you where the market's going tomorrow.
Lately, it has been though. I mean, we're not.
You guys
Guess
ever
we
look at
are. Wow, we are almost closed. I guess. Yeah, when you close at the lows lately, it's been a gap up. Or like, not necessarily on the futures, but open higher. Some futures technically last night we gapped down, but ripped up after.
I like Stoxel for for like trading and moves. I don't really chart it much. I would just rather look at the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index. All right, ES is taking that Asia low right here and about to hit the full extension on that. I still do have room on SPX though, so NVIDIA new low. Oh god, here. If this falls apart hard, I'm gonna buy a lot more down here. But it needs to go to like 23K immediately. There's a pivot point sitting down there.
164.07 on Nvidia. That's that low from September 5th. It's about 20 cents away. So see what happens there.
I mean, we haven't had one piece of good news today, by the way. It's worth noting.
Or those are the 3-month, the quarterly charts. King, yeah. Got evening stars on the quarterly charts for SPY and Qs.
Hell yeah.
Oof. Yucky.
Took a little ad when ES swept that low. I'm not using any size right here. I mean, this thing could rug 200 points. I'm still going to have a green day.
Yeah, I wonder if they just take it to this gap fill. Gotta, like, even me, I'm looking at NDX down here. You have to, because, like, there's you can't find levels on the other charts. You can't. Not down here.
Average is at 43. I'm going to try to get to 75-ish. 73. Just a little scalp trade to here, 30 points, and then see if we can get 50 points or so out of it. I don't know if anybody's in short runners, but good lord.
Yeah, definitely, Gary. Got to hop in with the crew on Spaces. They're doing stocks on Spaces every day still. Let us know when you're thinking of hopping on there too. I'll try and drop by. I'm usually not on there, but
Oh, XOM, gap fill, baby. All right. All right, I'm going to trim out some of those puts.
30 minutes till close. Yeah, this day went fast. Wow. I did not think it was 3:30.
Hey, so far quote of the day is 20 lots and a prayer.
I like it.
The prayer did not get answered for Rizzo, by the way.
Was he long?
Well, no, he was short, but he got stopped out.
Oh no. Overnight he was short?
That's honestly worse.
No, this morning.
Oh no.
This morning on here, like he tried it like 2 different times, and he was long oil too. He had both of the right trades on. It just
happens.
I think he got a little excited on his first day back from the hospital.
Been there.
Just knife through this. Dang, the 50 period on the S&P is all the way back at 6,800. That is a long way away.
I don't know. I will say this though, like the more time, and I'm not picking on anybody here in the chat, but the more like ticker tap, for example, could NVIDIA fall below 100 again? Like these questions like this and thoughts like this, you know, is the VIX going to pop up tomorrow? Like, I'm not picking on anyone here, but when those thoughts, this is just the psychology side of trading. When those thoughts start creeping in and you're like, oh my gosh, how bad can this get? And you start to like think farther and further and further away, is usually when you get to a little snapback spot. Just in my experience, like I said, I'm not picking on anyone here. I'm just saying I'm seeing it in our chat here, but I'm seeing it all over the timeline too. All of a sudden, you know, people that were telling you that Bitcoin was going to 200K are now the ones telling you that the S&P is going to 5,000. It's about, you know, usually marks, you know, some type of relief. Fear and greed gets down in the single digits. There's usually some type of, and it may take like a big washout type of day to get it, but it's just you're getting, yeah. When NVIDIA fills the gap at $30. This right here. Yeah. So this stuff, when this stuff starts getting thrown out, like, and these things, I mean, outside of the NVIDIA one there, these things may happen, and they very well could happen. The point I'm making is when you've gone straight down multiple days and these thoughts start creeping into everyone's mind is usually when you get the relief.
Could trim a little bit of those XOMs for about $40 per contract gain. We hit previous day high retest 171.23. Nice little trim spot intraday. Underneath that, just continue sell down to 169.50 and then 167.48, which is going to be Tuesday high.
All right, True Social in Chief. Let's get a little post or something out here. Baron doesn't even trade. No chance Baron trades. Zero. All right, I'm taking a trim here, by the way.
Poppy.
There's some extra money in my pocket.
Cha-ching. Living on a prayer. Whoa. We're halfway there.
All right, I'm not going to be stupid. I took trims and I'm break even stop.
Nice.
Rooster in here. There we go. Rooster. All right, I just looked over at the chat. All right, Matthew, I may deduct points from your first comment for this one. What was that on the other guys? Gator don't play that shit. This is Rooster don't play that shit.
Gator don't play no shit.
Gators bitches better be wearing jimmies. So that was such like an under the radar movie that was really good?
Right. Where's the XOM?
What was it? He had like poison ivy on his ass or something.
Oh.
Did get an uptick in volume a little bit here at the lows.
Shit, we got MOC in 10 minutes. Let me go ahead and do this recap.
Was it power hour?
Market closes in 20 minutes.
Iran arrests 46 and Starlink sells network, seizes the devices. There's a headline. Trying to distribute that. We got to keep that internet out. Don't let them know what's happening.
Let me go log into my Claude AI. Oh, it has a desktop app?
Dude, I got a whole Mac Mini sitting over here. I feel like something should be happening with.
Got what email I use for Claude.
Tommy, do I just plug this in and just like give you remote access and you just make AI just make my life better? Like, what do I do with this stupid thing? It's just sitting over here. It's just sitting in a drawer at this point.
How do I use that?
Good God, NVIDIA's like, I get NVIDIA has this breakdown, but man, the counter trend rally, I think only gives you an opportunity to get shorted. Whatever that is, whenever it comes.
Joe, you're going to have to give us what the full acronym is, I think.
Bring your own device. My assumption.
BYOD.
I mean, here's the other thing too. Like, look at the tape. Microsoft's actually positive, and I think Meta's still positive, right? Yeah, Meta's still up.
Code.
Yeah, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft.
They're all in the green in a bad tape. So, I mean, Tesla's obviously new lows, which we expect, but Tesla's starting to come into the first area that you could see some support. You got these highs at 355 and 352 here. I think it's a great level. No, but starting to become. I think 300 looks good on the trend line, but you get into the upper piece of the
down here.
Yeah.
Oh, bring your own data.
Oh,
that makes
I think that's going to be tough. I mean, some people probably do, but like, I feel like most people are going to want an out of the box ready to go. Joe, that's my premonition from having dealt with a lot of products and product launch stuff. All right, I'm going to take a trim at 50 points. That's what I'm going to do. It has been written. $6.42. Yeah, the key is to get data and then spread it out over enough users on a monthly subscription. That seems to be the winning formula.
You know what's interesting? I was just looking at when you look at a lot of these names, like an NVIDIA, like Broadcom, Meta, Amazon, Apple to some degree. Like I was just looking at Broadcom. When we broke down during the April lows, that top was so much smaller that we broke down from. Like we didn't spend a lot of time there versus like on Broadcom now when you're breaking down, you spent like 7 months in that big consolidation, not 1 month. You know what I mean? So I think that breakdown is a lot more significant than what it was in April of last year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm following you. Yeah.
Like you just spent so much time up there, so to break the levels are more significant and more long term.
Come on, give me 50 points. Yeah. 50 points. 50 points. Dude, this free house music kind of sounds like that Drake song.
Yes, it does.
Working on the weekend like
usual.
Way off in the deep end like usual.
It does kind of sound like that. Copyright.
You hear it? The dun-dun. Haven't done my taxes. I'm too turned up.
Can we get like one of the artists to just like support the stream? We can play their music.
Oh, that'd be sick, right?
MP3s. I remember when I had Napster doing the downloads back then, like everybody else.
Yeah.
Then it was LimeWire.
LimeWire. Kazaa was the first one. I remember Napster, but Kazaa was like the first one I really like tried, and then LimeWire was like the main one I used, and then FrostWire for the
FrostWire. Yeah, that was another one.
Dude, this thing is so cool.
Say my day's a number, but I keep waking up.
Oh, I gotta come up with some stock picks. I'm pretty sure mine did not win.
No,
definitely not.
I got wrecked.
AMDG.
Oh yeah.
Good.
How do I check that? My picks.
I'm gonna have to do picks. I got soccer.
Look, we're Evans all over that with our back end team right now. We're talking about the space that we do on Mondays.
Oh okay.
They're trying to build out like a leaderboard and all this stuff. Wow, Evan won with his fade himself picks. Good God.
You should build that into a strategy.
Well, it's a late minute pump. What do you think MOC is gonna be here?
Small. It's got to be tiny. Watch
Are
it
we
be
about to
something.
close?
Watch it be. Yeah, the MLC's coming out in 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
I just got to trim for 50 points here.
Now, I'm doing my trade recap right now. I'm done with this shit.
Throw that shit.
Throw that shit in a circle.
Jordan walking on the beach or
do.
I don't know. I thought there was a whole nother hour left, if we're being honest here.
I know. That's why a few minutes ago you were like, "Are we about to run the power hour?" I was like, "MLC's about to come out." This market's done.
All right.
There you go.
Last trim here, 67 points.
Nice.
And then
yeah.
See if we can get a little pump ski. Izzy, I see the Freddie Mae, whatever. Agman was pumping that. That's why it's up. All right, 50 seconds. Today went by fast, I feel like. I don't know. What if we reverse like the last few weeks and we just rug on Monday and we just trail up the rest of the week?
I mean, I gotta think at some point you're gonna get some kind of headline this week. I don't know. Maybe not. I could be wrong, but I don't want to be like short into this. Like, you can day trade it, that's great, but like, swinging anything, I don't want to swing new shorts down here. No thanks.
What Apple computer do you use for multiple monitors? I mean, I have a MacBook Pro that I just got a little bit ago. Casey has a Studio. My Mac Mini would do at least two monitors. Here comes MOC.
Ooh,
Hold on one second.
crazy candle in those seats.
These are small imbalances.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're not selling, so that's, I guess, good. There's not a single big name on here. Sox L was actually a big buy side.
I mean, that was basically a nice little double bottom at the overnight Globex low on ES. That's all that was. Stole that shit.
Nice pop.
Oh, push it.
Push it.
Push it. I'm going to hook up.
Good.
I think Matthew's going to win this.
Dang,
Comment
them
of the day.
that Sunday night low on ES like held like almost to the point. Now 20-30 from the low. Back to 63.90.
I want 160.
MNQ. That would put it at well, top of the zone that we're currently in right now takes it to 132.5, which we're almost there. After that, your next shelf starts at 1.
I feel like we could bounce from here the next few days. I really do.
I'd hope so.
I mean,
Look how this hourly candle's about to close in 7 minutes, though, if we do keep pushing up into the close.
I mean, I think if you got any reprieve in oil, something, I mean, you definitely get some help, you know? I mean, look at Meta. Meta was up today. Look at Microsoft's close. Microsoft looks pretty good. I mean, for the daily, in a bad tape. Not terrible. Off the lows.
Oh, and tomorrow's the end of the month, end of the quarter.
Double bottom.
There will be passive buying tomorrow, no matter what.
True.
Meta's going to close with a little doji inside candle today, so still trying to hold that low after being overextended. I could see some relief and expand out of that. Google doesn't look that great. It's coming down to the November low right now. Apple's at like a quadruple bottom at 245. Nvidia's at 165. Nvidia also is hitting some support. The September low. I think that almost. What was the September low? 164.07. Today's low was 164.27. Missed it by 20 cents.
Matthew, are you still here?
Well, like, look at this. Look at this candle. A little hammer.
We're getting a little pop. A little pop.
Yep.
All right, they're at the top of the zone right there. The 132.50.
I gotta do some stock picks because I gotta go back to the soccer practice at 4:30, so I'm gonna have to skip the stock picks.
Oh, 100 points.
That's a big pump.
See if they can get up to 158, 160.
160 is where I was looking for a full target.
Yeah. Just above the zone. What we got? 4 minutes.
They're pumping this quite a bit.
All right,
There it is.
60 full X for me, 120 point trade.
There you go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Matthew, yours was my favorite comment of the whole day. So I'm going to give you a 25K Lucid account.
Hey.
Matthew, what's your X handle?
These nuts.
25K Lucid Flex eval account on me.
Nice work, Apollo, on the long. Great job. Am I long?
That ran further than I thought.
If you guys haven't tried Lucid, go try it out. Code Wolf.
Dude, these puts, wow. The 5,200 puts, ready, on ES 21 days from now are trading for $11. 5,200. That's another 1,100 points lower.
Dude, they're freaking juiced.
Mega juiced.
Matthew, what's your X handle? Or DM me. But let me know your X handle because I don't want to give it to the wrong person. Somebody tried that the other day. I did a giveaway and somebody was like, there we go. I got you.
AVGO curling up into the close. Hood curling up into the close. Nice moves on those two. Really nice moves, AVGO and Hood. Morgan Stanley hit previous day low, popping up. What is that, UNH? New high of day. Ripping.
Oil closing at 104. I mean, that's just like a clean breakout. You know what I mean? Like, how does oil not, other than the news headline, how does oil not just keep floating back towards 120?
Well, you already cited a headline.
Yeah, that's it.
Google popping a little bit. What was the MLC numbers? Were they tiny?
There was
315 on S&P, 336 on NASDAQ, both sell side. Dow was actually slight buy side. Mag 7 was 50 million, which is tiny. Which I could tell, like, just from looking, there was no big names on there, and there was no size on anything. On
the Dow closed positive, is that right? Yeah, it's about to.
Yeah, Dow's positive. Well, your banks were all strong today.
Yep.
And then, like,
How
what,
is it
Amazon
that-
was green, like some of your other big names.
If you look at pull up the Dow Industrial on the daily and zoom out a little bit on the cash. Look at that. Go back further. Look at the highs. Keep going. Right there. Hit the highs. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I know it's a Dow. It's not a lot of stocks, but it is an interesting spot.
I hit it really hard at the 10-minute 21. Really hard. Covering here at 30.
Good. Another great short
points.
spot on. Another great short spot on ES.
My exit was right here.
Here we go.
Upticked it.
Nice.
I figured
that's a pass baton.
That overnight low, you got to get some responsive bounce there, and we got a nice one. Very nice one.
Yeah.
And it was into the close.
The after hours low from Friday, that back test that SPY just did, that is rejecting, was that spot. It was around that 432.30 area. Nice pop into the close, though, overall.
Ooh,
XOM closing at low of day, which is good. So I trimmed out a few for the day trade. I'm going to swing the rest for the swing. Ding, ding, ding. The heck is that stock?
Your 12-year-old probably would smoke me in Fortnite. Is he? I don't know. My full boxes are quick. Full box.
You know,
see, the problem is he probably grinds it all day, though. I'm at a disadvantage.
This is crazy. I got to show you guys this real quick. Maybe we can pull this up because I think it's really important. I know I talked about this, but this goes back to what let's see if we can find this.
What's up, Henry?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Closing up the market right now. Been a crazy day, crazy week, really. But I mean, just this continued downside is wild. We are seeing the weakness. What do you want to show us? Bill?
Get started.
I mean, it's just about. I was just looking at 5 years, 5-year swaps, and they keep going down. I mean, we like down here at 231. So like, the market, I think, obviously oil keeps getting bid. Like I've been saying, at some point this is going to start to turn into some type of deflationary impact because it's going to take it out of the consumer. So I think the long end should eventually catch some more bid on that's TLT, ZBs, probably ZN to some degree, because the longer oil stays high, the more deflationary force it's going to have on the economy, global economy, really. So I just was looking at the 5-year swaps chart, which is really interesting.
Yeah. So
well, we're excited to have Henry joining us now that the market's closed, action's done for the day. We can all take a little bit of breath after no bounce again. I'd like you to just kick us off here, Henry, with Crane Shares joining us. Him and us very researched in the markets. I always love having these great minds and teams come on, talk to us. I don't know, maybe talk us off the ledge a little bit today, Henry. I don't know if you've got any way to spin this a little bit positively, but just curious, maybe if you want to start with maybe some broader market thoughts here. It's been a little a couple weeks since we've had you on, so excited to see if we can get some of your updated thoughts on just the market, maybe obviously the conflict that's going on in the Middle East, the oil, all the things that are kind of pulling down on the market right now. I'm just curious if you've got any broader market takes, and then maybe we can jump in a little bit deeper.
Yeah, sure. I think that it's really hard to kind of gauge a direction right now. I mean, I'm sure that's shared in this space. We're kind of looking at where are there pockets of lower correlation or more insulation from oil trade, Middle East trade, right? One of those spots is kind of China, like especially on the A shares, right, that we're looking at right now. So we have, for example, we have KBA, that's one of our tickers, right? And that's held up, okay, so far this year. Definitely looking at, just because China, right, can be have a very low correlation to the rest of the world sometimes, and I think you're definitely seeing that play out this year. Definitely doing better than other Asian economies when you look at just exposure to that oil shock, right? China gets about less than half of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz versus like 2/3 for Korea and Japan. So that's kind of one, just where we're talking to clients, what we're looking at and saying just among our products, right? What has a lower exposure, but yeah, I think this market wants to go higher. I mean, it tried to this morning, just U.S. markets, right? After last night in Asia was also pretty brutal, except for mainland China, except for this. So that's just why I pointed out today, right? So yeah.
Any thoughts? I was just going to ask. Any thoughts on where bonds are right now and yields? Like, what's your opinion on where we go from here?
I think that the yields. I think they're probably going to raise rates. I mean, just inflation. There's a lot of inflation impact from this oil. I doubt they're going to cut anytime soon. Maybe they'll raise. Maybe they won't raise. Maybe they will. I don't know. But I think pricing of this, even with Warsh coming in, I think right now it's going to be hard to sell an interest rate cut in the U.S. Because of the oil impact on inflation. But obviously that could change very quickly, right? If there's some kind of deal here worked out, peace deal, that could change the situation quite dramatically. But nonetheless, I think it's safe to assume that you will have higher oil prices, and that's gonna lead to inflation, right, here in the U.S.
Yeah, we're chatting here with Henry Green. I do want to make sure, because some tickers and stuff will be mentioned here. I want to make sure that we get the disclosure part out of the way. We are excited to be working with Crane Shares, and investors should carefully consider a fund's investment objective, risk, charges, and expenses before investing. A fund's prospectus and summary prospectus contain this and other information about Crane Shares. To get this, visit the website at craneshares.com. You should be able to find that pretty easily there, as well as a lot of other great information, research, news about us, everything there around Henry. So I want to make sure we get that out of the way, since we are chatting here with Crane Shares. Excited to work with Henry and his team, as always, and get some insights and stuff. It has been interesting, Henry, as I look around that KBA chart that you just mentioned. I've been going through my watch list trying to find charts that look like this. I feel like we're a little overdone to the downside right now, just in the broader market. We need some good news. We can't seem to find it right now, but it seems like you'll at least get some shorts covering soon. But I'm trying to find where are the relative strength names in this market. And it's interesting you brought up some of the dynamics around some of the China names, for example, and how they're doing and how they're affected by some of this. And I mean, this chart alone, can you tell me a little bit about KBA here, just in general? What is this comprised of? And I mean, boy, it is holding up much, much better. I mean, this is a weekly chart. Doesn't have near the rollover look that most of the other weekly charts have right now.
Yeah, sure. So KBA is tracks the MSCI China A50 Connect Index, which is essentially the 50 largest and most liquid stocks listed in mainland China. So that's the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock exchanges. The index is also one of the first indexes that has locally recognized futures markets for it. So that just increases the liquidity that you see for these, again, top 50 names in China's A-share market. And yeah, it's really weighted on that market cap at liquidity level. pretty sector agnostic, but you're going to see a pretty broad representation compared to China's economy. You're going to get a pretty broad access there in terms of sectors. And so, yeah, it's really an access product. It's a really efficient way to access just that beta, that A-share China beta. And a lot of these names, the individual stocks, even if they're quite large, they can be difficult to access for U.S. investors. So we are very happy to provide that kind of access for our clients.
Correlation 99%. Why is that?
Sorry if there was some background noise there. I think I got it muted.
No problem. Yeah, no, I was just wrapping up. The underlying names are, in some cases, really this is your only way for a U.S. investor to access, get exposure to these through this KBA in some cases.
Yeah, I will say for those that maybe haven't been around or not super familiar with crane shares, obviously KWeb is one of the most recognizable names that you guys have had and run for quite some time. Very successful ETF. Obviously, you guys have a full suite. I was just pulling up on the website here, all the different ones here. If it has a K in front of it, it's probably you guys. If it's not an individual company, a lot of great stuff here. One of the interesting pieces, though, is it's not easy, and this is maybe for people that haven't heard from you before. I know we've had you on before. We get new people in and out all the time, but
yeah,
one of the things that really attracts me the most is how it's not easy for me to take my money and go invest in China. And so there's the when I think about what's the easiest way for me to do it is through somebody like you guys. It really is, because you guys have done all kind of the back end process of getting the money there and the swaps and all this different stuff. And I don't know if you want to hit on that piece a little bit, because I do think that's so advantageous for people that do want exposure to some emerging markets, to China, to other places in the world, without having to send my money to some other exchange, or even if I can even get access to that exchange. So maybe if you want to hit on pieces of that for maybe some of our audience here.
Yes, absolutely. So all of our ETFs are listed here in New York, either on the New York Stock Exchange or on the NASDAQ. So that makes them very easily accessible to US-based investors. Many of our ETFs then go ahead and invest in their underlyings, in some of which are also listed here in New York. So that's the ADRs, but many of which are listed in Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. Again, that's for the China exposures, right? And those are going to be very difficult to access for US-based investors. So a lot of people use our ETFs as access products. Many people believe that obviously there are other ways to do this, but many of our clients find that this is just the most efficient way to access these companies, and then also access China. I mean, you can really access China, let's say mainland China, through really one ticker here. That's KBA. Right. Again, it's the top 50 largest, most liquid, but that's going to give you a pretty strong beta to the overall market.
Yeah, and I wasn't aware of this one actually, so I'm glad you brought this one up. So put some homework on my plate. So first off, thank you for giving me some homework to do tonight, because I didn't, I needed more stuff to do with 3 kids home from school right now. But no, this is really interesting because it's the broader exposure. I mean, I've heard of KWeb. I've known about KWeb for a long time, and I know that one's the popular one. But I've always thought, okay, this is just one sector of a huge economy. I guess maybe what are the sectors here within KBA that are most interesting to you? I like the balanced approach, obviously, but we only seem to hear about, at least in the circles that I'm around, we only seem to hear about, KWeb. We only seem to hear about the internet and technology companies over there, and not many of the other industries.
Sure. So I think that when you look at KWeb is mainly the internet. It is the internet sector, right? It is the benchmark. KWeb has become really the benchmark for China's internet sector. So that's names like Alibaba, Meituan, PDD, right? These are the e-commerce companies, fintech companies, real estate platforms like the equivalent of Zillow, kind of anything online, right? But what KWeb doesn't have, though, is the hardware technology. So for hardware technology, you're going to want to look to more to A shares markets. That's just where these companies are listed in the context of China. So that's companies like Cambricon, which you can find on our K-Star ETF, which is also another A share ETF. But before we get into that, KBA, definitely a broad sector mix, pretty balanced. But I believe, and I'm just pulling up the sector chart right now, should be somewhat skewed towards technology, and that's mainly going to be this hardware technology, because of that's what's mostly what's listed in A shares, right? And so that's really exciting. And if you own KWeb, you can kind of think about KWeb as being that software element, right? And then KBA or K-Star as being that hard technology element, right? And then it's just a factor of that's where these companies tend to be listed. The software companies, the internet companies that are very known to international investors tend to be listed offshore. So Hong Kong counts as offshore. And then the hardware technology companies tend to be listed on the mainland. Yeah, so, and just pulling up again the sector chart here, right? So actually financials are the largest sector weight in KBA currently. Again, that's, well, it's basically financials and information technology. And again, and that's going to be really reflective of, I think, the A share market overall. Again, it's a very high beta play for China A shares. But with a tilt, the tilt is not in a sector sense. The tilt is toward that liquidity, that the companies, the names that foreign investors can actually access futures markets on, which has an impact on liquidity. And then, yeah, so you pulled up K-Star. So K-Star is much more focused in on that hardware technology, and also biotech, a little bit of biotech in there, because K-Star is looking at buying in only China's star, what's called the star market, which is kind of like a NASDAQ in China, where it's just all technology focused. It's actually called the Science and Technology Innovation Board of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. And so that's got a lot of really exciting names. This has a lot of the quote AI quote unquote picks and shovels trades. So you might think of like NVIDIA in the US, TSMC, SK Hynix in Taiwan and Korea. Here you're going to find those equivalents in China.
That's super interesting. When you mentioned that, I was like, wait, this one rings a bell. And I remember conversation around the picks and shovels. And
yeah,
in general, it seems like people are still very bullish. The AI picks and shovels, even within this market correction or whatever we're getting right now, this will pull back.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it. But the picks and shovels, it's not going anywhere. We've seen the spend, we've seen the capex, and we know where's the beneficiaries going right now. Software is getting beat up across pretty much every market. It's hardware that's winning out, and it's the picks and shovels plays. And when this was brought to my attention, I think by you, maybe on one of our other shows a month or two ago, this one stuck out to me. And then when you mentioned it a while ago, I was like, I want to make sure we hit on this one.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious, Henry, when you're looking at all these different sectors during this market dip, what sectors stand out to you when you think about, places that bigger investors might want to really be rolling into when they see, numbers down the way they are right now?
I think that when you look at, if you want to talk about something that's down, I think KWeb is down. So K-Star we're looking at but that's up, I believe, still up.
Yeah, this K-Star chart, actually, this is art. It still looks pretty good here. Year to date, basically break even, depending when you start your year to date, pull, because the China and the day by day, whatever. But basically break even on the year. It's up 30% since a year ago. But this chart, and if you just go back to last, this is September of 24. I mean, this chart is much different than some of the other charts that we've seen, even out of China, even that KWeb chart, which is a little broader exposure, but this has a lot of software companies in it.
So KWeb is that internet that so it's, yes, software. I hesitate a little bit with the word software because the KWeb companies are not as susceptible to, like things like this. People talk about the SaaS apocalypse in the U.S., right? These aren't companies like Microsoft and Salesforce, which sell software licenses, right, for user interfaces that might get co-opted by AI agents, right, for example. The K-Web companies, I would say, are less exposed to this because they are AI native leaders in China. And furthermore, China's cloud services sector itself is far less developed. So it's developing into the age of AI. Much different from in the US. Because in the US, you have these legacy companies. Well, I say legacy, I mean, they're not even that old, but like Salesforce, for example, they sell you a user interface to access your own data, right? Theoretically, that can be reproduced using AI, using an AI agent, right? Again, because it's your own company's data that they're regurgitating back to you, right? So things like this, just because we have this legacy, U.S. business in the U.S. have been on the cloud for such a long time, and using this kind of license model, seat model, where it's like, okay, I have 5 people in my company, 5 of them need Salesforce licenses, right? So we're seeing this shift to the token-based model where you're paying for that compute, and you may just even it may just only be paying for the AI, the agent or the model that you use to parse your data and present it to you in a way that is consumable and usable. Why do I say that? So that's a long way of saying that, yes, K-Web is software, but I think it's very much AI forward, especially when you look at names like Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent. These are cloud leaders in China, but they're also AI leaders, right? And that's really important to remember for K-Web. Key for K-Web is, yeah, it's internet companies. It's anything internet out there, and in China that's now become AI as well, right? So yeah, there's DeepSeek in China, but really the leaders are these companies in K-Web, in our opinion. Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu, those 3 very much the leaders in AI in China. So K-Web is down. This is where you asked me what would I buy now that's down, or what looks attractive because it's down. Yeah, K-Web is down, I think, almost 18% year to date. And some of that's earnings. We had a difficult earnings period in the 4th quarter for some of these internet large caps. Profitability was low. Competition's really intense, right? And some of that's macro because, again, K-Web is these Hong Kong listings and US listings, which are the foreign investors' definition of China, more baited or that macro story with the Middle East conflict and everything. But underneath all of that, and I think when you look at these earnings, when you look at the profit, okay, e-commerce profitability is low. It's hiding the underlying story, which is really strong growth in cloud, as I was talking about earlier, AI cloud growth for these companies. Alibaba reported over 30% year-over-year growth in their cloud services business, right? Even though their overall growth was 2%, but really 6% if you exclude some of their sales they made. So I think that is such a strong story that's really getting completely overshadowed by global macro and a difficult period for profitability in e-commerce in the 4th quarter.
You mentioned some great companies there. One of my companies that I'm most interested in is BYD, which I don't know if you've got any insights on that one. I down here in central Mexico, I have 3 BYD dealerships that have popped up in the last year, 2 years here in my city alone. The BYDs are everywhere. I've got like 7 neighbors that own them now at this point. They're selling like crazy over here. They're growing like crazy. And they make a good product. I actually went and looked at them. I just didn't want to didn't want to go electric at this point, but I like BYD. I like what they're doing as a company. There's some other great companies you mentioned there, but I'm just curious, insights around that. I was looking at, it looked like this, the KBA actually had some decent exposure. It was like number 6 on the list here. So this is maybe a selfish question here, but super interested. It's tough for me to figure out a way to invest in BYD when I sit here and I look at it and I see it taking market share, at least here where I live, like crazy. Any thoughts around BYD? And then I'd love to maybe hit on Alibaba and a couple of those other really popular names.
Sure. BYD is a great company. They were invested in by Warren Buffett back a couple decades ago. He sold his stake now to like, I think, a 20x return. Really was a really forward-thinking move. BYD is, I believe it is now the largest car company, not even just electric vehicle company. I think it is the largest company in China. It is basically the General Motors in China. Okay. And they've got multiple brands. And they have a global business. You mentioned, where you live in Mexico. I've seen them in Europe. I've seen them really everywhere outside of the United States, if I'm being honest, and Canada. So, because we have very high tariffs on that. So BYD is massive. And they've done so well by creating really, they create a great product, and they create it at a very low cost compared to their competitors. In Mexico, you're competing, right, with a lot of U.S. car makers, right? And I think BYD is a lot cheaper for people. And not to mention, and they're electric. So right now, I mean, this is an interesting question right now, because with oil at $100, $120 a barrel, I don't know, maybe you're regretting not going electric. You tell me. But it's an interesting question. Like, is this going to spur? There was a lot of anxiety, I think, with the second Trump administration. Oh, people are going to give up on electrification. But now, if oil prices are sustained higher like this, or rather, I think just even having this kind of shock really will get people thinking about this, right? About electrification in a way, not to save the planet, to save their wallets, right? So
absolutely.
It's very interesting. And yeah, BYD's, I believe that, and they actually deliver more vehicles than Tesla. So, when you look at the EV industry, right, BYD's, I believe the largest in terms of total vehicles delivered. So really, if you're looking at EVs, you want to be looking at BYD. I think right now they are benefiting from this anxiety over oil price. I think they did report earnings recently. I think they actually missed on the earnings. I think there was high expectations that they actually missed, but I think the stock was still up on the day they reported earnings. I believe so. And so I think just because it's people are thinking of it as a kind of anti-oil and gas trade, right? So it's an interesting company. I don't have a prediction for it right now, but it's a solid company.
Sure.
And it shouldn't be missed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. We don't have to have any predictions here, but I appreciate the information, the thoughts there. I mean, it's part of my, on the investment side of things. I mean, obviously I do day trading, but that helps me forget about my investments a little bit, kind of separate the two and not like over tinker. But one of my investment like kind of strategies themselves is it's the old, hey, I see this everywhere. Everyone's using it. It's popping up. It's growing. It's just exploding onto the scene. Something I want to have some exposure to, and that's what I personally see with BYD. I know not everyone in the U.S. sees that, but that gets me excited. And obviously, seeing it there on the top 10 holdings, number 6 there on KBA, caught my attention. A few minutes left here, Henry. I want to make sure we take full advantage of your time here. We do appreciate you joining us. I want to see Alibaba. I know last time you were on, we talked a little bit about Mercado Libre. I feel like Alibaba's similar, has probably a lot more branches out into the, obviously the AI side of things as well in that business. And I know you guys have like that 2x leverage ticker for Alibaba as well. It's been one of the ones that you guys have been kind of most focused on, I guess, over there. I don't want to speak for you, but it seems like there's a lot of focus and at least a lot of attention around Alibaba. Any quick thoughts on Alibaba here? Because I know a lot of people in our audience have been kind of interested as they watch, that one and Baidu basically kind of lead the charge for the China names coming out of, maybe, I guess you could call it coming out of that bear market that they kind of worked their way out of.
Sure. Yeah, no, we do spend a lot of time on Alibaba because that's what our clients want. We launched a 2x fund for Alibaba, 2x levered exposure. The ticker is KBAB. So we're always trying to provide our insights and the latest updates on that company. And I actually speak with management at Alibaba quite frequently. That being said, they did miss earnings in the fourth quarter, and as I mentioned, the fourth quarter was challenging for a lot of e-commerce companies, right? In China, just because the competition is so fierce, driving their margins down. But that if you and the market's focused on that and the macro story, right? But Alibaba, man, they are their AI and cloud growth is very strong. I think it was 36% year-on-year growth. They said they plan to about double their cloud revenue every year for the next 5 years. They said that they actually now have a chip making business as well, with a whole host of external customers. So obviously they make chips for their own cloud services. This was driven by the Biden administration had export controls, and so they said, "Oh, we got to invest in our own chip making." But now it's become an actual revenue center for the business, and so that's really exciting. They're projecting revenues on par with Cambricon, which is one of the largest chip designers in China, which even shocked me. So there's just so much going on underlying in this business that is getting overshadowed by the macro narrative and also intense competition, specifically in e-commerce. But there's just so much more to Alibaba's business that I continue to be bullish on this name. I think it's at a very attractive valuation too, because if you look at a sum of the parts analysis, and you include the chip maker and you include the cloud arm, and then also of course e-commerce, right? And if you do any kind of sum of the parts analysis using the valuations of the comparables for those individual businesses, almost every case it shows to me that the market is not valuing Alibaba's business properly. Will it ever? I don't know, but the fact is it's not, based on some of the parts. Almost any way you want to spin it. If you want to give it a valuation for the chip maker, if you want to value it like NVIDIA or Cambricon or something else, like it's almost hard to see where some of the parts analysis doesn't give it a higher valuation. So that's one of the things that companies actually picked up on. There have been rumors that they're going to spin off the chip maker, which is called T-Head, because because Baidu said it's going to spin off its its chip maker, which is called Kunlun. But those are just rumors. The company does have a history of doing these like little restructurings. They did one back in, I think it was 2023, where they split up into 6 businesses. No IPO or spinoff, but they're just kind of saying, "Hey, look, Mr. Market, these are our various businesses. You should value them and value us as the sum of them," right? So yeah, I think it's a very interesting name. I think there's a lot of value there. Yeah.
I highlighted this right here on screen. This is really interesting. Higher historic annual growth rates than Amazon. That's almost mind-boggling, because
that is
like,
crazy.
I know
that
the last
wild.
few years Amazon's, I mean, they're still growing, but the it's slowed down as far as the momentum has gone. But a higher historic annual growth rate than Amazon that's a pretty crazy I mean, I almost want to put this in all caps and put it at the top. I feel like that catches a lot of people's attention right there.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, emphasis on historical, just because, like, when you look at like 2018, 2017, that was just like boom time for China's internet sector, and just consumer spending overall in China was just growing so much, so quickly. So, growth has come down from that, but where they are growing a lot is in the cloud segment, cloud and AI growth. It's 26%, year over year in the fourth quarter of 2025. So
yeah, when we talked the other day about Mercado Libre, one of the things I love about them is they're doing all these different sectors, all these different avenues of getting
Yeah.
revenue. And Alibaba's doing that and more. It feels like I should be more bullish on Alibaba as a whole. And that's why I love having people like you come on, Henry. Jordan, is there any questions that you want to get in? I know I want to be respectful of Henry's time here, but Jordan, I want to make sure.
No, these are some great pieces. I feel like last time we've touched on some of the other sectors like cars a little bit more, which I'm sure we'll touch on again. But I like the pieces we hit today. So and just big appreciation to you, Henry, coming on, and looks like the chat was enjoying it too, saying there's great information here. I agree. Henry's great, just coming on here and giving us a little bit of clarity in the China sector because we're not really well versed there. So it's nice to have you come on and give us some clarity in that area. So we appreciate you, man.
Yeah, well, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
Henry,
Absolutely.
any final any comments, any upcoming things, anything we should be on the lookout for overall, or just keep weathering the storm and stay tuned in? Obviously, craneshares.com I know is where people can find a lot of updates, a lot of resources around you guys.
Use that China last night, by the way. China last
Yes.
night. That's a great resource that I think everybody should be using as well. Henry, you've
bookmarked
talked
that.
about that. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, actually, we are hosting very soon, I believe it's on April 10th, a webinar with some interesting folks talking about Iran and the whole impact this will have on the U.S.-China relationship and geopolitics broadly. And I think it's going to be, I'm personally very excited for this discussion. It's between our general counsel was actually Obama's ambassador to Singapore. So he's very well versed in Asia Pacific region geopolitics. And he's going to be speaking with Eric Branstad, who is the son of Trump's ambassador to China from the first term. And is still very involved with the Trump administration today. So we're going to have both of them on.
That's going to be a great conversation.
Yeah.
Congrats to you guys. That's great.
With our CIO. And that's, it's fully public. So you could sign up on our website right now. If you go to craneshares.com, webinars and live events. So you can go to craneshares.com/webinars and you can find it right there.
I'll throw that in the chat. Give me one second. I'll throw that in the chat for everybody so they can grab that easily. There it is. Should be in the chat for everybody right there.
This one right here?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, great stuff, Henry. Congrats to you on that. It's going to be a
personal-
great convo. I want to tune into that.
I'm not going to put my personal information on the screen.
Not
here,
yet.
but
Maybe wait for that.
I am going to go, as soon as I finish the stream, I am going to sign up on this. I'm just going to leave it sitting right here.
Okay.
That's some good stuff. Y'all get on there. Henry, we'll let you go, but big appreciation to you. Thanks for coming on. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Henry. Take care.
Great chat. Great chat.
I tell you what, if there's one, if I'm going to say strength first, there's one strength that I found in markets. It's finding smart people around me, especially if I
traders.
know
We
I
need
have
these other people. We're just traders, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So like people like Henry, people like Paul, these other, and then obviously in these other conversations, stocks on spaces, and these other things that we have. If there's one thing that I think I'm probably most proud of outside of just learning to trade and stuff, it's finding smart people, listening to them, and being able to, sift through the good information that's sitting out there. And a lot of times it's there for free. You just have to go find it. So, and if I have a weakness, I know my weakness, when it comes to the investing side is definitely when it comes to like some of these emerging markets like China. I don't know much about the China market, but when I can get people that's what they do all day. I mean, having the two former administrations, their representatives that go to China and deal with China trade and all that stuff, having them in a webinar and working with your team.
Huge.
Having guys like, Henry and his team, they talk to, not only are they, researching to invest while in the Chinese markets and all kinds of markets around the world, but especially the China markets, but they're actually talking to, the Alibaba's actual team, like they actually are going and talking to those guys.
Mm-hmm.
So you're getting, that's firsthand information. So I'll tell you, somebody wants to hand me firsthand information that they got,
I'll take that all day instead of the third, fourth hand that we get on X or through headlines a lot of times.
Agreed.
So that was
Agreed.
that was super cool on that piece as well. And boy, Monday flew by for me, Jordan. I don't
Monday,
know how it was
dude,
for you.
flew by. I was literally talking with you, and I was like, I was saying how I was starting to say how, you know, we were tanking, but we're nowhere near close. So I don't know. And then I look it down, and it was like 340. And I'm like, oh, the close is happening right now.
I was an hour off, like afternoon. I was like, oh, there's another hour.
Crazy.
There was not another hour.
For anybody that's curious, your most active stocks today were Nvidia, Snapchat, and Intel. Top 3. There's some other names I posted on the Wolf Trading timeline as well. Your most active ETFs are going to be the Direction 3X Bear Small Cap. Your 2X BMNR from Direction. Or no, from T-Rex. Sorry. From T-Rex on that one.
BMNU.
And then BMNU is that one. BMNG is also on this list, just not top 3. SOXL is number 3. So the 3X.
Buddy, Evan shorted both of those for the stock picks competition, trying to like inverse and pump his own bags, like inverse himself.
It probably
and he won the
worked,
competition.
No, he won the competition. I mean, yeah, exactly.
He won the competition instead of pumping his bags.
That's hilarious. What else we got? I'm starting to put out some more lists every day of like interesting things like this you see on the screen. I also posted earlier today, like all the stocks that were down over 10% today's trading session. When the market's healthier, I'll do bullish ones, you know. Also, 40% off right now on Lucid still.
Dude, Tradify is going to launch 40% off with the 3.0 update.
Dude,
tomorrow.
3.0, get ready tomorrow, y'all. 3.0 is going to be interesting. I'm excited. I'm assuming the accounts we have are just going to roll over and we keep those, correct?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a change in like the. I think they're just adding new stuff. I don't know that.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. It's like a situation where they're like changing a dashboard or like anything. I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll find out. We'll find out.
All
as
I
it
know
goes,
is, as long as I have my accounts, I'm happy. All crew. Thanks for hanging out. About 100
Sorry, I'm
people
just
left
I'm
in
getting
here.
Ready for stock picks.
Yes, sir. Stock picks tonight. Y'all should tune into that if you want more content tonight. We'll be on at 5 p.m. here in about 20 minutes. So make sure you guys like the stream if you haven't. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. You probably already are, most of you in the chat. But for anybody that's new, we're live every morning. What time are we going live right now? Like 9:20?
I got like a couple minutes before the open.
Okay.
I try to get it going earlier this morning. The YouTube was down.
Interesting.
So it didn't even update my thumbnail or the title.
Weird. All good. Well, we'll be back live on the YouTube tomorrow, early with Ryan. I'll be on Spaces for a bit, and then we'll all be hanging out here later tomorrow. So we'll see everybody then. Like the stream. Use code WOLF. Everybody enjoy the night. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace out.
Let's go.
Let's go.